Ah, Nash going for the elixir. Worked
Yeah,
out.
very, very low. Looks like lost the battle of attrition there.
Also, Cloud of Darkness did a few physical attacks now, which is very nice.
Yeah, getting
4
some
in a
some nice
row.
ones
Yeah,
is wild.
never seen so many. Oh,
Oh, we get the back-to-back particle beam.
oh, nice regain though. There's so many different random factors. It's insane.
Yeah, so hopefully we're hoping to eventually wind up being slower than Cloud of Darkness, just to get that luck in. That way we're not likely to get double hit, and then also if we really need it, we'll have eventually get that double jump to get back in time.
Yeah, I think she now turned to only using the particle beam. No more different attacks anymore. Which usually means she's getting lower. But it's not over until it's over.
Well, it looks like Karma has started the Dragoon grinding section.
I'm excited to see if like how the times compare between the runners just for this run. Overall, I think Team Mog had good luck.
Oh yeah, definitely. That grinding section was good, and then that tech for getting invincible after the fact probably saved a little bit of time there as well.
Yeah.
Um, got hung up a few times on Two-Headed Dragon, and that's time for Tonberry.
All right. GG. Both of them got them first try. Love to see it.
Yeah, very nice.
So
And
maybe the crew for Final Fantasy VIII wants to introduce themselves. Or not?
I think we're playing Juggling of the Unmutes here.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
The global unmute party of fun times. Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome to Final Fantasy VIII. Let's... Altruit, hello. Tell us
Hello.
about yourself.
Hi, I am Altruit. I have run off and on for the last couple of years, but recently I've been running FF8 100%. Trying to push for stuff 1130 and enjoying other runs in the meantime.
Hi, I'm Tiny Bobcat. I just started speedrunning a couple of months ago. Been running FF8. Still very newbie and a lot to learn, but I'm having a great time getting to know the run and getting to know all the runners that I've met through the past few months.
Hello. My name is Quetzington. Or Quetz, or Quetzy, or however you want to say it. How's it going, everyone? How you doing? I am on sabbatical from speedrunning, but I'm here, part of the community. I do moderation of leaderboards poorly. I still do speedruns from here to there, but yeah, I've been working. I'm here to hang out with you guys. See some Final Fantasy VIII here. We got some amazing runners today. We got the Broodles here. We got for the I guess the first time since I've been commentating, Cordellium. Connor Cordell, now Cordellium, back again. And then we also have Sayo coming up on Team Choco.
Yeah, we got 3 legendary FF8 runners here in one round.
Yeah.
And we get to see 3 different routes being run too.
Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, So you probably have the statistics on the top of your head. I believe one's ECM, one's Q and Z, and one is just Q. Am I correct on that?
Yeah.
Spicy. Very spicy.
I'm PCM, so you guys would have to explain to me what the difference is with those other routes.
Yeah, we'll definitely get
Once we get
there. I think that once we start talking about Dollet, it will like naturally unfold as to like what the big differences that you're going to see, especially with one of the boss fights that we're going to see. One of our runners is going to choose to take a specific fight. The other 2 will not take that fight, and it will create some differences in disc 1, but it will like lay a precedent for the rest of the game. So we'll see how that turns out, and it's actually going to be really, really cool. I love when we get a race with 3 different routes and strats. I mean, it's always fun when people are doing exactly the same thing, but variances and differences make a race fun, in my opinion. So we're starting off here. We got our intro cutscene down and out of the way. We're starting off in Garden here. A little bit of the first thing that I do. So I'm more keen to playing PlayStation myself lately, especially since I haven't been streaming. The first thing that I do is the remapping of the buttons, because in PC we all have different controller preferences and different programs to control the layout of how you turbo or don't turbo, or it's kind of wild. But it's nice that with PlayStation you can just open up the menu. I'm switching, these buttons around. FF8 has like the most dramatic default button layout of all the other Final Fantasies. It's very odd. It's a big point of contention for a lot of people. The default map button layout for this game.
We are saved from that by the launcher on PC. That's great.
Yeah. Well, you think that it's the launcher that you're saved from, but it's really just like a really poorly made port, and you need 1, 2, or 3 programs to actually just get your controller working in a fashion that works for you. But that's PC. We're not here for PC. We're here for PlayStation, so we don't even have to worry about that today. We're gonna have the train sequence in Timber, and you're gonna be able to see what code they're pressing in. You're not going to have to worry about button 1, button 6, button 9. None of that stuff. Yeah, menu circle. Walking by pressing like triangle cancel. Who does that?
Looks like Broodles is doing early queue.
Yeah, I think so. I don't even want to try to deliberate as to why the choices that these runners are making. Like, obviously, there will become a point where I can deliberate on that, and we will deliberate on that. But as far as like, I'm going to get early queue, I'm going to get late queue, you're going to see different manipulations on what I like to call Whistle Beach, the fish fin beach. You're going to see some runners doing manipulations with GFs. You're going to see some people taking multiple fights. You're going to see some runners doing what Broodles is doing right now, which is early queue. Does anyone kind of want to just jump right in and talk about why we would even want to play cards in a speed run?
So, a lot of actually, almost all of the power that we get from in this run is from 1 or 2 specific cards, based on what route you're running. So the Quiz's card that Broodles just got, eventually when Quetzington learns card mod, will refine into 3 Samantha Souls, and each of those refines into 60 triples, and Triple is like the third best strength junction in the game.
Yeah,
and
third or
having
second.
access to that, yeah, having access to that in disc 1 is very nice.
Very nice, aka broken. Very broken. Yeah, because I think the very first strength creep that you're going to see that these runners are going to get are going to be after Ifrit, the very first boss, and you're going to be seeing them getting what we like to call the fish fin gamble. Some of them are not going to have to be gambling because there's going to be a manipulation that we're going to have to go over, and that will happen when we get there. But those fish fins will turn into waters that will get junctioned to Squall's strength, and I think that brings us up to 37 or 38 strength for Dollet. And then it kind of just goes from there. I think when we put the triples in, we're going to have modifiers as well. I think it gets us up to like 160, 200 strength before the end of Disc 1. Or, yeah. So we're almost like max attack, like that the game can give you pretty early on. It's fantastic. So we see John here. I just realized Brutal named Squall John. John is going out into the wild world. The wild map. The world map. John whatever. Jonathan Whateverington. Oh yeah, it is. I forgot that. I thought that for some reason I was thinking it's Zach, but I think that's a different cat in the family of Sayo. Yeah, I think it is John. Now that I'm thinking about it, that's cute. I would name Squall after my cat. If there's a run in the future and you see a Squall with the name Jasper, just know that's me.
Normally, I would say John isn't a very Final Fantasy name, but after 16, I'd say it fits in pretty well.
Yeah. It feels like a very like meme-y name too, like Joe, like Joe name, like Jonathan Final Fantasy. Like it's very silly. Something about like really bland first names. All right, so we got the Broodles running through the fire cavern here. I can't remember if we saw the menu already. Okay, so I guess that was my first deliberation is as a runner of this game is wondering like whether they're going to do the menu, because menuing outside the fire cavern, you don't have to worry about the step count of this game, which is another topic we will get into entirely, that I'm sure a lot of people understand the basic nature of. But yes, this game has step route, so I was wondering if he had menued outside the cave to prevent a step, or menued inside to save a step. But it looks like that he menued beforehand, so not that I need to get this far in depth this early, but he's going to be getting a specific encounter after the boss fight. He's going to be getting the 2 bats versus the Buell. It doesn't matter. This is like this is outside of like the scope of what we need to talk about.
But basically, early on in the run, you're trying to intentionally plan your encounters so that you can pick up some thunder magic early on to be able to use to get into critical HP range.
Yeah.
During the Ifrit fight, and then once you leave the fire cavern, you use the leftover thunder on the fish on the beach so that you can get your water magic earlier or more easily. So you do plan your encounters even this early on to try to manipulate getting certain magic for use. You're always kind of working a couple steps ahead in this run.
Yeah. You're always wanting to like do things at the most opportune time. So like you don't want to have to go out of your way later to grab some magic. So we're going to go ahead and grab thunders here. I think we're going to see Cordellium grabbing thunder if I'm not mistaken, based off of the routing choices that we talked about earlier, I think that the Broodles decided to forego the Thunder, because I think what is going to happen is he's going to defeat Ifrit, and then the choice that he's going to make going to the beach is he's going to be doing a manipulation to get 5 fins in one go. He's going to be using a program to do so. He's going to be counting damage that the fins do to him. You'll probably see him pausing, and he'll be inputting numbers into a calculator, essentially, for lack of a better term, to determine where he's at in the RNG. And you're going to see him set up Quistis in a very specific way. He's going to equip her with the GF function. And he, like, once he finds out where he is in the RNG, he's going to manipulate the RNG and then lock in that RNG by casting Quetzalcoatl, the summon. Because while that summon is happening, the battle RNG is locked, so he can refresh basically the ATB as many times as he needs to, and that will translate to him getting 5 fish fins. It's going to look really silly, and we don't need to talk all about it right now. But that's why you don't see Broodles getting Thunder. He's doing a little bit of a different strat. And by a little bit, I mean very hyper-specific in a manipulation.
Yeah, that's something I'd never learned to do yet. Again, I've only been running this a few months, and every new trick that I learn just blows my mind already. Like, there's so many little things you can do in this run that are not obvious at first.
The whole manipulation thing is, like, really new. And it's like not necessary at all. It's like a flashy new object skip for like the top runners, which is what we have here today are the top runners, which is why we're going to see these types of manipulations. I've dabbled in trying these things out, not like in a run, but so I could like, oh, that's how this works. And then that's kind of the end of it. I think I used a manipulation for fish fins and a Dollet %. And like, that's the height of like my brain capacity to continue forward with that. So, I totally feel that. Broodles finishing up Ifrit. I almost so I'm splitting for this event, and like in my brain I was like, oh, Ifrit's done, I need to split, but like the first split is Anacondaur, so we'll calm down, it's okay. Just my innate brain was like split.
Broodles is drawing now.
Oh yeah, because
I think the
well, no.
Manip
So
he's
gonna need.
used on. Yeah.
Well, he's gonna need to pop them out. So I think that he needs Thunders to
You'd
pop
need
them
at
out of the
least
ground, and then he
in one
casts.
fight.
Yeah,
He's getting a ton of Thunders.
maybe he has a different strategy. in
Maybe
mind.
he uses it as backup during XATM.
That is also very valid. Now I have to pay attention. You know what? This is fun.
Forget I said anything.
No, you're fine. No, it's good because I thought I like knew what was going to happen. I'm pretty sure that we're going to see a Quetzalcoatl manipulation from the Broodles, but I'm not 100% sure. I think the Thunders have to just be for safety in one point or another of the run. I can't really think of any other reason why you would get extra. But I mean, this is a marathon. You want safety. Final Fantasy VIII is as Cordellium gets punched to death. Final Fantasy VIII is a very volatile run. I was literally just about to say that as he died.
An attack you usually don't get to see.
Yeah, sometimes you just get punched in the face by Ifrit. Sometimes, you get 2 Thunders and you're like, oh, I only need 2 because I need to cast 2 to pop these enemies out and get my AP, blah, 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 blah. Sometimes what you want doesn't
Brutal Squall
happen.
just died too.
Brutal Squall just got killed, John got killed by a bomb.
John Fantasy.
Jonathan Fantasy. I feel like it was, you know what? In my mind, neither of those deaths are like super detrimental.
Nah, you're right about the menu. You don't need the experience. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh man. And then we're gonna be learning.
So John
20.
has 20. Interesting.
I'm excited to know. I'm excited to see what these Thunders is for.
The mystery.
It literally have no idea why he would use thunders. No, I'm just kidding. Nice. No
Well-
encounters to the beach. Beautiful.
I'm-
You love to see it. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you, Altruit.
No, you're fine. I'm curious as to what Broodles' plan is because with ETM we need the fish fights. So is he
I'm so-
manipulating and doing the fights anyway?
I'm so curious because like you can choose to do 1 or 1.5 fins, like AP wise, like number of fights, and get that much AP and then go as long as you get 5 fins, which does create routing differences of like when you receive certain abilities, like when the GFs will learn them and when you have access to them during which fights. So he's definitely, I think that he.
Well, we'll see how many he gets. 2.
Okay, so that's 2. So maybe he's just doing the standard early queue 3 fights. Okay. I thought that he was going to be doing a manipulation. I could have sworn that he said that he was going to. But that, like it's not like he signed a contract or anything. He's probably just going for safety. Maybe he was practicing and was doing the manip and it just failed one too many times for his comfort level and was like, now. Or was he just getting AP?
I think he's just getting AP.
I don't think he is, because it would have. Okay, so there's 2 ways that you can do this manipulation, and we don't have to, like we'll get off of it obviously when we get off of the beach. But so you can do this manipulation. I guess the easier way to do it is with you can like pause buffer when you get attacked and put those values into a calculator and kind of spit out where you are in the RNG, and then you can see how many times you need to refresh your limit to get the number of fins that you want. That's the hard method, and then the easy method would be to find out where you are in the RNG, cast Quetzalcoatl, and then refresh your ATB while the Quetzalcoatl animation is going off, because the RNG is essentially locked in during the animation, so you can do the necessary amount of refreshes to get 5 fins or whatever you're doing.
How many did Broodle just get?
Yeah, I was gonna say probably.
Cordellium got 1.
Okay, so maybe we're not doing manipulations, which is like completely fair. And you know what else is like another fair thing that I just thought about is like they're not racing against each other necessarily, like in the way that we see it right now. They're kind of like racing against themselves for the fastest time for this game, because like sure, we're seeing 3 runners at the same time running the same game, but like overall the goal is to be the fastest runner in each game for your team. So like I think that they're trying to just go for consistency, just because kind of how dynamic this entire relay has been between teams like taking the lead and such. So I think we're just going for consistency here and just trying to like nab as quick as a time as we can fair, without like having to worry about manipulations and like, well, I'm gonna save 25 seconds here by you know what I mean? Like, does 25 seconds really matter?
And speaking of consistency, Karma just finished up the Hecton chair fight. Very, very nice cave. I'm heading over to Crystal Tower now.
I think Connor's got 1 more fin fight to go, and then we're basically just going to be hanging out until we go to Dollet. This is always a point in the run that's always a breath of fresh air. Where the Broodles is going right now, it's kind of like an area where you can like close some of the program, especially if we're doing like early queue, and you don't have to worry about like counting RNG in Dollet for Zell card manipulation. You can close all your programs while you're just holding the up direction, and you're closing all your programs out on your computer. Like, thank goodness. I am so tired of having to track this stuff. I have my card. I'm ready to go to Dollet. Early queue. Okay, so in this speed run, we play cards to get stronger in the speed run. So early queue is like early quizzes cards. So you can get it as early as when you start the game. You can go defeat the guy who has it and get her card, or you can go defeat Ifrit and then come back later through counting RNG and then get it, and we call that late queue. So it just determines when we get the card in the run. So I've been here for a couple of relays now, and I think this relay that I've been around for, I've had it up on my TV the entire time, and I want to say that this is the most like dynamic relay that I've seen. Like as far as like how far the time swing in between like who's holding the crown, it has been wild. Every time I like leave to go to dinner or go to bed, I tune back in, like something completely different has shifted the tides, and it has been like a very entertaining relay. I think even early too, because I remember watching like at the very beginning there was like a very dynamic shift. I think between like the first 2 or 3 games, so it's shifted a couple of times, like in a very drastic way. I guess that's what I was saying. Like it's been of the 4 that I've been a part of so far, like this one has been like the most dynamically shifting, like across the board, in my eyes.
Yeah, there were a couple of games that one team would be behind by 20 minutes, and then I would go to sleep or wake up, and then suddenly that team is ahead by 5 minutes, and it's like, what happened?
Yeah. I think like in my
kind
mind,
of wildly swinging.
Wildly swinging, exactly. I think I saw Tonberry have the crown for so long, and it was like, oh goodness, how is this gonna end up? And then like, I think not too long before we were getting on for commentary to set up, I saw that Mog had the crown. I was like, no way! Like it was pretty intense. So we're getting a brief here. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't want to keep talking.
The crazy thing is that if Kefka hadn't happened, this would effectively be a 3-way tie.
Yeah. Yeah. Good old RNG, baby.
You say that, and Karma sadly died on a random encounter.
Ugh.
So Karma is soon starting to fight the last few bosses. First, again, the 2 friends of ours. But every boss fight from here on out can be a little bit scary.
Got our players getting the debrief from Robin Williams, rest in peace. And they're on their way to Dollet right now. Broodles is denying Zell to look at his gunblade because he knows that this is like a little bit of like not trivia, but like canon for the game. That, if you defeat Ifrit, so like in the scene, Zell asks Squall like, "Hey, can I see your gunblade?" and then automatically says no. If you defeat Ifrit and then you come back and you go up to the second floor, there are some kids that are running around, and you can offer. They say, "Hey, can I see your gunblade?" And then you get like a text option, and you could say yes or no. And then if you do show it to them, one of the instructors comes out and kind of gives you a demerit to your seed rank before you even get it. A fun little like factoid.
For showing a weapon?
Yeah, for like showing your weapon to a child.
A child in a military school, but sure.
Yeah, but I guess
How dare
just
they
like
see weapons?
yeah, I think that maybe they have like statutes on like at what time, what age is appropriate or whatever. But it's funny that you can like get this demerit before you even maintain a seed, like passing your seed score.
Your seed rank starts at -1.
Yeah. And then you mess up the train sequence, and then it's -2. Like you're just starting
my
off on a
God.
really bad foot.
All right, let's see where Broodles is drifting. This is very important.
Very important. I'm a top right myself. Oh, he's
Oh,
not even
yeah.
drifting. Okay. Very vanilla Broodles. Okay.
Oh wait, he's eating, isn't he?
I mean, it is morning for Broodles, so it would make sense that he's eating his beans on toast right now. I only say that because I've met Broodles and I asked him about beans on toast, and definitely not. You know what, Sarah? I think you're right. I don't think I've ever seen that car drive forward either. It's always like a determination of like, out of the 8 directions we can drift, which way am I going other than forwards? Like, when am I randomly going to land on forward? It's never going to happen. Broodles coming up on one of my favorite skips in the game. Because I not exclusively run turbo, but I pretty much run turbo all the time because I'm old and I like to not have to mash for a long time, and I also like to speedrun. So what you can do in this scene that Broodles is in is I will like turbo the confirm button, and I will also turbo the up D-pad button. And there is a dialogue option after Zhu leaves the screen, and Zell gets up and he sits back down. And what is happening is as Zell is sitting down, you're hitting up and hitting an option just to clear the text. And Zell usually has a text box that says Roger. And if you manage to get that text box on the first frame, you skip the Roger text and you save an entire frame. Whoa, dude. A whole frame. Sheesh, indeed. Sheesh.
It all adds up.
It all adds up. There are so many things we do in this run that like it all adds up. Like you'll see a lot of our runners fleeing from battles they will not be able to flee from, and why would anyone ever want to do that? Why would anyone want to flee from a battle?
Yeah, clearly you want to kill the enemies to get stronger, right?
Exactly. But you'll notice that when your characters are in critical HP, they have an animation where they are standing up and they're tired and they just sit down on the ground because they're in critical HP and they just can't take it anymore. So if you're running the entire battle, you know, in boss fights, because you can't run from boss fights. So what's happening is you're queuing up your actions as you're running, and it's saving you the frame that your character would have sat down on the ground. And over the entirety of the run, you're saving anywhere from like 3 to 4 minutes off the entirety of your 8-hour run by running away during boss fights, because you're saving just like one animation every time you attack.
Yeah, again, just those tiny little bits that it saves over the course of an 8-hour run. So yeah, if you're not fleeing from enemies because you don't want to deal with them, because the more enemies that you kill, the higher level you get, and the higher level the bosses get, and they scale past you, so it's really scary. You don't want that. If you're not fleeing from enemies, you're fleeing from bosses. Minus a couple of encounters, you pretty much are constantly holding those flee buttons down, and that can kind of get in your head a little bit to like become muscle memory, and you can accidentally flee from some really important encounters later on. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. Like, it helps you to get through the speed run, but it can also screw you up on some incredibly important splits later on if you flee from the wrong enemies. So hopefully everybody is going to be on their A game to not flee in Esther.
Yeah, fleeing in Esther is probably like the hardest spot that you can see. It really sucks like at the end of the game when you're in like Tri-Point or Tiamat and you're like, God damn it, when you when you flee and you shouldn't have. But you know, you can always go back and fight. It's not as detrimental as losing the first point in Estar and having to take 5 minutes to go to the next one.
It's the worst. It's so painful.
Yeah, it's really bad. We've all been there, but yeah, it sucks.
I'd say
Broodles.
TM and ECM is pretty bad too.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's a run-ending mistake. But lucky enough, that's early on. It's not like 6.5 hours in the run. Broodles dude did his menu. He I want to say that he used his ice magic refined from Shiva to turn the fish fins into water magic and junction that to his strength. So you'll see him hitting for a solid 150 damage, taking out these soldiers in one hit. Just cleaning up these initial Dollet fights much, much faster than you would if you didn't have the water.
Yep, so that's what those fish fins come in handy for. Is now we are way stronger for this section of the game than we are supposed to normally be.
Is this the only game where one of the 4 main elements only has 1 tier?
So fire, blizzard, lightning. What do you mean, like 4th one?
Well,
Which
no,
ones do you
because
mean?
there's Fire, Fira, Firaga, Thunder, Thundara, Thundaga, Blizzard, Blizzara, Blizzaga.
Well, I
Water.
guess what was your question again? Oh, water. Oh yeah, the fact that it doesn't have like a higher tier of water.
Right.
Yeah. It's also weird too with like tornado and yeah, there's just like a bunch of I don't know. I guess it was like experimental like as far as magic goes. And it's weird how like if you look at the data for water is such a strong magic itself to be cast and being junctioned as well. So it's almost like water was never meant to be like a main. Like, I don't know if they would have considered it like one of the main 4. I feel like in this game it was just like 3. Fire, blizzard, thunder. And then they had like these other off spells that were a little bit stronger, like water and quake and wind and all those. I feel like they're like a little bit more niche or specialty in my mind. I'm not saying that they are for sure, but just the way they operate in the game, I feel like they're a little bit more special because they do more damage.
That's how they introduced it for 1, where only Chaos can cast it. They have Tsunami for that.
Yeah,
But,
that makes sense. This fight that Cordellium's doing right now is one of like my favorite little force fights like in the speedrun, just because it's a forced encounter. It's always a back attack, so like it's one of the few fights that's not a boss fight in this game that is like perfectly scripted. Like every time I do it, I can hold down the confirm button and then let go, and I don't know, it just feels really good. It's very automatic.
We're coming up pretty soon on that first split fight, the Anacondaur, which can be a jerk and just decide to repeatedly kill Squall. It's happened to me before a handful of times, so
Yeah, if
you want to get Squall into low HP range before you get there so that you can hopefully immediately use his limit break and do a Renzokuken and just kill the snake as fast as possible. Because, yeah, he can just be a bully and just keep picking on Squall.
Yeah, in this game, I don't know the exact thresholds or the calculation for it, but I can tell you that there is we'll call it a soft limit cap for HP and a hard limit cap for HP. That hard limit cap is when you see the character in yellow HP. The soft limit cap is what you see on Cordellium's screen right now. Squall is in 139 HP right now. Is not in critical, but will get the Renzokuken off. See, like if you look at the screen right now, he has a limit available. So we'll call that the soft limit cap. I don't know what that number is right now for his level in his max HP, but it's roughly around like 155. Early on in the game, you can start casting Renzokuken, and that's kind of like the sweet spot that you want to be in is like probably around like 150, 120 ish, because like Tiny Bobcat just said, if you get into like the 60s or the 70s and you open up in the Anacondaur fight, and that's another scripted fight to where like you don't get ATB on that fight, you always start from 0. So if Anacondaur decides to smack you in the face and then you die, and then you have to sit there and wait, use a Phoenix down, and then try again, and that's 20 seconds you've lost or more just in that fight. In Dollet, our runners are screaming for time save in Dollet because there are so many places later in the run that you can lose time. So like getting a really good Dollet really sets the precedent for the rest of the run.
Yeah, you can come out of Dollet feeling like, wow, this is going really well, or wow, I can't believe I'm keeping this run because I've been trying to get fins for 3 hours and I just want to run.
Yeah. Wow, I should not have even played this game today. Broodles' last random encounter before the Anacondaur fight. It's looking like his step route is good to go. Usually, based off of the route that Broodles is running, you want to get 2 encounters on the bridge, and the second encounter is going to be right before you zone into the left to fight Anacondaur. So we shouldn't even see him come out of the scene right now. We should just walk right over into the scene.
Interesting.
Yep. See that extended like black screen right into it? Yeah. You got that fight like right at the edge of the screen. So he's set up almost perfectly. Step count wise. Keep our fingers crossed that he doesn't take any unnecessary deaths to any of the fights coming up that would absolutely ruin his step count. if he had to restart. Not restart, but reload a save.
I think
All
they're
right,
planning on
Anacondaur.
doing the save before the next boss. So trying to maintain your steps while you do that little diagonal shimmy over to the save point might be tricky, but
Yeah, the
better to have
buffer.
some save points ready to go.
Yeah, I'll always take a save point consistency. I mean, sometimes in my normal runs, but especially in marathon. Ooh, a beautiful, beautiful Anacondaur from Broodles.
Perfect.
And we
And now
have
it's
got
Cordellium's turn.
a split. I'm going to say it out loud so I don't forget, so you guys get to hear it too. Congratulations.
Nope, that's totally fine.
I've never manually split in my life, so
It's
I would
super
probably need to say it.
It's super easy. It's not hard at all.
I've done auto splitter since like run number 2, so while I know kind of where the splits are, like manually entering them I would forget 100%.
Yeah, the team that handles all the logistics of splitting for the Final Fantasy series relay, they make programs for remote splitting specifically, and it's literally just 3 colored buttons, and it says the name of the splits, and you just click the button when they're done. They make it so easy for us, like super easy. Shout outs to the relay team.
Cordellium Snake barely survived the Renzo. Just got taken out by a quick punch from Zell afterwards. He's able to move on as well.
To say off the top of my head that I want to say Broodles got a low-level snake and Cordellium got a high-level snake.
I've had ones that survived a like 6-hit Renzo.
Yeah, because
It's
I'm
like,
pretty sure
are
it
you
was a
kidding
4-hit. I think Broodles sent a melee attack and then a 4-hit without a rough divide, and it killed it, which definitely means it was low level for sure. And I'm pretty sure Cordellium had 5 and then it didn't die, so that probably means high level. So what we're saying, low level, high level. This game is really interesting where throughout the entirety of the game, the monsters and the bosses level up with you. And what that does is it creates an environment where you have 3 characters on your team, and those 3 characters will have separate levels. And the game will add those levels up and then divide them by 3. And then based off of what the enemy level is, it will give you 1 level higher or 1 level lower of your average party level. So sometimes you will get a boss that is going to be, level 14, or sometimes it'll be level 15. But it's always going to be there's going to be 2 different thresholds, and you're always going to have a chance to get like a really, really strong mob. And you can usually determine that. We'll probably see when XATM comes up for our runners, because we're going to be seeing Broodles is actually going to be fighting XATM and getting performing a glitch to get 50 AP. And one of the ways that you can kind of tell if you're fighting a high level or a low level mob, especially with XATM, you're going to see the damage that Broodles will do to it with his Renzokukins. And you're going to see like damage values of like 220, and then sometimes you'll see damage values of 180. You kind of know when you hit 220 that it's a low level, because when it's 180, it's higher level because it has higher defense. So you're hitting for less. So there's ways to kind of figure out, like, I've done like really stupid challenge runs where I beat the game without junctioning or leveling up at all. And I rely on like Gilgamesh to kill Tri-Point, and I'm literally just sitting there like, in Tri-Point will punch me, and if it punches me for 40 damage, I run away because it's high level and I can't deal with a high level one. So there's ways to know whether these bosses are, you know, a higher level or a low level.
All right, we have Karma heading into the Zondi fight. And yet again, we have that petrified character to soak up some of those targets. And we're getting another one of those attack jump strats here, and then just kind of hope and a prayer.
Also went with the Holy Lens, not double Blood Lens, for more damage.
One of the coolest cutscenes you're watching on a brutal screen. In my memory as a kid, I remember having the Pizza Hut Collection Disc #1, and that had the FF8 demo on it. So it was, I was still playing Final Fantasy VII, but when I would like rent a game from Blockbuster, it like came with it, and you would see this scene, and it was just like next level FMV, like
Yeah, it still looks
unheard
good.
of.
Doesn't this look like it's going to be like a space laser or something, like some Despicable Me, we're going to steal the moon type of thing, and then it's a radio tower?
Just technology and radio waves, gross. Communication. Go ahead and note down the fact that this communication tower beam is happening, because when later in the run, I'll talk more about just like the lore of what's actually happening in the game. And it's not that they do a poor job of explaining it to you. It's that the methods that they chose to use in this game to like give you information about the world is hidden inside of like the tutorial information. It kind of reminds me of Final Fantasy X with like the Sphere Theater. Maybe not like exactly, because it's not like the game withholds information and you have to learn about it in the Sphere Theater, but there is information you can glean from the Sphere Theater that you wouldn't get anywhere else. And that kind of reminds me of this game, because there's so much shit that you can, there's so much stuff that you can like glean from the information section of the tutorial, because like it tells you all about this communication tower. It tells you all about like why why they're even doing this. How communication has been down for the last 17 years, Sorceress Wars, yada, 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 yada.
What does any of it mean? I don't know. I'm just going to go fight the boss that's in front of me. Like, you don't understand kind of the direction that you're heading. There's a lot with the flashbacks that you get in this game as well. There's a lot of, like, sneak peeks at the lore, and it's enough to get you really intrigued, but it never fully explains itself until you really dig for information, and then it kind of starts to make sense. Typical like obscure Final Fantasy storytelling.
It's the Japanese RPG story. It's learning from the boots up, like about the character. It's learning with the character. It's not like having a perception of everything that's going on. You know?
Okay, so first Renzo against Alvaret, and he queued to draw Siren. So there's a GF that you need from this boss. This boss has to be done in a really weirdly particular way. You have to use Squall's Limit on each of the first 2 soldiers that you fight, and then you have to draw Siren from Alvaret and just hope that he is not a bully, because that's yet another boss that likes to kill Squall a lot. And it looks like it's pretty clear. Yeah, okay, so Broodles looks like he's done, and now Cordellium is just starting second phase.
I don't like Broodles' HP going into XATM, knowing that he's going to be doing XATM. Like that does make me happy to see 31 HP. No, like he can do it. He can potion if he wants to, and maybe, take a ray bomb if you want to. Like that's always an option. Just taking the extra damage and setting up again.
I wonder if he uses duel for safety.
I don't think so. That's what I do, though.
ATB leak is very real.
I feel like so I don't know if this is a thing on PC, but it's definitely a thing on PlayStation. I made it a thing on PC to where I made the functionality of my controller do it, but you can use the analog stick and the D-pad button at the same time.
Oh.
Yeah. And it makes it to where you get it instantly every time. So if you're trying to cycle it, you can do 40 very easily.
Okay, Cordellium's Alvord is done as well.
Cord's
got a
HP
second.
is even lower.
Second to Renzo. Yeah, but surely they're gonna do some safety strats before they go into XATM, right?
I almost thought that second Renzo wasn't enough for Cordellium, and I was gonna cry. But it was a small delayed reaction, and then it died.
Dude, honestly, the screen freezes on the PSX version when I'm watching people stress me out because of, I'm sure you've seen the clips of the Broodles having runs die in Disc 4.
Oh yeah, I've made some of those clips that were painful moments.
Morningcraft is asking in the chat if we can explain how ATB waiting is done in FF8. So I'll take this one just because I run FF7 as well, and ATB waiting in FF7 and ATB waiting in FF8 are two completely different things. So it will work in the same way that if you open up a sub menu, let's say, it will pause the ATB. But given the nature of what we're trying to do in this run with limits and trying to keep those limits to do damage, it doesn't necessarily matter. The best way that we can utilize ATB wait is by queuing attacks with characters to make it so that we only have one character with their limit bar open, so we can refresh as many times as we want with one character. So stopping the ATB for the other characters so that I can smash triangle and get my limit off. Because in FF7, what you're doing is you're ATB waiting for the boss to make their move and then lining up your ATB with their ATB so that you can hit appropriately. And in this one, you're kind of you're trying to cut off the enemy's ATB so you can find time to find your limit as fast as possible, if that makes sense. So it's not really a byproduct of how the game's ATB wait works, but more of a byproduct of what we're trying to do in the speedrun to achieve killing the boss as fast as possible.
Yeah, it essentially chains your attacks together as a priority instead of letting the boss get attacks in.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's doing Renzo strat as expected. I mean, it looks like both of them are, and both of their squalls died.
So what we're
as expected. With that low of health, there's
If only
no way.
someone could have warned us of the dangers of low HP Squall.
I know, right? If only someone said, "Wow, that scares me." So what we're going to be seeing is that Broodles is going to be wanting to down XATM continuously. I think Cordellium is just going to be downing XATM and then that's it.
Yep.
And running away.
Oh, the rough divide crit. So
they have to do basically quick math as they're doing these fights to determine when they've hit the damage threshold to be able to get the full 50 AP when they leave. Typically, it is really difficult when you have a million things in your head you're trying to keep track of. But
Yeah.
when you watch them run and they're kind of talking through they're talking out loud, especially I know watched Broodle do this fight so many times. And I still don't fully understand it, but when you watch them kind of go through their process, it's like it's become a like second nature type of thing that they've done it so many times. It looks like just attack the boss until it drops, but there's a lot of mental math going on there when you're fighting these things.
Yeah, it is down to an absolute science. Awesome Waves created this route from a route that was done from French players like many years ago. He like recreated this route of downing XATM because he found out the missing piece, which was the glitch that is required in downing the boss and then running away and still getting the 50 AP. So that was kind of like the hidden key that turned ECM into like a super viable run. And then the fact that you could make it easy ECM, like very easily turn it into a beginner route, like with not like, I think just like 2 things change. And then it can be done by virtually anybody.
When I was first learning this run, so again, I've only been learning this for a few months now. I remember when I was a kid and playing this game, this part was awful to try to get away from the spider, because when you're a kid, you don't understand how to flee, how to avoid the encounters. Some of it takes really like intentional inputs. Like there's a little section where you're supposed to walk past a trigger line, and if you run past it, you get attacked by a spider. You have to knock it down again and flee again. So getting through all, 5 screens that you have where you can dodge a spider encounter?
Yeah,
when you manage to start like successfully pulling that, like by the point that these runners are at, they've probably done it so many times it's like they don't even think about it. But when you first start learning these runs, those little things, those like, I don't know, you can avenge your childhood self that really struggled with these hard parts of the game. Feels so good.
That's literally what speedrunning is to me, is like avenging my child self. Like, you can do this better than anyone. Better than anyone, all right? You can do it. Speaking of, just randomly, because I'm seeing it in chat, about manipulating the end, whether it be for TAS or RTA, I did it in I'm doing like a stupid little challenge run right now where I'm doing no junctions, no leveling, and I got the end for XATM, and it makes it so hard because like the window, like as far as like the glitch goes about like damage and being able to run away, like you have to knock him down and then do it. You can't just like open up and do it and then run away. So I feel like that just adds another element of being awful. Funny story, I was trying to manipulate it and then I ended up just getting fire and then the end and boom. And then it did nothing actually. Doing a save here for Connor. Which I'm wondering it. Okay, so I know that our players have areas that they're always going to save at, regardless of like what route they're running. Because it almost hints to me, most of the time when you see someone saving in the hotel, it's because they're about to do Zell. But that's not going to happen because Connor's just doing Q only. So I think it's just a pre-placed save route for the run.
Wait, so you don't get Zell in Connor's route?
Nope, Q only.
How do you make up for the lack of the extra damage?
So you're pretty much good to go. So like, I might not be the best person to ask about this because I've never ran Q only. I can only theorize based off of like knowing when we get certain abilities in the run. I want to say Adea 2 is really hairy. Like end of disc 2 Adea is like, could die in the run.
Most of the actual time difference is in Diablos, And then there are a couple of fights like Adea 2 that are noticeably more sketch.
Okay. I guess we'll see how it plays out then, because yeah, I've only ran really easy CM, so even the like beginner version of the ECM, and I'm kind of starting to adapt a little bit of the ECM strats. The other routes I know nothing about, so it's really fascinating to me to like see where the deviations start coming in.
It's good to call them deviations because it's like it's not even like a route difference between ECM and EZCM. It's just like doing things a little bit differently.
I read through my EZCM notes while I was looking at ECM, and it was really only like 2 menus that are actually significantly different from each other. It's just doing certain things earlier, which in the EZCM, which makes it safer, but then you don't. I guess you don't have as much punch, as much oomph on some things, so it takes a little bit longer, but like
it's like that.
You get the trade-off of not really dying, so
you don't have to do like final party. You don't have to do like, and again, you can always introduce whatever you want into. That's why it's good to call them like variations, because you can always just introduce whatever little one that you want on top of it each time.
There's like little optimizations, but for the most part, you're still doing the same general thing.
It's in my personal belief that you can run easy. Okay.
All right, first try Zell, let's go.
You can run EZCM until a very, very, very good time. Because the only, like, in this game that is many, many hours long, the thing that will save you the most time is movement. So, like, it's not even like all of these crazy strategies or menus or even the fights in the RNG. It's like moving as fast as possible and knowing how to get like a second or 2 seconds or 3 seconds out of each screen. So you can like, yeah, you can adopt these strategies way like, you know, you can just pop them in and then learn. Yeah, you just adopt it very quickly. Broodles just disrespecting Ma Dinked. Just robbing his mother of her son's card. And for what? Strength 60 times 3?
Worth.
Would do it again.
We're on Team Choco. We've got through 2 of the Fiends. Facing Arimon now, the one that cures a lot, so we'll see how lucky we get depending on these Kiragas. And then 2-headed dragon, they'll be off to Cloud of Darkness.
I think for Cordellium, we are doing the second floor menu, which in Q and Z, it's not a big deal. And I would assume also for Q only, which is probably very similar to Q and Z, it's not a big deal. And when I say not a big deal, I don't mean that the menu is moot. I mean that comparatively to what ECM does in this menu, it is very different. You are not like... In ECM, this is the second biggest menu in the game, and it's timed in a way that you're trying to shove like 1 minute and 29 seconds of inputs into like less than a minute. See, we have Cordellium's chilling. You'll see right here, because we're waiting a bit to get that perfect, what is it, 50 seconds, I believe?
51,
God, it's been so long.
think.
51
Yeah.
seconds, yeah. And then you're going to see Broodles do that menu, and it's going to look insanely different. But they're going to probably spend roughly the same amount of time.
Yeah, Cordellium had some time to sip some coffee while Broodle is going to be just like frantically trying to get all the steps done in time. You have to do a lot of card mod manipulation stuff at that time. That's kind of when you put the steps you've been doing so far in the run into actual motion. So you get some really strong abilities that you can junction. So when it kind of starts to come together.
I feel like for the ECM, what you're going to see Broodles do right now, you're setting up so much of the run, like item-wise, of like where things are going to fall into place. I don't know. It kind of blows my mind how much you are setting everything up for SR menu essentially. Because you're gonna see this menu and he's not gonna like change or alter the menu very much in any other menus except for one other menu about 6 hours into the game. And it's kind of crazy that we've arrived in a place in a speedrun where you can have a moment like where you can set a menu up 5 hours in advance. Kind of just blows my mind.
Yeah, Astro Menu has quite a reputation.
Oh yeah, it's it doesn't undo itself ever. It's always appropriate when everyone talks about SR menu. And then you'll I feel like there's like phases of the SR menu. It's like the phases of grief, like denial, acceptance. Like I feel like you get to a point where you're a runner and you're like, I actually enjoy this menu.
Like it becomes like a Stockholm syndrome type of thing.
Yeah, it's like
You're
I feel like
it's so much you learn to like it.
FF8 is so weird. It's the only other game I can think of that's so similar menuing wise is like 7. I guess 9, but 9 has a little bit of animation slowness to it, but 8 is just, I feel like it's so perfect to where like you can move uninhibited in the menu, and like the clicks you get from, it's almost like your brain can register how many like cursor sounds are happening. I don't really know how to explain it while it's happening, but when you're doing like a 5-minute menu like SR and you just have, it just feels really good sometimes to like nail it every time.
Mm-hmm.
You can really feel an off day in that menu, though.
It happens. It definitely happens. And when I say it happens, probably like 60% of the time.
Mistakes,
Even when you
that many steps and you're going that fast, like it's hard to kind of put it into perspective for people maybe who haven't tried to speedrun games of this type before. But if you have a menu with 10 steps, you can do it in a couple of seconds once you get it down really good and get it consistent and everything. The Esther menu is multiple minutes of rapid inputs that you have to make virtually no mistakes on. And it is just mind-blowing to me to watch it every time. I do the easier version and it still is a lot of steps, but then the ECM version is just a whole nother level. Like there's so much you have to keep in mind and organize, and just it's really impressive.
It's very impressive. It's impressive to me because like I'm the type of person that I pride myself on the ability of things that I can take or handle at any one point in time. And like no matter how hard I tried and practiced, like I would, at the point like 2 years ago when I was actually running this game, I would do like menu gauntlets where I would like time myself. It's almost like a speed run of just the menus in the game. And I would just do it like over and 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 over again. But like you're gonna watch TheBroodles do this SR menu. I mean, everyone's gonna do it, but I've specifically watched TheBroodles do it to a point where he does the menu and still has 20 seconds to spare. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You have 20 seconds to spare. This is the hardest menu in the game. What do you mean you have 20 seconds to spare?
Dance time in Cordelliums. On this
Dance
run,
the Balamfish.
I love this cutscene.
It's pretty great. Everyone hates on Renoa. I don't, me personally, I don't hate any of the Final Fantasy characters. There's not one that I like less than others. There's times in the run when I'm running it where I will not appreciate specific characters for doing specific things, and I'll be like, this character sucks. But when I look at scenes like this, I'm like, oh yeah, Renoa is a great character, of course.
I think it took a couple of replays through some of the games for me to really relate to the characters more. Like, you know, once you know kind of their full arc, and then you go back and you start picking up on other little details or characterizations you didn't before, you can, I don't know, get really attached to them.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what Japanese RPGs, like that's why they tell the story the way that they do, is because you grow with the character. It's not like you're just learning about events that are happening in the game. You're like, oh, of course. You're not a historian. You're a human learning the way a human would learn. about like the world around them. That's why they're really special to me, is because like it's an experience.
And it's the last of our 4 fiends for Karma on Team Choco. Very clean 2-headed dragon fight. On to Cloud of Darkness.
Let's go. I don't know anything about 3, but I'm trying to watch it, and just anytime I see one of the earlier Final Fantasies getting speedrun and it's just one character and the rest of the party is KO'd or got status effects or anything like that, is basically you're just intentionally running on one character. It always makes me so nervous. There must be like a really good reason for it, but it makes my
honestly
it
very
stresses me out.
My experience with 3 was I tried speedrunning it like off the cusp, and I forgot to kill the 4 mobs before Cloud of Darkness and sat there and just got KO'd over and over and couldn't figure out why.
Yeah. They also happened to me once, and hopefully never again. After you kill these 4 fiends, you have to touch the crystal. If you don't, you can still go to the boss room, but you don't get this little cutscene of the knights helping you out, and instead you go into the boss fight and she just does like 10,000 damage with
just
every
decimates you. Yeah.
And you're like, what?
Yeah, it's 4-0. So kind of annoying too, having to go back to see which crystal you missed.
But overall it's a very comfy run, in my opinion. You have to have a tolerance for RNG, so you can't get angry over bad RNG or the run is not for you. But it's easy to learn. The notes are pretty good that Nikki made. And you can definitely run it blind. Check it out. If you like it, maybe run it more.
Yep, speedrun.com, Final Fantasy 3, and then the easy link into the Discord too if you want to ask questions or anything else like that.
Ooh, they got the double jump. It's looking nice.
Yeah, the Cloud of Darkness has a lot of HP. Wait. 120,000.
Which is almost double anything else in the game.
And you do an average of 3,000 damage per jump.
Only 40 attacks. That's fine.
Yeah, so I picked this game, first of all, because the minute characters are very cute. Literally a reason for me. But it's also very comfy. Sit back, relax, follow the guide. Yeah, so definitely check it out. I know, stressful ATBs.
Yeah, advancing enough to get the job system going, which is fun. A lot of different ways you can play it casually without the ATVs.
And we also get to hear the boss battle theme. I'm happy. It's pretty good. I know it's not better on the big bridge, but maybe we can get some more jam emotes and chats.
We're about to see the best dialogue line in the game from Squall when he tells Quistis to go talk to a wall.
The sass. Off the charts. This is where Quistis says that she's done being an instructor and is basically getting demoted back to regular seed, and will start just doing missions again instead of teaching. Now she becomes one of us.
AKA, I can date you now.
Now it's
And
time for Team Choco.
GG.
GG Choco.
GG.
Alrighty. Thanks for having us.
Have a great night.
Thank you for commentating,
Yeah.
guys.
Good luck to the 8 runners. Have fun.
Go Team
Thank
Mog.
you. We got Sayo joining the party here. The Aussie himself. Now, Sayo will be running Q and Z traditionally. I think with a manipulation, so very much in the opposite way that we said, oh, it makes sense that our runners for Tonberry and Mog are not doing manipulations. It would make sense to me that Sayo is definitely 100% going to go for the manipulation to try to save any time that he can. I don't want to write that story for Sayo, but I'm going to go ahead and say, given the nature of the runner that Sayo is, that we're going to see some manipulations happening.
Oh man, I don't get to see summons very often in this game anymore.
I was literally wondering. I was like, oh, I wonder how she feels right now. I don't know your experience level of like even seeing a Q and Z run. Or
None, I
Yeah.
think.
okay, yeah, definitely pull the Shiva card here, and use like
So do
very
you have to
specifically use
learn-
boost.
Yeah. You have to learn
use
some different
10
abilities.
Yeah, so it's 10 AP to learn boost, and you played this as much as I did when we were kids. You know exactly how it works. You overmash and you lose power for your GF ability.
Hmm.
And I think there is like a level in the speedrun that you want to hit like a number with Shiva. It's like you need to hit this number to
I
kill
think
the
it's
boss.
170.
Yeah. And obviously it fluctuates between if it's high level or low level, but I think that's the number you want to hit to be good for both situations.
Are you able to do that with turbo, or does it have to be manually?
You
I
can
mean,
do it.
depending on the route. Yeah. I mean, if you're running a turbo or a non-turbo run.
I think all three of them are running turbo.
Makes sense for a marathon in my mind. You're already having you're not playing for a PB or for a leaderboard, so you might as well have that quality of life. Save your wrists. But I advocate turbo all the time, so what do I know?
Yeah, I'm a turbo user. I tried to go through the first couple of runs without it, and I was just like, how do I set this up? It takes a lot of, no matter what your technique is, it seems like it takes a lot of like forearm strength, and it just is. It's so much more mashing than you'd ever think it is going to be. Like I don't even know how many actual text boxes there is, but I would think 10,000 is not an exaggeration of individual things you gotta, hit at the right time to get through as fast as possible. It's exhausting on your hands and your forearms, all the work that goes into like manually mashing, so turbo just makes it so you don't have to focus on that part at least.
Yeah, it's I think when I very first got into speedrunning, I was very like into being fast at mashing and like proving that I could mash like effectively well, like and fast. And then I think after like a couple of months, like I started to actually feel pain in my wrists, and it was I wasn't about it, so I kind of just stopped doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And if you blinked, you missed it because Broodles fight for. Oh man, I'm totally blanking the name of this boss. No, that's also
Grinaldo, the other one.
Grinaldo.
I
Yep.
get those mixed up all the time. Grinaldo, that's
I
the
could
one.
not think of it. I just had a massive brain fart. But if you blinked, you missed it because there was no Shiva summon. It's literally just attacks. Attack.
Yeah, Grinaldo, just mash it together. People know what you're talking about.
Grinaldo. Specifically. I love when people always say it like that, and then I'll pop up a chat and be like, what? We got our magic lamp. I don't really know what we're going to do with that, but...
I usually see Broodle use it at the beginning of the Laguna Dream. I'm not sure where Cordellium and Sio like to use it though.
It will be... If it's traditional, it's about to be right now. Like, we'll see a menu right here, and then boop. So it's probably not going to be traditional, which is cool. And by traditional, I mean what I've seen in the past. Oh, okay, maybe it will be right here, which is closer to the actual Balam's town. Blazzagas being refined. Strength 40 being learned. A very advantageous spot to save. And Diablos, let's go.
We get to see Zell punch thing.
Are we going to see the beautiful one-cycle Zell duel? Hopefully we'll get... Oh, never mind. I thought it was Gravija. I was going to say, hopefully we'll get like a nicer crisis level off the Gravija, but it was just gravity. So we gotta have a crisis level 1, which is unfortunate. The 4.66 seconds.
Nice to see Zell get some use, since if you don't use Zell for dueling the Spider XATM, otherwise
Yeah,
you don't really use Zell
Exa-
for the whole speedrun.
Exactly, which is hilarious because Meteor Strike is like one of the most impactful and powerful moves in the game, but just by the nature of the speedrun, the enemy percent, like we just outshadow like the power creep by card mod. So we don't even like effectively need to use the fact that we can just like cheese gravity moves. So Meteor Strike does 1/8 gravity damage, so it will. Ooh, we got the one cycle.
Nice.
Very, very beautiful. Very, very beautiful. But essentially, if you minus all of the attacks in between the meteor strikes, you're gonna want to get 7 to 8 meteor strikes because you're gonna want to hit. You know, if it takes 1/8, you go 1/8, 2/8, 3/8. You know, all the way up to you want to take effectively 7/8 up to 8/8 of the boss's HP. Just so you one cycle it. That was fantastic. A great showing by Cordellium. We got Sayo getting his cue card right now.
Did all of the runners do early Quistis then?
Yeah, I think in my mind, you late queue. I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze, if that makes sense.
It's
Yes,
like
it actually
40
does.
seconds.
You save a little bit of time, but for the risk of having to reset if you
Yeah.
made a goof.
It just kind of maybe if it was like a super even playing field and it was like the last game in the relay type thing, but yeah, that's still a tall order in my personal mind. You know, risk versus reward.
Oh, we're missing a split quest.
It says sending disabled for 30 seconds, but I had clicked it earlier. I might have clicked it a little bit late, but it might just be taking a little bit more time to register. All right, it did pop up Garo, so I think it took.
Garo.
Well, saying that it finally registered the fact that it's split for Diablos because Garo popped up on Team Tonberry split.
I didn't even look at what the available splits are on here. Okay, so I imagine they're pretty evenly spaced, so we should be able to keep a pretty good idea of if one team ends up bumping ahead.
Yeah, and then I had split for Team Mog, but it's also lagging a little bit behind. I'm gonna reset this program after the Mog split goes through.
When did Mog do Diablos already?
No, it didn't. I just am messing up, but it's okay.
Yeah, some of the splits are definitely going to be a little deceptive seeming since they're the time that they choose to do these boss fights is a little different. But it will balance out with the split after, most likely anyway, so. Yeah, I remember the first time that I saw anybody using the magic lamp in a Laguna Dream, like my mind was blown. I was like, why would you do it here? And then I saw the ward, whatever the move is called, like massive anchor.
Oh, the Massive Anchor is fantastic.
I was like, oh, that's
I love
amazing, actually. So now I totally get it.
Now we have Diablos coming from Mog. The differences of the routes are really throwing me for a loop, especially since two of them are ones that I don't traditionally run. So I'm thinking about splitting for one, and it's it's actually great that we have these differences in runners, and it's creating this difference in my brain.
Oh, he's using Kyros instead. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Kyros is technically faster because like ward, you're relying on a crit. Because if ward crits, it'll one shot, but you're gonna have to do 2 wards to get the damage without the crit.
I still like the move. There's something about how like
cowards use ward.
Hey.
Or don't you? Sorry, cowards use Kyros.
Yeah, there you go.
And now we split.
I just like the absurdity of the move.
It is quite funny if he does crit, because you will just randomly hit for about 8,000 less than 90 minutes into the game.
And I just love the T-pose that he does on the anchor too. It's just, it's almost too epic to not do it. And I get it why you just want you save the raw time. Getting into our very first Laguna sequence of the dream. What's happening here, story-wise, We don't necessarily know what's happening story-wise, like as far as playing the game at this point in time. But what's happening is that Laguna will be meeting a love interest of his, and that's going to be setting a tone for the majority of the main theme of the game, to be honest. We're going to call him Rizguna.
Waiting to see how this Ifrit fight turns out. It looks like that probably is going to about do it. Yep, okay.
Okay, cool. Just enough time save, I think, to swing the lead for Choco. I'm just kidding. Almost. Is this going to be nice?
Hey, you never know at this game. You never know. There's a couple of the games in this marathon that have seemed to be more of great equalizers than expected, because sometimes the RNG is just not in your favor.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of points of failure in this game. I will say it's no chaos or FF5 step route, but yes, there is definitely like parts of this run that you can just. What's nice about it is that those points can be made up through like marathon safety. I guess it's like the traditional 90% where it's like really volatile, but we can lose a couple of seconds here and there to make sure that we can capitalize on not having to go through that.
I heard CO was cooking up Space Skip for this occasion.
Oh, perfect. I figured LD2 Skip was going to come out sometime, so the relay is perfect for it. So thanks. Space and LD2 Skip. Let's go. New world record.
That would be a pretty crazy time to showcase some new tech, though.
It's cool to see on the time chart for splits between Mog and Tonberry, like how intertwined their lines are.
Yeah, no kidding. I don't think they would do anything too different for the rest of the run, so then it'll just be kind of a matter of the bosses behaving and not too many extra encounters. And
so BRUDLES is going to catch up steadily but slowly over the course of boss fights, because they're like Q card, right?
Yeah.
Q card boss fights are a little longer because they're going to take, like, instead of one squall limit, it might take 2, or same for Irvine in certain.
So 3 shots, it'll take 5, or vice versa.
Right.
Yeah. Turns out 60% of your strength is a lot.
wow, no encounters all the way down to the beach for Sio. Amazing.
Yeah, I think that's the second. I don't know.
Yeah, BRUDLES
if Cordellium. Yeah, I don't know if Cordellium did it, but we definitely we saw it on 2 screens.
Someone check the VOD.
I usually get 4, so.
Uh-oh.
My worst before Return to Garden is 6.
So Sio is 100% doing manipulation. So if we want to turn our attention to Choco for a minute, you'll see the pause buffering. You might not have seen it, but there was pause buffering going on. I can tell that Sio is putting in calculations into the calculator that we will call it. And you will see actions happening at very specific moments in time to try to preserve the state of RNG. So nothing's happening. We're going to go ahead and queue. So as soon as that enemy fish started attacking, we started queuing the ability. We're not attacking until the fish attacks us. The fish attacked us, so we set off Quetzalcoatl. And we will do absolutely nothing until this limit goes off. We're just taking damage. And now the thunderstorm's going off, and we are seeing refreshes happening at a very specific rate. We want to make sure that we are counting effectively. We're not bypassing. We're not pressing too quickly. So what's happening right now is that the RNG that has been, we found out where we're at in the RNG based off of like the damage rolls on each specific character, and we sent out the Quetzalcoatl animation during the enemy's animation, so it kept our RNG locked in place, and we did refreshes on the ATB during the animation, which kept it locked, and we will see 4 fins. So we usually want 5, but 4 fins will do it. 4 fins is appropriate.
So that went as planned. Like that is
Yeah.
how you'd typically want it to go.
Yeah,
you
the
don't
majority
want
of the
less
Never
than
gotten
4.
actually watched it happen before.
And I want to say that we're gonna. I don't want to be, obviously don't want to be wrong here, but I don't want to say that we're gonna kill 1 fish and then run.
A lot of this stuff is I wouldn't say overkill, but it's definitely not necessary to complete a run with a pretty good time. It just
Oh yeah.
saves
This
you
is-
a lot of time if it manages to work.
Yeah. You're saving yourself 1.5 fights, which over the long run turns into time, like multiple minutes.
So where do they get
So-
the extra AP to make up for it then?
I think it's just over the course of the run. So the differences in routes, right? So ECM, you're getting early card mod on the second floor menu when you get back from Dollet. In Q and Z, I can't speak to Q because I haven't ran it. In Q and Z, you're getting it after the train sequence in Timber is when you're getting card mod. For Q only, I don't know if like the AP route changes anything. But like with Q and Z, if you're only doing like 1.5, I want to say that you're getting it slightly like in Laguna Dream, slightly after Laguna Dream? Question mark. But yes, manipulation, Quetzalcoatl, 4
You would
fin.
have to see after Garo Garo.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's fascinating to me to watch these different strats and kind of see how they. I mean, I still don't understand what everything means with like the doing different manips and like I'm on this RNG seed, like that stuff goes over my head still. But the more I watch, the more I learn. So this is amazing to get to watch multiple instances of different routes happening at the same time and kind of I get to see what the change in strats actually does.
Another really cool thing that's going to come up on the bottom left-hand screen that most of our PC runners don't get an opportunity to see very often is the fabled Renault skip. So we're going to see down here in Cordellium's screen, you're going to see this gentleman in the blue tracksuit go, ow, and hold his stomach. And then you're going to see some fancy movement from Cordellium. He's going to upright into Selfie. He'll walk up into Zell, and then he's going to walk left into Watts. And he's going to do Saturday Night Fever dance and squeeze past magically. Watch this. Bloop. And that's how you save 4 minutes.
That door is just a curtain, basically. You just gotta shimmy behind. It's not a real door.
I can't give you the exact 100% science of it. I can only give you like what I've come to learn is happening. But if you look at that screen, it's a train. So like the screen is shaking from left to right. And you have pixelation and subpixelation happening like in the animation. So characters that have their own, we'll call it breath animation to make it look like their movements are happening. So we capitalize on the fact that the train the train is moving from side to side, so the camera is shifting, so pixels are shifting, and the character is moving. So we use the analog stick there to squeeze past Watts, excuse me, W name. But basically pixels are shifting, and we're just hoping the pixels shift at the right moment. And it's like a curtain. We just walk past the curtain.
I love it. I wish we could do it on PC, but
Yeah.
I haven't even gotten the other skips down very well. There's only really this game does not have very many skips.
No,
honestly.
it does
like,
not.
This game is locked down pretty tight on boundaries and which doors you can go through at what time. Like they did not leave a whole lot of room for error, at least not ones that have been found yet.
Yeah.
There's really only a couple of, and it's more like optimizations even than skips. So it's tough. It's tough out there trying to save time.
And even when we have found like skips for these things, like it doesn't equal out in the end. Like it crashes some aspect of it later. So it's like getting there doesn't matter because it doesn't fulfill the need of what we're going for.
I think Renault skip is the only like real sequence break in the game.
Yeah, correct.
Unless you count LD2, but that's not realistic.
A cool fun fact that I can definitely talk about right now because I'm doing my stupid little no junction, no level challenge run. I was doing it on PlayStation and I did Renault skip, trying to be cute. Effectively, when you do Renault skip, what that does to the coding of the game is when you open your menu, and you'll notice too for our runners, when they're in Timber fighting, you won't see Renault. She won't be in the party, but she is in the party, but she's not in the party. So like you'll see her in the Garo fight, but you won't see her like in any of the like forced fights, like actually in there. She'll be around walking around her sprite, but like she's not in the menu. She's nowhere in there. And if you try to switch someone in for her, it won't let you. There's just like this invisible spot being occupied. It's really silly. I mean, it works
Does that
out.
like get
for
in the
the
way of
speedrun.
anything? Does it cause problems or?
Nope. I mean, specifically in this speedrun, it doesn't. Like, it's actually kind of nice because like you get experience from the forced soldier fights, and Renault is not getting that experience because she's not there in the code. Whether that's actually relevant, if she would level or not, I couldn't tell you. I just know it's really silly because like she is not there.
Where does it force her back in? Is it at the end of Timber?
Yeah. It's because you go in the Laguna Dream, and the Laguna Dream is a force sequence as well. It's Quistis, Selfie, and Squall, and yeah. After that, your party is just back to normal. It's almost like a checkpoint. Like the game gives you a game moment, and at this game moment, you have these characters in your party. So it's just like boop, here you go. All right, which way are we drifting for Sayo?
Up left.
Nice. We got some train codes going on for Cordellium.
What are these buttons showing for them to use? That's totally unheard of for a PC runner.
I know, right? Why am I actually seeing buttons that make sense? Why am I not seeing B1, B4, B9, or C, V? One of the best parts on Cordellium screen right here, this FMV, you can have control of Squall, so you can breakdance as appropriate.
You could do that? That's amazing.
Yeah, you have control over Squall in this FMV, so you can be as silly as you want to be.
So a few FMVs like that. The garden battle one comes to mind when you're controlling Zell.
Can we explain how the drifting actually works? Yeah, it's pretty easy. When you entered Balam town with the car, you have that first screen that the car kind of goes through, and then when it fades to black, whatever direction your stick is, D-pad or analog stick, I like to use analog stick because I kind of will rotate the stick on random to see which direction it will spit out, where it lands, so to speak. But most of the time, in every instance that I've seen, whatever direction you're holding when it comes out of that fade to black is the direction that the car will be pointing. Yeah, these graphics blew my mind as a child, especially like, I think I was talking about it earlier, but you know, I played Final Fantasy VII a lot as a kid. It was my first major Final Fantasy on any console, and I got the Final Fantasy VIII demo game on a Pizza Hut disc, and seeing that very first like communication tower scene was something else.
Yeah, still, it's probably partially nostalgia, but I still think that a lot of these graphics hold up really well.
Oh no, you're not wrong.
How long the game has been out, especially the full FMVs look incredible.
Yeah, like looking at Sayo's, like this whole like Dollet landing sequence, like with the reflection of the, like, I don't know. I just think it looks so good. They did a really good job. I almost forget that there was like a licensing dispute with the very first iteration of the landing, like the music that's playing for Sayo right now. That's actually the second iteration of the song that was made, because they had a song earlier, and I can't remember 100%. I want to say that the song had a liking to a song from the movie The Rock. And there was so much of like they basically were saying that it was like a copyright infringement because it was so similar. So they physically had to change the song for Final Fantasy VIII for this landing sequence because it was too similar to a movie soundtrack song.
Well, I love the version that we got, so I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I forget. Just talking about the demo disc, I forget because that demo disc has the old version, like the original. Not good version is on there. And if you I don't know if you ever heard of the mod for FF8 on PC called Roses and Wine, but there is an option on Roses and Wine on the bottom that says the landing, and it will give you the option to replace the music with the original landing music. So if you ever want to hear it for funsies.
Yeah, I used to have I didn't swap the music to the alternate versions like that, but I originally, when I was playing through this game before I started speedrunning, I was doing different challenge runs, and I had Roses and Wine on for that. Then I found out you can't have it on for submitting speedruns, so I had to switch it back to the
there's
replacement files.
There's
so
one of the songs.
It changes something with the Julia cutscene, I think.
Yep. There's Julia, the Roses and Wine, the song Roses and Wine that plays at that scene. The remastered version, the way that it affects the scene will let off of that trigger early. So like when you get the leg cramp and all that stuff and you have to walk back to Kyrus Ward, that actually happens sooner than it's supposed to when you have the mod.
Okay.
Which in theory shouldn't affect a whole lot, but like when you're talking about like timing and leaderboards and stuff like that, it's an inconsistency. Whether it's important to you or not, like it's a difference. So
All right, so there's one now Garo, correct? One Garo out of the way.
I don't know, is it?
yeah, it's the guts for Garo, and then also at the end of Ultimicia's castle, there's optional bosses. I want to say, ah man, I forget the name of this boss. It's the one that pops out of the ground with the face and the arms. Gosh, I forget the name of it.
Abaddon?
No,
That weird
Abaddon's like
mummy-looking one.
the weird big mummy-looking one. Yeah, I forget the name of it.
Oh,
But in-
Visage?
Yeah, it's one of those.
Or Gargantua.
Yeah, Gargantua. Thank you. That's the name of it. But in that room, in Gargantua, there's like a thing on the back wall, like a little emblem, and there's like blood splatter on it. And in the US version, it's green. But in JP, it's like a red blood splatter. Those are the only two instances of this game where they're like, whoa, the color of this is really bad. We need to change it from red to blue or red to green.
I guess I never really thought about it, but I don't know. Blood spatter, take it or leave it, but like red intestines, yeah, that would probably creep me out as a kid. It's just,
Yeah.
that one maybe
Yeah.
makes a little more sense.
Yeah, I mean, like, I had nightmares when my dad was playing, like, the first Resident Evil. So, I mean, come
Oh
on.
gosh.
Now we laugh at it. It's like, it's pixels and blocks. But, like, back then, that was, like, as real as it could get, so.
Right. Funny seeing a cutscene of, do you say Dollet or Dollet? Whichever one you prefer, but seeing a cutscene of the tower while Saya is now working on the way towards that tower. Just like everything's coming together.
It's coming together. I can't wait till we get to... God, I am having such a hard time remembering the name of things. I'm having such a bad brain fart.
You able to
With-
describe the thing?
End of
Are
disc
you okay,
one.
Quinn?
End of disc one. Name of
Yeah.
the city. Name of the city.
Oh,
Delling?
Delling. I think it's because it's so similar to Dollet, and I'm having a hard time. Anyways, when we get Delling City and we talk about like the idea of like going to the Tomb of the Unknown King, we're gonna get like the skip for poles, but then like the idea of like Tomb of the Unknown King, like the Holy Dollet Empire. Oh, I said Roman. The Holy Dollet Empire, and like all of that, and like when you're going through the sewers with like Quistis and Zell, like why are there like this innate like catacombs and sewer systems in the city? Like, I don't know. There's so much history in this game that is not necessarily talked about that you can like glean from like a lot of different stuff.
No, I was just reading some stuff about this kind of recently about how a lot of the cities were like inspired by European cities, which
Yeah.
is kind of obvious with some of them.
With like the game design aspect of it, like being a Japanese role-playing game. I mean, for Final Fantasy VII, they took out like they had like $100 million Coca-Cola campaign. So I mean, they were trying really hard to like bring Eastern audiences or Western audiences into the East, like as far as bridging that gap goes. So like, they really tried to like hearken to European architecture and bring that into the game to really like make people who are playing it feel like they're at home. This relay, the splits are not going to be as cut and dry as they usually are, where like all three runners are roughly on the same split. Like, we have one that's like way off sequence, so I have to like be vigilant in my approach with like making sure that the splits are good.
Yeah, Anacondaur coming up. Broodle and Cordellium are working their way through timber.
We got a shop here for Cordellium.
Ooh, hitting a shop.
getting some tents to refine into Kiragas later, and I think also bringing in some ammunition for Irvine's limit breaks to come up. So I think we lean a little bit heavier on like the different types of shots from Irvine in the Q route. Just needing to have more shots available.
I just thought this like little, I don't know what you'd really call this, like, but this story sequence, there's a guy blocking the door, you show him a card, and he said, yeah, that's my card. Also, do you want to take this one? And he just gives you 2 cards and then scoots out of the way, like, it's a weird...
To be fair, that does sound like something a drunk person would do. Like, is this your card? Like, oh, you
my
found
card.
it?
That's so nice.
Thanks. Here, have this one, and then just completely forget about the original one. Like, would I ever do an Irvine cosplay? Absolutely.
Yeah, why not?
That could totally be a WavesCon thing, where we assemble the whole party.
So does anyone know anything to do about what's happening on Cordellium screen right now? Specifically with the overlay marquee words that are happening.
Well, like the words on screen, you mean?
Yeah.
Something to do with Adele, but I don't know the full details of how it actually connects. Adele had something to do with like the radio tower stuff to be able to move Lunatic Pandora, right?
Correct.
I have a very vague understanding of it. Even having played this game like 40 times.
Like, Cliff's Notes version would be that Esthar is purposely broadcasting interference so no one can interfere with Adele's tomb.
Yeah, so long story short, maybe this isn't a long story short, but there has been a communication breakdown happening between nations for like the last 17 years, and this communication that's going in the sky, the communication they accessed in Dollet is going to be helping subdue that later in the future. But essentially what you can read on that screen is it's just scrolling. What you can read if you paused the screen, try to read it, it would say, I will never let you forget about me.
Ooh, cryptic.
Yeah.
So how much of the stuff was like set in motion intentionally, like from this point, or did it just happen to fall in place, do you think? That like, Adele
we'll
got
definitely
freed.
get there by the end of the game, but like this is all set into motion by one specific person that we have not met yet.
Okay, sure.
But yes, it's all by design. You get into so many parts of this game where it's you reach a point where you're like thinking about what one character's thoughts could be, and like, well, they have to know this part of this game, right? It's like it becomes so hard to like justify specific knowledge being gated by certain characters.
All right, so you're on the way up to Elvret.
We're gonna have a Cactus Jack on the screen here soon for Broodles. There he is. The myth, the legend, Vinzer.
Richard Nixon?
Exactly. Vinzer is definitely a crook. I think that's specifically why they with that modeling. Third communication tower cutscene going on here. I think the thing that bugs me the most about this cutscene that we're looking at for Team Choco is in the PC version, like the instrumentation of the song doesn't line up the same way that it does in PlayStation. It's almost like in PC the song is messed up.
I wonder if that's because of like the loading time difference.
So yeah, I think so. There's like a bass line that comes in that song like four bars late. Every time I hear it when I play PC, I'm like, what are we doing?
I'm gonna hope that I forget that by the next time I run the game.
See, you see the Robin Williams inside of Sid, but you see the Nixon inside of Vinzer Dollet. We got Team Mog and Team Tonberry on the same screen. Broodles is hot on the heels of Cordellium.
You know, there's the discussion for later about how none of the characters recognized Idea earlier. I don't think I ever made the connection. She's basically got her whole face covered in this cutscene, so of course I wouldn't know who she is. She does not look like the Idea that they know.
Well, I mean, outside of the fact that, you know, they knew them when they were younger, she looked a lot different. Like, she looks completely different outside the fact that her face is covered.
Yeah, the whole sorceress thing definitely, like, I was doing some reading about how the sorceress is kind of, I don't know if mutate is the right word, but kind of mutate over the course of like using their powers, and how it makes them more and more fiendish over time. And
yeah,
it is pretty early in those stages.
And then, well, I mean, we'll also talk about this later, especially around the same time, but the idea of what it means to equip a GF and what that does to you, and like your ability to even navigate an encounter like this. You know, like seeing someone from your past, but you've equipped GFs for so long. You know what I mean? Like, are you able to have memories of things like that? Can you retain them? You know, it's hard to say because they are specifically losing their memories like throughout this entire game.
To be fair to them, they did all refer to her as matron as kids, and may not have ever called her Idea.
Yeah, I think later on
when they're like under 10, right?
Yeah,
I think they were all sub 10.
And later on, when we get to Delling City, Fury, Renault's dad, the general, is going to be walking around giving you the plan. And there's a moment when he's walking you out of the mansion, and he's like talking about Sorceress Idea. And Squall is kind of talking to himself in his mind. He's like, oh, Idea, so that's her name. So it's like the first time that he's hearing the name in general. It's not like a name that's being like shouted from the heavens or at the top of any building or anything, you know, like it's privileged information.
So do you think that there's the difference that Irvine is supposed to recognize her? I mean, without using GFs, but even then he hasn't seen her in quite a few years as well, right? Is he just like
you could
have a better
argue
memory?
that
He's a
that's
little
part of
older?
why-
Or?
The only
You
person,
could argue that that's why you can't take the shot.
The only person that like, yeah, you can argue that he's not using GFs because he's part of Galbadia, but when you get him, you can junction a GF to him. So I mean, like canon wise, like, is he not using GFs if he has the ability to? Like, if I don't know, like there's so many things that can be said because it's all at the end of the day, it's all up to like, did you know or didn't you know? Because it's left up to the speculation of each individual person who thinks that he should or shouldn't have known that it was her.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting, like how, because they don't really clearly state a lot of this stuff, except for that Irvine does say way later in Trabia that he recognized all of the seed members. So he does recognize some people from at that time, but whether or not he would be able to identify, again, compared to what Matron looked like versus Adea as a sorceress, that's a bigger, jump from being like, oh, that kid clearly looks the same, to like this adult that is now decked out in like, I don't know, really different, whatever is that supposed to be like a head ornament or like
So
whatever it is? Yeah, you definitely, it would be harder to tell that that's the same person.
Yeah, I have a huge theory, and this goes into like much further down the road of the game, but like the only way that Ultimecia was able to travel back into time is because of the JME. The JME is the junction machine alone, which is the device that Odine created, like out of Alone's like magic. So like the only reason that Ultimecia is ever able to like embody anyone or use Alone's magic to junction other people into the minds of what's happening much in the same way that Alone is putting us in the minds of Laguna. The only way that can be done is through a physical device like the JME. I think that thing over her face is the JME, but that's me.
Okay.
That's that because like when you get into Delling City and she gets the Odine bangle, and like it's when Quist is coming back like, oh, I was too harsh on her, and they come back and then they get locked in the room and she's trying to show the bangle off, and then she goes off to the sorceress and it's like, hey, I wanted to like pay my respects or whatever, and she goes up to them like, I lost my train of thought. It's really late. I apologize. Okay. Remind me what we were talking about.
Oh no.
Oh no. This is the point in the run where it's like, remind me what we were talking about. I can't even remember. The junction machine alone.
Face cover.
Yeah, that's right. That's what it was. It was the junction machine alone. So when Renoa goes up to give her the bangle, you get to the cutscene and it's like she's sitting down in that chair. It's like that whole scene, like when you have the sorceresses fight, it's the same scene. So it's almost like that is where she's embodying the idea of like junctioning herself out to other people is in that area, because that area keeps coming back up later in the game. That's just my theory. Yeah, exactly. I need to stop junctioning GFs. I'm forgetting my own memories.
Dollet as well.
Coming up on the Laguna Dream at number 2 for Cordellium. We're always here for lore commentary.
It wasn't until I started learning how to do the run for this game that I found out that you even had the option to leave timber on foot.
Yep, me too.
Because why would you want to? Have to run all the way over there? Ugh.
I need to like go back. I have many saves because I've been saying throughout this whole run, I've been doing this challenge run, but I have some saves from Timber. I want to go like on the train and like remember what dialogue options happen on the train, because I don't remember.
I assume we skip it just with a long dialogue scene or something, right? It's faster to run.
And it drives you past the forest. You have to run back to it.
Yeah, it's true. So the one thing I will say for people in chat, we will talk about lots of lore. We can talk about specific theories that people have, but we will not get into these theories because that will just take us off the beaten path completely. Two of these main theories that people like to talk about is the Squall is dead theory, which means that at the end of disc 1, something happens and the rest of the game is a dream. And the second big theory is that Renoa is Ultimecia. And anything outside of that, which would encompass like what I think would happen to Renoa if she dies in the future, DM me about it. Find me on Discord and DM me about it, and we'll have that conversation there. Because that is outside the scope of the conversation that we'll be having in this commentary.
You might be able to finish it before the end of the run.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we're feeling in certain areas. I want to say, at least for disc 1, we probably won't even go there.
Disc 1 is kind of the more heavy. Like, most of this run is really dependent on what happens in the first quarter of it. Later on, you start getting really long just mashing sections and not a whole lot happening at some points. Then it'd be easier to segue into kind of nonsense discussions just to pass the time.
And there are plenty of times for nonsense discussions, like Trabia and
Prison.
space and prison.
Space, oh gosh, yeah. 20 minutes of just drifting.
We got lots of time.
Oh yeah.
We got lots of time.
I do feel like the way that this game defines certain things is kind of weird. Wow, Sayo is just cruising to catch up already.
Yep.
Man, okay. But yeah, I think the way that the game like defines some things is really weird. Like yeah, the whole sorceress thing, but like essentially all women that use magic seem to be basically able to become a sorceress. So it's like, does that mean that they already are and then they just inherit another sorceress's powers, or do they only become a sorceress when they already get the powers? Like, there's a lot of discussion stuff like that we've never really seemingly got clear answers on. So
there's a lot of information that can be gleaned from areas that are not this game, such as like the Ultimania, like the Japanese Ultimania. I was talking with one of my good friends who's here in chat, Wimbley D. We were talking about some like text in the Ultimania that is essentially Dr. Katawaki, who is in this game. That you know her, you love her, talk to her a lot throughout this game. But it's basically her giving like a class on sorceresses, and she's talking to the class about the legend of Hein and how Hein was like this evil ruler dictator, and he would like created humanity to move mountains, and over time humanity grew and he like killed out humanity, and like some of these humans were children, they called them children. And it's like this really weird disparity between this idea of like humans got to a point where Hein created a deal with them where he gave them half of his body, and half of his body was inherited as power to like all of the women in the world. So it's like this big like system between like power struggles between like women and this idea of like not being able to have children or creating life. It's this big whole thing that we will have much more time later to get into, but it is, yeah, the whole Hein story with sorceresses and everything getting into this game it's a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so sometimes in the game you will kill your own party members, partially so that they don't get XP. So again, in this game you don't level by getting XP to level your stats in the way that you would in the classic ones. At least you don't want to, because the enemies will level exponentially with you. So they will actually level, for every level you get, they basically get like 1.2 levels. And eventually it gets to be more challenging than it's really worth. So instead we get magic and items that boost our stats without actually increasing our level. So at some points, you want to keep certain party members from getting extra experience, so your party level stays low, enemies stay low level. And then if they're also not very useful for what you need them for the fight, You just kind of take them out of the rotation so you don't keep accidentally using their slow, low damage attacks.
And the main extenuating point to what you just said, for anyone unfamiliar, is that not only do the enemies scale in accordance with your party's average level, but your character's base stats, more importantly, do not scale with level, or scale very minimally. It's all through the junction system. So, it's like almost like an exponential thing where keeping them low level with strong stat junctions makes the game infinitely easier than higher level. Because like a lot of people fall into the trap of like, well, it's a Final Fantasy game. I get more level, I get more stronger, and then it works in reverse. And then if anyone doesn't immediately catch on to the nuances of the junction system, like they end up at a super high level with no useful junctionable spells, and suddenly all the enemies are damage sponges.
You are describing my first 2 playthroughs to a T. The end game was horrible.
Yeah, that's
because I was trying to
pretty much
grind
a
levels because
universal
every other
experience.
game tells you level up to get stronger, and 8 just sneaks in there. Psych, don't actually do that. Pay attention to the magic stuff instead. And like, I think the way that the game teaches you the junction system, the tutorials, is pretty horrendous. It doesn't really do any favors with explaining, like, you don't have to get all the way up to 100 magic, so if you're bored of just sitting there grinding out drawing magic, you don't need to do that. Really, your best friend is going to be playing cards and just breaking down your cards for materials, but for a first-time player, you're not really going to think about that stuff. Then struggling with the individual junction stuff, you don't need to do that. Just turn on auto attack in your junctions. Auto attack is your friend. It will carry you far.
Yeah, I want to say that they don't do a great job of explaining the junction system initially. They don't do a terrible job. What they don't do a good job is I don't know if this would have been absolutely necessary in a game at the time that it came out, but introducing you how to customize your GFs, or even having a small foundry of hey, here are the different types of abilities you could utilize through your GFs. It's not even knowing that card mod if everyone just knew that card mod was so valuable. I don't know. I guess they don't do a good job of teaching you the value of oh, this one is much more valuable than this one. It's stuff you have to go out of your way to experiment with.
Yeah, and any explanation of the refine abilities is in the nested tutorial menus. And I think one small change that they could have done to make the junction system more obvious would be to show a more extreme example in the junction tutorial at the beginning of the game, because they're showing you junctioning fire to strength and gaining 4 attack. Well, yeah. People that have never played this game are going to write it off and think, well, that's useless. I'm just going to level and get stats instead.
Yeah.
Where if they showed you, right, if they showed you Quake or Meteor giving you 50 strength, all of a sudden people are gonna, or you would think they would, catch on to the fact that, oh, certain spells will, send my stats off the charts.
Off Ultima cough.
Ultima, Triple, Aura, Meteor,
Quake,
Full Life. Yeah.
I do think it's really cool how they made a conscious choice for some spells to be better for junctioning to magic or vitality. There was an actual, they tried to it would make sense that Kiraga would boost your health more than Quake would, but if you junction Quake to your strength, it's going to give you more strength than Kiraga would. It's cool that they at least thought about it.
Yeah, they just kind of forgot to show it.
In a way that's anyone could do this. I think so. Here's another part of this that's really interesting is in the Japanese version, how much did they show you? Nothing. They show you nothing. You could
Really?
literally like go through the game and not get your GFs. Like you have to collect them from the computer. Quizsys doesn't give them to you.
Really?
Like, you can go into Ifrit with nothing. So
And
like
you can't
oh,
you
yeah, I
can't
forgot
junction
about
like
that.
use item or like you can't put any abilities on
Yeah.
without a GF.
Yeah, you
so,
have
like,
to talk to the computer at the start.
the idea that these tutorials that we're talking about and like how poorly made they are and how it like turns to like design and people not enjoying the game, like that's completely like a westernized thing that was made for this game. So it's like I wonder over like Japanese children, like how hard it was for these people to like try to understand these things. You know, like did we have the same struggles as children from east to west? I wonder, like especially with like so much like differential tutorial basis.
Like tutorials that demonstrate what changes or how to use things instead of just text. So a lot of the tutorials in the beginning of this game are pretty wordy, and they demonstrate kind of the potential for things, but they leave it open to you to interpret how to use it, when to use it, all that stuff. But it does get a little again, like if you're playing this as a kid, it is very overwhelming.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people who played it as a kid and couldn't beat it, and then they went back to it as an adult and they had a great time just because they were more mentally prepared for the challenges of
It's definitely not
navigating a
just,
game
like-
that functions so different.
It's definitely not just like, oh, figure it out, because like there's, you know, as a kid it was insanely hard for me to, I couldn't figure this out. I played every run through with GFs. Like that was my main source of power, was casting GFs. I didn't just like understand it. But like when I was playing Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy IX afterwards, like I understood how to equip equipment that like benefited me. Like first, like, oh, this one has water damage. Like, oh, okay, this one gives VV this spell. Like it was innate. Like equipping this materia to this person in combination with this other materia grants me this ability to do this. And then in FF8, it's definitely not there in the same fashion.
No.
For sure.
I think it was probably, I played it, I didn't beat it my first playthrough. I played when I was probably around 8, so not too long after it came out. And a couple of years later I came back to it and I did beat it, but it was rough. I don't know what strategy I did at the time, but then when I went back again a few years even later and played it again, the third time is really when it clicked. And that's unfortunate because again, most people are going to play a game once and call it good.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, I don't know, charm to this game. It's definitely weird and unique, and it's got some really amazing stuff to it, but it's kind of its own worst enemy in how they set up the leveling and then don't tell you, how they set up the card stuff and then don't tell you. They don't really explain things. You're kind of supposed to just trial and error your way through it. But if you do, it is very worth it. It is a super fun game to play casually. It's just not great at explaining itself, so you have to have a little extra patience for this one.
Yeah, just a little extra patience for sure. Like you definitely have to want to. I think I saw someone talk about it in the chat. It's like the idea of wanting to crack this game wide open. You know, the idea that it's not going to hand you the answers. And I'm not even trying to approach it in a way of like how Soulsborne people approach their games of like sometimes you just got to figure it out. That's not even what I'm saying. But more so that this game is like a niche Final Fantasy game that it requires a little bit more love to find the true happiness in there, the way that
Yeah.
I love it and that you love it. Like, because it's very easy to dismiss this game as like a bad game or one that's broken. Oh, by the way, in a Cordellium screen, I'll show you here again with the Broodles. People don't really know this. Irvine gets 2 intros. And I think I mentioned this to you in your chat,
did to
Tiny
me.
Bobcat.
Yep.
Yeah. So like it shows his intro and it's like he flips the screen up and he turns around and then it does it again. Like
They
it's
just really want you to see how cool he is.
He just
So-
gets
Check out
two,
the hat.
He just gets two
Look
of
at the
them.
coat. Like, appreciate Irvine's
like-
fashion sense.
It's like they forgot. They gave him an intro, and they're like, "Okay, now give him the intro." It's like, what? cut to Irvine again. Like,
I mean, they knew way back in development that he was going to be the main character of the speedrun, so.
yeah, it's true. They
Yeah,
knew
this
the
is really
APM
the
will be
point
flying.
where the speedrun kind of gets flipped on its head. And instead of it being like managing your whole party, it turns into managing Squall and primarily Irvine to do as much
Yeah.
damage as possible. Those two really carry it.
Gotta go fast.
And that's mostly because of Irvine's limit break. It's fast, and he can do insane amounts of damage with
And you
multiple
can just-
shots in one limit.
And you can just buy it from the shop. Like, oh, I've run out of the ability to do things. Let me just buy more.
Yeah, it's pretty busted. Alright, so we're gonna see that second Irvine introduction in a second here. Meanwhile, Cordellium is doing the really important menu before we go into delling to get everybody's magic as set as possible so they can do proper damage for the quite scary fights that come up if you are not prepared. Casually, the Adea fight is really intimidating because you can cast, is it Thundaga even that she casts?
I think it's
Like
Thundara.
spamming Thundara. It does hundreds of damage, and if you are not prepared, it is pretty scary.
And here's Irvine right now. And cool, here's Irvine again.
It just pans back up.
In case you blinked, here it is again.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to count polls. That's a good point. I didn't even think about that.
I still don't know how someone found this.
Just wrote down every single thing that they did, and I guess figured out which ones had similarities or something.
Yeah.
The amount of patience
Well,
and testing.
Inquisitive brain, like, why does this keep changing? And I reset, and I see that when I reset, it's the same pattern every time. This has to be linked to something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it was initially correlated to the people on the escalators as you get off the train
Yeah.
and Delling. And then
Yeah.
somehow it was extrapolated from there to the pulse. And
Pattern
as-
recognition for sure.
Yeah, and I know. So when you're doing the pole manipulation currently, it usually will give you like if you're lucky, if you're not lucky, because like whether or not a sequence might be finished or not is ambiguous because there could be another pole coming as you're leaving the screen. There might not be.
Yeah, I've gotten screwed over
Well,
by that a couple times.
Um,
The ones where it's like just a sliver that you might not have caught. We'll explain it
actually-
before the next one, before the next train
Yeah.
part comes up, so that you can actually follow along with as the poles are going by.
So there's two interesting things about that. One is that the person spotting on the escalators does still work. So when the program gives you multiple options, you can confirm it based on the escalators if you know the patterns. And the other caveat is that there are a couple frames at the start of a pole animation where the pole will be behind one of the pillars on the train and you can't actually see it, but it does count. And it could be the start of a new series.
Yeah, it's unfair. Which is where it's nice that they give you backup options when you enter the poll numbers into the program. Okay, so when we go into the next room on the train here, while Selfie and Irvine are talking, you'll see polls go flying by outside the windows. You count those in a sequence, so there'll be like what we just had, for example, 7 of them, there'll be a short break, and then there'll be 5, and then a short break, and then 11. So when you enter those into a program, it tells you which seed you're on, and it gives you the number for the code that you tell the guard outside of the Caraway Villa to be able to get in without having to run to the Tomb of the Unknown King. For some reason, those two things are linked together. So as long as you correctly count the poles and enter them in time so that you can, you just fly like your pants are on fire over to the Caraway Villa and enter those numbers in time, you get in there without having to run all the way over to another dungeon that takes an extra like 5 minutes to get over there. So you're going to start seeing them flying by the windows. So as you're matching dialogue, you need to be counting them going by.
2, 3.
12.
2, 3, 12.
2, 3, 12. 0.
It might have been a 0, yeah.
And then it looked like
2,
a
3, 12,
4 maybe
0,
it was
question.
starting, so incomplete. Somewhere in there.
Yeah, I was doing Cordellium, so I let you guys handle Broodles.
So what I got was either 173 or 074.
For Cordelliums, I got, my guess is 092.
That was correct.
Yay!
It kind of becomes a fun game for like people who know how the pole counting works to try to follow along when they see somebody else running. It's just like, I don't know, a fun little test. Can I also count correctly?
It's kind of like what you were saying, Bobcat, like, because Rhoda Moda and I kind of had like the same thing where like I was saying that it was like 1175 unfinished, and he was saying it was 11752 complete. But like I put both of those two things in into the calculator, and they both shot out the same number, which is like, okay, so there is only one applicable. So like whether it was incomplete or it's complete, like if you stayed on the screen long enough, it would have finished, type thing. So
yeah, the zeros are really weird because there's a break between the poles, but the zero is just a little bit longer. It's hard to tell exactly, like, maybe by the time I've been running this game for like a couple of years or something, I'll be like, oh, that's definitely a 0. But like at first glance, it's like, oh, that was kind of long, and if I hesitate, that makes me think it's probably a 0 then.
I think I remember being in your chat like after work one day, and we were talking about it, and I think my explanation to you of knowing if it's a 0 or not is like, if an uncomfortable amount of time has passed, like that means it's a 0. Like if you're like, wait, was that a 0? That means it was. Like
That's a
if
good
you're
way to
questioning
put
it, that means it probably was long enough. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's like an uncomfortable, like it's like that weird silence gap when you're trying to like talk to someone you've never talked to before, and it's like starts encroaching upon like the should I have said something? Like that's a 0.
So I have a question for you guys because you might know. If you get to the guard and you're entering codes, like getting to the guard is important to do as fast as possible. But then once you get to him, if you have like 3-4 options available, does it matter? Like it doesn't reset once you already get to him, right?
No, like once the train sequence happens, the code doesn't change unless. I wonder like how hard resetting the game afterwards affects the code, because it's a memory
hard
address.
Then it's always the same code because I had to do that before.
But does that happen afterwards? Like let's say.
I know I had the
polls.
count set up, and then I accidentally, when you first go into Delling, and you're supposed to talk to the character that's on the right, which I believe is pretty much always Irvine, I accidentally left Turbo on, so I talked to him twice, and it took longer, and by the time I got over to the guard, the code changed.
Yeah, because it had been on the screen longer. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting point you bring up, because in 100%, we actually leave that screen the opposite way and go to the Delling shop and the hotel, and the code doesn't change.
What? Where does it lock in then?
No idea.
So
definitely it got messed up for me because like I had multiple people in chat that are also helping me count, and should have been a open and close type of thing, and code did not work.
Yeah, there's definitely places. It depends on like what you're trying to do, but I was given a hint by someone in on Discord, and they're letting me know that like basically the pole code gets locked in when you hit the escalator in Delling. So I think we've come to the understanding that there are animations for certain things that can happen in the game that will change RNG effectively, plus or minus what you want it to be. I think another explanation of this is hanging out inside of Galbadia for like a little bit too long. I feel like that can also like affect the train code.
Maybe it's literally just from talking to
Yeah.
Irvine again.
So Rotomoto brings up a good point. They say that it could be locked in after you leave that scene at the top of the escalator.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. That's what Windows actually messaged me and just told me that, because I was like, wait, when does it get locked in? And they're both absolutely correct.
Okay.
Of course,
Yeah,
Windows is
gets
here.
in at this. There's a precipice, like a prescribed time where that memory address is no longer taking in data.
Alright, so I was fighting Diablos. So he's gonna be doing the dual strat too then, I assume, right? Yeah, looks like it. Getting Zelda into low health so you can get into critical range. Which Diablos is memeing and casting very slow animations on the wrong person.
Zell doing what I like to do every day, just give myself a little punch in the face.
Relatable.
Well, I should do it.
Got the Gravija coming in, so hopefully that will give us a higher crisis level, because the way that this game works, the lower your HP threshold, the higher chance you have. Yep, and we got a 9 seconds, so that's a crisis level 3 that we got there, which is perfect. We should be able to cycle this boss.
The same thing works for Squall's limit break as well. The lower your health is, the better chance you'll have the longer Renzakuken. Does that affect Rough Divide chance as well?
Yes.
Yes. So like it will be. Oh no, I was just gonna say 7 hits for crisis level 4, and then there is a 50% chance on top of that for it to be 8 hits instead of 7, and then even more so on top of that, depending on what weapon you have. It kind of gets broken up into. It reminds me of like Renoa, what pet pal volumes you learn. If you learn 1, depending on the threshold of crisis level that you get, it will pick one or the other. You're always going to get Rough Divides, crisis level 3 and 4 and up, and then it goes even further depending on Fated Circle or Lionheart, whatever weapon you have attack. So it's a lengthy calculation actually.
And for anyone interested, I believe the highest crisis level you can achieve without aura would be, I think it's one character dead, and then the other 2 either in critical health or like having 1 petrified.
Yeah, it's a status, and so they go in order. I'd have to like pull up the mechanics. So the mechanics guide, but aura applies like 200, and then like the statuses go as follows. I think slowed adds a modifier of 100, and then like blind and silence and so forth. I think, yeah, it's slow, blind, and silence. I think petrified just acts as death.
Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh, yeah, someone in chat just mentioned that certain bosses have specific squall limit breaks where it's a set number every time. Elverit,
XATM,
Norg,
Bahamut, Elverit.
XATM.
Norg.
And fun fact, the best version of these is absolutely Jumbo Cactar. If you haven't seen it, go do it.
Jumbo's great. Ultimate Weapon's pretty good too. Or Omega Weapon, excuse me.
Did your button go through for Mog?
It did.
Or, sorry, not Mog.
I hope it didn't go through for Mog.
Is there an undo button?
No, but there is the ability to talk to moderators.
So Saya is coming up on Laguna Dream 1.
I can feel it. I'm at 18 hours awake. This is great.
Yeah, this is a weird part of the story for me, because Quistis shows some questionable judgment on her timing. Coming up here that she's got the most important mission of her life and is supposed to take place in less than an hour, and she chooses that as the time to go running across the city to apologize to somebody she could talk to later. Almost compromises it. Things don't go as planned.
I mean, that's kind of like Metal Gear Solid level of trained mercenary actions, of leaving your post less than an hour before the event.
No better time than now to apologize.
So one of the interesting things about the top level runners doing this game is that once your steps and your execution are very much on point, as soon as you get Zelcard, essentially the next like 4 hours of this run will only ever swing by like individual turns within a battle. So it's not uncommon to be like plus or minus 10 seconds for the next 4 hours.
You mean because of being on the step route, or another part of it?
Well, I mean, these guys all have the step route down to absolute muscle memory, although granted, the safety saves are going to throw a bit of a wrench in that because of like at the bottom of the tower and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But like, all of their movements are all purely mechanical. All the encounters are in the same spot. Really, the only variance is like your ATB at the start of a fight, or like, does the boss skip its turn? Like, you know, the difference between a perfect Anacondaur fight or it getting 3 attacks off and killing Squall twice. Like, something analogous to that would be the only difference in time throughout like Dis 2 and midway through Dis 3.
Yeah, true. I suppose the RNG factors get lower and lower the further that the run gets in. It's really the first, before you even finish Dollet, like the first 45 minutes maybe, that has some of the biggest effect on whether the run is going to survive or not. And then it's just using your turns wisely in battle, menuing correctly, taking the least amount of steps possible so you don't get random encounters up until you get no encounter junction, obviously. But yeah, the run seems like it's pretty dang consistent, minus if you get like back attacked or if a boss just decides to really pick on your main damage dealer.
Yeah, it's pretty what's the word I'm looking for? Opposite of like what we were just watching in like Final Fantasy 3 or 6, where you, or even 7, where you'll just randomly get killed.
Mm-hmm.
There's not really a lot of that in this game, other than I guess BGH potentially, Anacondaur, and Griever. I think is the only other one I can think
the
of.
most rude boss on the speedrun. All the way at the end, and he just loves to go after Irvine.
Oh, oil boils.
Oh yeah, oil boils too. Oh gosh.
I bricked 200% runs on consecutive days because I didn't safety save there. That was fun.
Yeah, I've had where I was buffering attacks, and then they did before I could get the limit break off, they just decided they wanted to curse the party. And so I had to wait for the turns to come back to be able to throw a remedy on Irvine, of course. And within that time, they just started just wailing on us. And I think I was able to recover that one attempt, but like if that happens again, it's like it's just pure luck. If you can manage to get a limit in time menu fast enough safely, they're just jerks. Yeah, those oily boilies are a real problem. And propagators can beat initiative in speed.
Yep. They literally have like 3 frames to take a turn, and sometimes they're ready for it.
I was just watching Sio running a couple days ago, and propagators almost wiped him because of because their speed is just so high. So it's like, even though you kill them in one shot, you just need one turn. If they just keep attacking the wrong person, you're in tough shape.
So we're actually Cord just passed one of the weird pseudo action sequences where if you don't move, you just get like a random game over. Part of this parade, one of the scenes is you need to run to the right to get close to the gate that gets you up on top of the building, so Irvine can take the shot. And if you don't move to the right, if you don't move to the right, you'll game over there.
I don't think I've ever done that. That's just a weird twitchy movement. Oh, that's incredible. Yeah, I don't think I've ever gamed over there. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah.
One of my favorite places that you can game over that I didn't know you could game over, that I learned you could game over in a speedrun, is Actually, 2 places. One of them is failing Ruby Dragon. If you select the second option after failing Ruby Dragon, you just die. It's just a game over. And then, like, if you miss Renoa in space, and then second option, that's also a game over.
I think you can also do that on the train and timber if you fail the codes.
Really? That's one I actually haven't tried before. I thought it just gave you extra time.
No, it just straight dumps you to the game over stream. I think I actually saw a Cord do this a couple weeks ago because he was talking. I think he was talking to me in chat and he just wasn't paying attention. He bricked the code and then chose the second option and just killed the run on the spot.
Distracting the runner. But yeah, there's a couple of silly spots, you know, like the catching Renoa mini game, and there's a couple little quirky ones. There aren't a whole lot of mini games in this game, but the ones that there are odd designs. Obviously, the like flying paratrooper guy is a fun
Ruby Dragon is also
fun obstacle. You know, when I casually played this game, I never died to Ruby Dragon. Like that block and attack minigame part first, the fight after probably. I never died to the Ruby Dragon.
Like Soldier?
And now with the speedrun stuff, it's like he does so many quick attacks. It's like the more I've been doing it, the more I don't know, just it's got like this vendetta against me or something. It's unbelievable.
Ever since Awesome Waves created basically that, I think he calls it like the 96% method or whatever you want to call it. But you kick and then hold punch and block at the same time, and then how they'll mimic you. Like ever since I learned that strategy, I was like, oh my goodness, I can like make him block whenever I want. I didn't know I could do that.
Yeah.
It mostly does it, but every once in a while he still feels like just punching the crap out of me, and I can't get him to stop. Like I'll try holding block.
He does get aggressive sometimes.
Every once in a while he just gets this weird thing. He just won't stop hitting.
Like
I'll have Ruby
Kryptonite
Dragons
is
like that.
Ruby Dragon. There's a clip from a run I did a few weeks ago where Ruby Dragon got the 0 frame charge attack like 4 or 5 times in a row. And it's just like cool.
You can't do anything. Like I've figured out now, if it is starting to rear up to attack and you hit it, so you interrupt it, it will do a quick attack after. You can block it, knowing that it's gonna come, because it doesn't give you the animation then. But then after it like settles from that, it will start to rear up to attack again, almost guaranteed. It's just when it does the like instant charge ones multiple times in a row, there's nothing you can do about it. You can usually get it to cooperate, but sometimes they just decide that they're going to kill you. There's nothing you can do. Okay, so disc 1 end is getting close.
Theo had a very clean Renoa skip.
One thing that I've learned with my silly little challenge run I've been doing is that it's funny to me that you cannot lose. So you can game over in the Cypher fight, but you can't game over in the DF fight. Well, I guess you can technically game over, but if you just kill Squall, the fight just ends.
What, or you just don't get the AP?
Well, I guess you don't get any AP from the fight in general, right? Because it just goes straight to the cutscene.
Interesting. I never knew that was a thing.
Yeah, because like in the little challenge run I'm doing, the fastest way to end that fight is just to kill Squall and move on. Because there's no junctions and you're just the initial level.
Why bother?
So, yeah. But when I read that, I was just like, wait, what? You can just bypass this fight completely? Interesting. So I don't remember, does that screen flash to an experience and item screen, or does it just cut straight to the cutscene? I honestly cannot remember. in my mind, it cuts straight to the cutscene.
Time for a VOD check. We're out in the weeds now, thanks, but
We killed the Duke of Faster theory. I think another thing that just like blows my mind, and this is just kind of in relation to where Sayo is, but that
okay,
the whole temperature, like the red soldier, blue soldier, like mechanic that they tell you in the game, like isn't a thing, right? Like you're not going to get caught by anyone. Like that's just a thing they tell you. It's not an actual mechanic of the game.
Right.
Okay. Like,
Yeah.
I thought
No,
it was.
if they're in front of the
crazy.
door, they see you. Like it's.
if it was a mechanic, we wouldn't be able to just run straight across,
Yeah,
across
'cause
like
literally-
CO is.
Yeah. The sound sensor, and the temperature sensor.
I just
Yeah,
checked
what?
I just checked my VOD, and it does dump you to a stat screen before the cutscene after a day one.
I think the whole the train mission description part is very very lengthy for how little you actually have to do. They make it sound like you're gonna have to do all this work of like uncoupling the cards and then swapping them, and like they make it seem like really, really involved, but really it's just like, you know, everybody else is gonna have this plan about swapping the cards around in Squall. All we gotta tell you is put in these codes and don't mess up. But
Enter
it makes,
codes.
they make it way more like complicated and stressful than it needs to be.
And just to confirm, you do get AP at the end of the day.
Yes.
You do. Yeah.
Yeah, the tutorial for this train mission is
Longer than
probably
the mission.
5 minutes of text for something that takes 2 minutes to do.
Far too long. Far too long.
Well, if you're on turbo, it's a good short break.
Exactly. That's a bathroom break. Easy. You can even turbo L1.
Oh, I suppose you could.
Yeah.
I'm so thankful for that turbo brakeless that CO made.
Look. Non-turbo runs are completely valid and 100% should be ran by everyone who wants to run them. But also, it's nice to have breaks.
Yeah.
Some of us are older.
Separated by leaderboard, or if you want to say that you did as fast as you could by the power of your own hands, like you should, be glad that you're able to do that. But that doesn't mean that other people should feel bad for not doing it that way.
Yeah, my hands just suck, so I'm just not proud of them.
Same.
Get me back to bed. I'm on speedrun sabbatical from a carpal tunnel.
I have not seen a low level Idea in so many runs now.
It's a myth.
Pretty much.
There's this thing that is called the perfect Adea fight, where it just 1-2 punch with no magic cast in between, and it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I can't picture it because she usually starts with the magic cast.
Exactly.
And then every time you hit her, she casts again. So it takes like 3 hits to kill her, minimum, and she just keeps casting. It takes forever.
I got baited so hard when I was learning this run because I initially thought like if it was just this amazingly super fast fight, because I got the Holy Grail fight in like my second practice run where I got 2 8-hit Rock Divides with a Rock Divide crit. And I'll probably never see that again in my life.
No.
Never.
When I was first learning the run, I got, before I was doing any of the, now I do second try Zell card.
Here's the Madara.
When I was just learning the game, I just happened to get Zell in the second try. Like, did not realize how much I was going to appreciate that. And then I had multiple runs where it took me 15 or so tries to get Zell card, which has supposedly a 10% chance for Ma Dinked to play that card. Supposed to be
Cordellium is
10%.
just getting bullied right now.
Yeah.
She killed Irvine.
Yeah, that's exactly what I expected. Oh no, not again.
In reference to what you just said.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
No.
Double Thundara into a Bizarra. On all,
See,
all
this
on
is what I'm
Irvine.
used to. Oh my god, poor
All
Cord.
on Irvine.
Wait, is he out of Phoenix Downs?
No.
Ugh. Anything that gets... Any magic that hits Squall might kill him, right? Please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't. Oh!
Okay. Okay.
This is stressing me out.
Oh my gosh.
So, if we wanted to, we could. I'm pretty sure. So,
That was a good call.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to risk just hitting one more time because he was going to be dead. Oh my gosh, that's so stressful.
And that's disc 1. Yikes. What a thrill.
Yeah, that was spooky.
Remember how you were talking about how, like, basically everything is scripted after a certain point? Like, sometimes. it can
Minus
just
the
go
boss
off
fights, they
off,
just-
Yeah.
off the rails sometimes.
So your average run is on rails, and then this happens.
So,
Yeah, that idea was especially vicious. I just, It's like, no, you could have attacked Renoa once or twice, but no, you gotta attack the 2 damage dealers, of course.
we have a question in the chat about why we're running away at the end of these fights, if anyone wants to cover that.
I just
General
typed
general idea is when you're in critical health, you are crouched down, and you're in critical health for most of the game. So if you just are in the default running away pose, you're always standing up and ready to go, so it saves you from having to do the little stand up to get ready animation before you attack every time.
Sorry, I just didn't want to mess up the splits. I would have gotten that, but everyone is in a very distinct area where they require splits right now. I wanted to make
Yeah.
sure. Okay, we're
Good
good.
thing Quetz is a pro at doing the splits.
That's
It's
when I
better
mess
than
up
I would be doing.
all the time.
And now we're in Fever Dream, part of the game for the next 3 discs. Dying Dream, whatever you'd want to call it. In an interview with one of the writers of FF8, I'm not sure which one it was, they said that the icicle goes through his shoulder, so it definitely would not have killed him. But then you look in this cutscene here.
It definitely
That
goes
doesn't
through
look like a
shoulder.
shoulder to me.
It's a profile view, right?
That's
That looks
right
pretty
there.
lungy to me.
It's like armpit. I mean, armpit isn't great either, but
It's not great, but it's on the opposite side of the heart.
It's giving
And this
major
is
artery.
Magic Land.
They can get hit by like, meteors and just get Phoenix downed, I guess. So maybe death doesn't exist in this world the same as logic. But it's fine. It's magic. Yep.
Don't use the L word
Yeah,
around these logic. Get out of here.
The logic that I see is that because it's more of a shoulder hit and it's on the opposite side of the heart, there would be time for him to be essentially captured and healed.
It's just gonna melt.
Ran him through like
It's true. Yeah, and melt and leave a hole.
So I guess this is that area where we have a little bit of time to talk about nonsense stuff. So like we were talking about the idea of like having the memories of even knowing if you could attack, your matron or someone like that. But then it also goes the same way with like being junctioned or like taken over by Ultimecia. Like there is a part of Adea that still exists that could have killed Squall, and like there is in my mind, in my theory mind, like a part that is wrestling back. So like, and I can't remember where it's been described, but like the fact that Ultimecia doesn't have ultimate control or power over Adea to do just whatever she wants, or Adele, or any of these people, only has a specific amount of power over them. So there is a part of me that believes that icicle missed almost on purpose from being fatal.
It could have
Doesn't
been
Renoa mention... Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it could have been that it was supposed to be aimed directly, dead center, and Adea's, probably mostly locked away consciousness was able to affect it just enough to make it like deviate or something. I don't know. I could believe that. Well, because again, she's pretty early into this cycle of the sorceress thing where it starts like taking over and it starts like changing your body and corrupting your mind, and maybe she had enough impact still to be able to change the angle or something. Yeah, sorry, you were saying?
I think Altruit's just tired.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm losing my train of thought similar to Quetz earlier.
It's easy to do,
It is.
whether you're a lack of sleep or not.
We're at the 19-hour mark. I can't remember what I was gonna say.
You were going to talk about how, man, that's so crazy. Renoa isn't in this fight sequence for Sayo. I guess the Renoa skip really does work in the fact where it messes up and she isn't available. That's what you were going to talk about. Don't worry, I got it for you. You're good.
Is there ever a point where you would want to have her available? I guess you don't really junction things to her.
Yeah, you don't really junction
you
anything
do
to
in
her.
ECM.
Well, like later on, right? But not at this point.
Yeah. No, yeah. She gets forced back into your party at the end of Timber. So you're not missing any critical stuff with her.
And you don't choose anyone for your Laguna Dreams until like way later. So it's already scripted like who goes into the Laguna Dream 2. So like even if you did want to use her for whatever reason, it wouldn't matter because like it's just those party members are getting thrown into the Laguna Dream anyway.
Mm-hmm. Please excuse me. I will be back in just a couple minutes.
All right, take your time. What do you think about One Hill Altruit? thoughts on One
I
Hill?
think the vase minigame is hilarious. But in reference to the 80% run, it's... I don't know. Given that we don't actually have to fight anything, it feels very fillery. Because there's like, what, 2 important dialogues and a lot of running.
Yeah.
But it is a lot of good exposition for the dialogues that are happening.
Have you ever seen, like, excuse me, the intro sequence to this game? Like with the black and white images? One of those images is of Laguna sitting in a car with his arm like hanging out of the window driving. If you walk around in One Hill and talk to a guy, he talks about a man who drove through, I think it's his house or his yard or something like that, doing like causing a bunch of destruction and damage and stuff. And the reason I'm talking about this is because, like, looking back, the developers had intended that the game be split 50-50 between Squall and Laguna. And there was supposed to be, like, an overworld, like a world map that you could explore as Laguna. And there's a part of me that wishes that they would have done that, because then I would have been able to see what the map looked like, 18, 17 years ago before the game. So we'd have answers to a lot of things, like what was in place of Delling City before, if there was the tomb of the ancient king, like who was the king, the Holy Dollet Empire and all that good stuff. It would have so much more implications for so many more things we would want answers to.
Yeah, like
they were
the
able to do that
infiltration of Esthar, the actual sealing of Adele, all that stuff would have been so cool to see.
Yeah. Like getting that cutscene at the end when you talk to Laguna or Kyros in the Ragnarok, where you get to see what happened, like when Laguna pushed Adele, like, oops, you're on the ship now, and they like blast her off into space. Like that would have been so cool to like know that without having to go out of your way to find it. We have made it to prison. Everybody's favorite sequence to fall asleep to. Got Silo trying to finish up everything that he can in Timber to make his way into Laguna Dream to start that sequence. Both our players for Team Mog and Team Tonberry are now in prison. And I mean that figuratively and actually. They're stuck in prison, and they're stuck in prison.
Yeah, this is one of those parts that you just kind of dread every playthrough.
This area makes me very grateful for Turbo, because if you don't have it, it's... what? There's like an 8-minute stretch of mashing.
Yeah. And you can even get to the point where you can turbo, confirm, and like down and right. So like when you have to talk, when you're as Zell and you have to talk to Renoa, you just like, it'll just happen. I think the thing that always scared me about prison when I first started running this game and learning it was the movement of prison.
Like when the laps are on the circle?
Yeah. And
Oh
just
my
like,
gosh, I still get stuck on those corners so much.
Yeah. Yeah,
Just
getting
like,
stuck or going
Oop,
too
I went to the
wide.
left a little too soon, and instead of sliding along the edge like you do everywhere else, you just get stuck on it. Like that,
like
and
ra-
if you pick the
wrapping
wrong
the stairs.
shortcuts, yeah,
Or
the stairs are
forgetting
tricky too.
the
My step count is
shortcuts.
already long gone before I get here, so it's fine.
Because if you miss floor 8, that's the big one. Like, if you just keep running around in circles, and you take that whole floor, and you're like, I didn't skip the floor. Like, you're done. Your step count is done. Like, you could buffer back on, maybe, but like, number one, are you going to be accurate? And number two, like, how much time are you wasting to do that? You got to get the battle meter upgrade. If you're not talking to Sid and getting the battle meter initially and then getting the upgrade for it, I don't know what to tell you.
So Renoa gets taken out now because she's the general's daughter, right? So she's allowed to like leave
Yeah,
prison,
basically,
even though they were doing an assassination attempt. But like, it's fine because she's the general's daughter.
more or less.
And then she bumps into Irvine at some point outside of prison.
Well, Irvine is the one that's sent to pick her up.
Oh, so he was already going to be there. Okay. And they just didn't know
Yeah,
that he happened to be involved as well.
Ostensibly, Irvine. Well, actually, I don't even know how Irvine gets away because he's with the party next to Adea, and then he's just not in the prison. So, I don't know. I guess Caraway comes and gets him, and then sends him back to get her. Oh, also don't save the Moomba because it's like what, 2 minutes lost?
I feel like a monster every time.
I know.
Watch this
The
poor
worst
Moomba.
dialogue option.
Poor Moomba just doesn't deserve it, and it's so hard every time to like not intervene. Terrible.
Do you guys know how Moombas are made in this game?
I know it has something to do with Shumi,
Yeah,
like
Shumi
the
tribe
Nord people, but
evolution.
I don't understand the process still.
Altruit, do you know?
I know it's if they fail to become an elder, they become a Moomba instead, but I don't remember the exact steps.
Gotcha. Yeah. Now that I'm saying it, I don't know if I'm accurate. I thought it was like the level of like living your life, like the happiest life you can live or something like that. It does like attribute to like what level of how you live your life or how good of a person you are or whatever.
Yeah.
I was under the assumption that being a Moomba was a good thing, but now I don't remember.
I think it's not a bad thing, it's just not becoming an elder. Like, I think actually I don't even know where Norg fits on that scale, honestly.
Well, I think when you defeat Norg and you come back into the basement, there's like little tiny like Norgs, and I think that they said that like essentially like if you become what Norg is if you were like the worst version of yourself or some shit like that.
And yet people
so
try to
that's probably the bad.
People try to defend his actions.
No.
A big part of my community are huge Norg fans and are trying to gaslight me into liking Norg.
Norg is a rat.
Yeah, it's like I mean, the idea of Sid and Idea is just another iteration of a sorceress and her knight. So, like, when I think of Norg, I think of the man. Like, running the organization of the military, essentially.
But I understand the organization.
The organization. But, like, as a character, I can understand it, like, fishy, being, like, you know, one of somebody's favorite characters. He's a very iconic character, for sure.
Yeah, makes an impression. Like, watching people's first playthroughs when they see Norg is always so funny. Just like the pure shock at what is this thing? It's so out of left field.
We haven't even gotten to Norg and we're already doing fishy talk.
We're just filling prison time, you know?
We were talking about how we are not going to have time to be silly.
Oh no, there's going to be plenty of downtime.
Plenty of time.
So Sayo's almost done with Timber. And gonna also be coming up on some more fun stuff again as well. I really like, so I'm not that good at the movements yet, but when you guys do the stuff where you like leave Timber and go on the world map, and you just beeline towards the tracks, and then you follow along the road, and you follow it so smooth and perfect in the middle. Like, it's so impressive to watch. I can't wait until I'm at that, like, I don't know, proficiency level or whatever, because, like, it looks so good.
I'd have to check on your VODs, but
it's
the easiest
terrible
way to follow that is either with the cheaters on PlayStation that use analog because it's unfair, or just use your camera to turn rather than the D-pad.
That's kind of what I've been doing, yeah. Like, I'll get in the middle of the track as much as I can, and then I try to just turn with the bumpers. Just stay in the middle. It works pretty good.
It's a lot.
But see, look at how smooth this looks. I love it. Like, just
so you don't even have to do it like this on PC because number one, you get no benefit from doing it like this just because of the analog movement. Are you aware of the speeding up of the analog, like the true 360 analog movement of PlayStation?
I don't think so.
So on the overworld, if there's like 4 very specific cardinal directions of like diagonal, that if you are looking at it on the world map, like where you're going the most diagonal you can, you actually move faster than you would. It's very, very weird, and I don't know how to explain it other than that. So like they're almost steering their character with L1 and R1, like when they're on the roads. It's kind of crazy.
So it's something that's PC or PlayStation
specific,
exclusive.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the same thing for like why Renoa skip works is because like you wiggle the analog stick and we have full 360-degree movement with the analog stick on PlayStation, but on PC the analog stick just emulates the D-pad, so it's just 8 directions.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, Chad is discussing when you put Norg's decisions in this game out on paper and you state them bluntly, yeah, it does not look so good. Running like a child military academy with GFs knowing it causes memory loss, yeah, it's a little questionable.
Did they know? Were they like, hey, let's enforce this memory loss tech?
Well, surely they
didn't stop it.
Seed couldn't have been the only people that ever used GFs, right? They didn't know from other people's, like, has this not been studied? I don't know. It seems very
Yeah, getting into like the study of GFs and stuff like that, I feel like I don't have enough information right now to talk about it because I haven't been around or speedrunning this game enough to be involved enough with it. But I do know that when you go to the Deep Sea Research Center, Zell tells you about something about how like there's researchers that went on their own to try to study and develop like what Balam has, the idea of like junctioning magic and being able to utilize like strength from it. So I know there's more entities that exist that are trying to get the information from like how to harness.
Wasn't the deep sea facility was supposed to be working on like some single huge draw point or something? And that's why it's out in the middle of nowhere.
I'm gonna have to find out more information. I need to learn Japanese so I can just read all of my Ultimania myself and then deduce what I feel like from it. As we see, we have Broodles on floor 10, and Cordellium is reached floor 12. Awesome.
Wait, no way. They're that close?
It's true. Floor 11. It's getting closer.
Yeah, that's gonna be quite a race. Towards the end, who knows?
Idea 1 brought them closer together.
Oh god. I have never seen a day go like that. Never. Like usually she's
rough.
slow, but not like gonna kill your run.
And it's not funny in the sense haha funny, but like we saw it like that for Cordellium. We're not at a point where the route differences are that great, but it's only gonna get kind of worse as far as like the damage differences and how quickly Cordellium will need to end these fights and how like risky it could potentially be. But it's
he doesn't have the strength plus 60%, right?
Correct.
Do you get that ever? Like when you're in Esther and doing the like
Nope.
special junctions, anything?
You cannot get strength 60 from any other source other than Hyperists.
Oh,
it's not like a learnable thing.
Well,
Other than
Bahamut learns it.
Is it Bahamut? Well, it's not. I guess what I should say. It's not like a common. It's like a special thing that would be on like a special summon like Bahamut.
I think Bahamut is the only one.
do you get like stronger magic in this route to make up for it, or do you just have to hope you get more attacks in?
No, it's just
okay, so the whole thing is just more dangerous.
Yeah.
Yep.
You it's the time. You're trying to sprint faster.
Yep.
Gotten caught by this dumb soldier guy, like the guard, way too many times lately. I just can't quite get that like angle around the curve, like consistent.
For me, it's just so easy to forget to press down.
I feel like with where it starts, it seems like you should need to go down right, but then you're too far away and you can't outrun him. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna hold down, and then I'll hold down left, and then I'll hold left, and it seems to work, but like, it took a while of trying to get past that corner to try to, I don't know, train my brain to stop trying to swing it wide.
Yeah. I always just like turbo those 3 dialogue boxes, and by the time they're turboed, I'm like, I should have been pressing down already, and that's when I get caught.
Yeah. Yeah, that fight, it takes longer than you'd think. The animation of like getting into the fight, and then, you know, I'm pretty sure with that one you'd probably start with your ATB low, wouldn't you?
Yeah. On a good day, you're still losing 30 seconds on a good day.
Yeah, that assumes no soldier attacks. I also missed 2 out of my 3 opportunities to bring attention to the one of my favorite sound effects in this game is when Squall bonks Cell on the head.
Mm-hmm. It's the
Sayo, trying
little
to
like
finish up to get a dream real quick. Sorry, my bad.
the like little goofy things like that in this game. Like there's the moment where they're like making fun of Renoa's train car that she painted, and Zell is like, I'm not really begging Squall, but just like so relieved to see him. And Squall's like, let go of me, and bonks him on the head. Just like silly little things like that are what I just love about this cast. Is like they don't have a whole lot of character development, at least some of them don't, but they just have these like personalities and these little like moments together that are just so like distinct. And
it's a very 90s thing in my brain, like the type of relationship that they have together and how they show that relationship. And it's very apparent to me, like during when right before the end of Disc 2, like when they just happen to collide with, like, oops, we're on our way and we found Galabadia Garden and we're gonna ram them. I don't know, like the sheer happenstance of like everyone freaking out about romance, and they're like 15, 16, and the whole like ring debacle, like the fact that they care so much about, like, I don't know, like it just reminds me of like a sitcom that's happening, like a Final Fantasy sitcom that's going on, like, and there's characters in the background that are like, yo, these things are going on, you need to pay attention, but like, yeah, I don't know. It's
like
just,
there's this
I think it's fantastic.
big scary world and this like really horrifying plot happening, but they're still teenagers. Like, I like that they kept a little bit of humor in there, but that they didn't make it like silly all the time. They have their little like emotional moments and kind of, I don't know, facing their inner demons type of things, but at the same time, like, I don't know, Irvine comes in strutting down the stairs like, I'm gonna come and rescue my buddies. They're gonna be so grateful. And Renoa's like, stop acting tough, and kicks him down the stairs. Like, I don't know, just little things like that make it feel like it has so much more personality rather than just like, we're here to rescue you. Like, they're being silly about it, which I just really appreciate in a game of this type, that they didn't try to make it too serious.
Yeah, this game has a very specific charm to it. Like, every Final Fantasy game has its very specific charm, but for me, myself, and how I feel about this game, it definitely has a charm that nothing else has. Like, there are a couple of games that kind of hit on this way that this game makes me feel. Like Parasite Eve kind of hits that itch for me, with like the models and the sounds and texture and everything like that. But it is pretty special.
Okay, so prison is nearly done. Sayo is heading into it's like Galbadia Garden.
Correct.
For the Cypher is quote unquote gone reveal.
While freaking out about how he'll never be thought of like that.
Yeah, it's like I know people give Squall a lot of flack for his character and being very like, dismissive and jaded in the beginning and stuff, and it's like he's struggling. Like, he wants to keep everybody's at an arm's reach, and then suddenly has this responsibility dumped on him, and like I think he's kind of, I don't know, coming to terms with like having to rely on other people and be relied on. Like, that he actually needs to have friends and allies, and like kind of watching him grow up through the game is really cool.
I think another thing people fail to understand. Sorry, I was just gonna say he's not. I think people think of him as a man, like he's a boy. He's a young boy. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you, Altruit.
Somebody in chat just brought up that this scene we just watched could have been where a Turkish shooter in the Olympics learned his stance.
Very nice. And if you look Cordellium screen, if you want to see a dog do a bunch of damage, bam, there we go.
Are we calling Angelo
That's
a
so
dog?
much less.
I don't know. I've never seen a dog explode and come running back
You've
for a
never
little
mounted a
head pat
dog
like
your
that.
arm?
No, I could not say that I have. I don't know. I feel like Angelo's special somehow that Renoa is not revealing. There's got to be some secret, like, I don't know. Is Angelo like a Carbuncle basically, like a GF or something? Because I've never seen a dog survive some crazy stuff like that.
It can't be Carbuncle
Angelo-
because it can't be Angelo and Carbuncle. Well,
No, I mean not
Carbuncle
that it is Carbuncle, but something similar to Carbuncle.
I'm
mean-
messing around, my bad.
Oh, sorry.
Have you ever seen them in the same room?
You might be onto something.
I
Maybe
mean,
it's just.
I guess as far as the speedrun is
Carbuncle
concerned,
puts on
yes.
a dog costume.
Because if Carbuncle is junction to Renoa, does that count as them being in the same room?
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Yes? Question mark?
I'm afraid to answer too confidently.
I think Angelo is just like part railgun.
Yes.
I think
Angelo
that's a
is the whole
really.
railgun, yes.
Would you card your own pet to win Triple Triad? Yes or no?
I mean, Angelo card is trash, so no.
I don't think I would.
As much as they drive me crazy sometimes, probably not.
What does Angelo refine into? Elixirs?
I think it's like 100 mega elixirs.
Oh,
No,
mega
that's-
elixirs. Oh, now we're talking.
Is it mega
No, it's
elixirs?
100 regular elixir.
Yeah.
Regular elixirs, yeah. Mega
Trash.
elixirs
Not worth.
is. I think Laguna gets turned into 100 mega elixirs.
No, Laguna's 10 holy wars.
Holy wars.
No,
right.
that's Gilgamesh. No, Laguna's 100 heroes.
Heroes. That's right. I can't remember. Bahamut. Thank you.
Yeah, Bahamut's 100 mega elixirs.
I knew it was one of the high end cards. Obviously,
With
it's
med
100
level
mega
up,
elixirs, of course
Angelo
it has to
is
be.
technically 10.
This is very random, but if you're like looking it up, what does Watts refine into?
Watts? Watts doesn't have a card.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm dumb. Watts has what card? I forget. Yeah, Watts
Oh,
isn't a card.
Watts
No,
has
Watts has a
Shiva?
card. Shiva, thank you. What does Shiva refine into? I kind of like jumped the
He
gun by like.
refines into 100 north winds,
Thank you. That's right.
which each north wind refines into 20 Blazagos or sells for 75 gil.
That's right. No, yeah, Angelo. Watts says Angelo. And I think that's why. Okay.
Oh no, does
Zone
Zone
has
have
Shiva?
Shiva?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Broodles going with the no movement strat.
Wait,
Wish I
what?
could do that.
Yeah, if you don't move at all, you.
Oh, so it's if you move but you don't move all the way, then you game over.
And I don't think that's true either because I've been, as I've mentioned many times, I'm doing this stupid challenge run through and I'm in Dis 2 and I just did this and I was like texting on my phone and this cutscene came on and I stupidly was like, oh no, and started moving and I didn't game over. So like maybe it's a threshold of like a certain amount of play. You have to move a certain amount or not move at all. So like maybe if you move like a frame or 3, you'll game over. I don't know. What I'm trying to say is I don't know the requirements for gaming over in that scene.
And probably nobody really wants to mess around and test that because getting back up there to test it is annoying. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, knowing the wind
remember-
conditions is good enough.
Just if you need to move, just start moving right.
The first time I got there as a kid,
It's a bad spot to give over.
first time I got there as a kid, I didn't know you could move. But like, I guess I had just been moving slightly, and then I hadn't saved in like 3.5 hours, and I game over there.
It makes
I
sense.
would cry. I would actually cry.
It would make sense that Angelo is a mistranslation from Angel, just because, like, with Renoa's character arc in, like, Angels and being a sorceress and all that, like, that fits. For sure. Like, Angel Wing, Angel, like, it would make sense.
That train cutscene is another one of my favorite little goofy ones. Just watching the soldier guy try to catch up to the train again.
Oh, yeah. In my challenge run, we take Zell to Missile Base, so we have Zell there instead of Irvine. And he's like, "Yo," he's talking to Squall. He's like, "Yo, dude, check this guy out." And he's like cheering him on, like, "Come on, you can make it!" Like, it's really funny. Like, Zell's conversation there is awesome.
I think in the vein of potential missed character development, it would have been better if Renoa was forced back to the garden, because there's entire scenes that you never see if Renoa goes to the missile base.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't take Renoa to the Missile Base in my No Junction, No Level playthroughs, and, like, honestly, I prefer just the story arc that way. I also do, like, so in my No Junction, No Level playthrough, I do the whole, like, Zell love side quest with the girl in the library to get the magic. But it, like, naturally follows the arc, I feel like, of Zell having his love interest and then Squall having his love interest. I don't know. It almost feels like almost the true nature of the way to play the game sometimes.
Counting time again.
Oh yeah, let's see.
Looks like we're on that scene. Let's see what Saya gets.
Let's see how we do. I'll reset my counter. Let's do some counting. We'll do it live.
Counting polls. Oh yeah.
We'll count it live. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12, 1.
Next one's 12 again. And then 1. 12 and 12, 1. What? Oh, am I assuming?
So I'm going to do
People
12
probably
on
had
12.
his turbo
Yeah,
on, which
12
makes you hop in and out of vehicles.
I'll do 12, 1, 12 incomplete, which gives us 2 subscripts, which sucks, honestly.
2?
Yeah, like that. So that's the worst when, like, a sequence like 12, 1, 12 incomplete will give you 2 scripts. So
Yeah, this is where the escalators come in handy if you
Yeah.
happen to know them.
yeah, because
On
It
the
basically gives
site that I
you-
use for it, it tells you, like, if there's a girl on the escalator, it'll be this code or whatever. Like, it gives you the options so you don't have to just guess and check.
the French
Or
website,
using
yeah,
the Kino site or whatever.
yeah, it's like the URL address website, yeah.
John.
So doing commentary myself, I don't have any of like the audio tracks playing, but I have the little like audio symbol, and I know like I have all the music programmed in my brain because I listen to it in my off time all the time. So it's almost as if osmosis is happening and the music is playing in my brain, and this is a fantastic track. I love this song.
This is why the music option is illegal in the randomizer.
Yeah.
I
So they say.
I recently did a randomizer for the first time for 8. I got some really cursed combinations.
It's
the
so
the
jarring.
scene where Renoa wakes up on the space station thing. Played the like 8-bit Chocobo theme, like the Choco world.
Fantastic.
I laughed myself to tears. My final gauntlet for the Ultimecia fight was horrendous. First phase was Adele. Second phase was Fujin and Raijin that you fight in the Balam Siege. Third phase was the Sorceresses fight. And then final phase of Ultimecia. I don't know if I ever want to do a randomizer again. That kind of broke me. It was rough. I like these boss fights when you're prepared for them, but when you're not, boy, that's hard.
I had the propagator boss fights are all doubled.
Yep.
Naturally.
Mhm.
And I had one run where one of the sets of propagators was sorceresses.
Oh, no.
Another one was Griever, and you had to sit through a Shocklight Pulsar each time.
Did you have any heroes or
And-
anything? Or how did you like survive?
Yeah, I had a bunch of Holy Wars.
Okay. Oof, there you go.
I can't remember what the other one was. It was just like the longest fights imaginable, and I time my randomizers. 'Cause I don't know why.
I do too.
But
I'm a nerd. And I do like not 100%, but I do like all boss randomizers. So I think the worst randomizer luck I've ever had, and like, so in randomizers, the worst place to get certain fights is either like in Dollet in certain places, or in instances where you only have 1 or 2 party members. So I had a seed where Omega weapon was Iguion's, so it was just Irvine and Squall.
Oh,
And that was awful. And then I had, I think Sorceresses was one of the fights that was like an off party. So I had to do like a Sorceresses with like Quistis and Renault, and it was just like awful. And I could not, like, I got it done, it just took me forever to do it. Sometimes when you get a boss in place of XATM, that like the idea of dropping XATM to flee doesn't work in the retrospect of the boss that you get randomized wise. Like sometimes it can kind of break that fight. This is one of my favorite parts of the game on Sayo's screen, is the fact that Caraway, like, in my mind is like, I'm a truck. Look at me. This is where this like like I'm gonna go this way. The car's
You'd think you'd have like a whiteboard where you could like draw it out or something instead of
Like-
sprinting across the city to show you.
Like-
Yeah.
I imagine he's like, and then the cars can go like this, and then he like runs like Naruto style, like psh, like
Arms out behind him.
yeah, he better be making vroom sounds.
yeah, he has like a megaphone. And this is where the assassination attempt will be held, like as loud as possible to everyone within an earshot. I mean, it's a giant empty area, but still.
This has gotta look suspicious though.
So
like,
isn't this?
The general of the garden just running around like a fucking idiot, just like, this is what we're doing.
I have to check now. Hang on.
Take the open shot. Bang!
I absolutely hate on a casual playthrough you can set the timer to whatever you want, but still having to do this part where you're entering the code and the computer thing is so crazy slow. Having to do all this on a timer.
It's really bad.
And why do they even have the settings in this PC to do this stuff? Like, oh, I'm just gonna change the target and the accuracy of the missiles and all. Yeah, I mean, sure. You just log in once and you can just mess with everything.
Cordellium kind of did exactly what you are talking about, but not inside the panel, but outside the panel. But like, sometimes I'll be going so fast and it's like, I forget how many text boxes there are and it'll be like, enter the password, and I go A. The first one, I'm like, fuck it. So I have to enter all of them as A and then start all over again so I can start with E, D, E, A.
How secure of a password is that, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's probably pretty accurate because I feel like somebody, like an old white guy, would be in charge of like the defense contract, and he'd be like, "My password's my daughter's name 1." You know, so Adea. That's a good password, sure. Like, like my Wi-Fi password is just my street name in my address block. Like, nobody's ever gonna guess that one.
It's so obvious they would never guess it. Obviously, you're like getting them with the reverse psychology.
Exactly. The most auspicious place to do things is right under people's noses, because they would never assume you would do that.
Yeah, and like, why would you want to ever lower the missile accuracy? That's exactly the question that we ask all the time. It's like, why is this even a setting? I would like my missiles to have a 90% chance to miss, please. Thank you.
Yeah. It's like, it reminds me of like when people chalk things up to like, you know, the entire airport, there's just one big plug that's like, boom, and all of the lights go out. Like, yep, it's just one switch, shuts everything off. Like, yep, just error ratio. What to do what? You know, so the missiles just accidentally blow up somewhere else instead of where we want them to go.
Speaking of the missiles, if you just run outside after the base leader and don't go and do this whole sequence with the error ratio, that game over screen is so jarring.
I actually don't think I've seen it before. Knock on wood that I don't make it so I see it the next time I do a run, but like I'm curious on what happens if you do it incorrectly.
Well, I guess you better find out in a run.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll throw it just out of curiosity's sake. Give it a shot.
I mean, it's only 4 hours into a run, so it's not a big time investment or anything.
Yeah, no, like I just love... Yeah, I could definitely not look it up on the internet. I just gotta do it in the run so I can feel it properly. Absolutely.
You won't get a feeling of despair from watching it in a video.
Exactly. No, I get that. So let's see, where are we at now? So I feel like we were just like Team Chocobo is like where Mog and Tonberry just were. Basically, it feels like the gap is getting smaller. It certainly feels that way. So I'm not sure if the splits are actually going to start getting closer, but it seems like Sayo is absolutely making up lost time.
No, Sayo's going really speedily.
Like, sure, he still has to get through, like, prison, a couple other longer sections, but, like, I don't know, dude's kind of a speed demon.
He is video gaming right now.
Also, in the ECM strat for whatever you call this tank boss thing, You don't do the 2 back-to-back limit breaks, I guess, huh? You just melee it and go into second phase?
Yeah, I think it's all runner
Yeah.
preference, but you're always like wanting the crit on Selfie's attack because if the attack crits, that's it. It'll just phase it. And I think that the limit break is always gonna just be a longer hit. It's more consistent and definitely more guaranteed. Like there's times where I'll just go for the limit break,
See,
depending
in
on my
run-
route, what's going on.
My runs, I use cannon and then look for the end
Yeah.
and never find it.
The
Well,
end?
then you just manipulate it.
I run 100%.
Oh, sure.
Part of the 100% is you have to use each of Selfie's special limits.
Oh, you have
So-
to? Oh, okay.
Full cure, wall, rapture, the end.
Is it worth trying to, like, save getting it to happen for something like Omega, or is it just you use it when you get it?
So you'll usually use one here on BGH because you can look freely while the tank's blowing up. And then if you get really specific ATB on paratroopers, you can look, but otherwise you just do the rest of them in the Odin fight because Odin doesn't do anything. And he's immune to rapture. So you can just do wall rapture the end, all while he's doing nothing.
I like that plan.
Yeah, in my my challenge run that I'm doing, no junctioning and no leveling for the entire game. So every boss battle effectively turns into manipulating Selfie's slots to get the end. So yeah, it's very much like the Odin fight is a perfect opportunity to do it because he does nothing. So he's not going to change any battle RNG. Because like when you're trying to manipulate it, when the enemy does their move, it changes the RNG. So you have to like re-look for it. So it's really nice on that fight because you can just like sit there and look, and it doesn't change, you know, the different crisis levels. It doesn't like switch your slots on you. Like you're looking at one specific dialed in lane essentially of her slots where you can just dig. Or see it and be like, nope, that one's definitely not it. I'm going to the next one.
Isn't the chance of getting the end, like, incredibly low? I assume getting Rapture and Wall are probably quite a bit higher.
There's some interesting mechanics that go into it, but basically you want peak crisis level via aura, and she has to be level 9 or less. It's what is it, like 9 or less or 80 and above to make it even a reasonable chance. And then
There's a lot of factors that go into it, like
yeah,
dead characters, very specific status effects. You have aura, but outside of those, other than like your maximum HP count threshold, that's like the only thing that you can really affect that's going to basically determine one side of the formula to try to see if you're going to get 3 or 4 crisis level.
Mhm.
Because those are the only tables you're going to find it.
I don't think I've ever seen it after playing for hundreds of hours. But then again, I don't usually purposely just toggle through Selfie's limits that much. Selfie's like one of my
So-
favorite characters, but her utility on a standard playthrough is just so much lower than being able to just, you know, melt everything with Squall and Irvine.
Yeah.
It
At
was
the end of the
funny.
day, you can manipulate it just like anything else. Sorry. Yeah. You go ahead.
I don't know if it was in my most recent 100% run or the run before that, but I had gotten to Odin, I summoned Phoenix, I did Rapture, I did Wall, and I'm like, alright, hopefully I can get the end quickly and move on. And then, like, I cast Aura on her, I open slot, and it's like, oh, the end is right there. And then I hit do-over instead of cast, and it was tragic. But thankfully, that doesn't change the list you're on, so I just like go through the 40 spells and it was still there.
I do that a lot on this challenge playthrough I'm doing, because I'm doing no levels, no junctions. So like, there's forced fights that will give you experience, and I need to like not get experience with those fights because I can't soak the experience with certain characters. So I rely on Selfie casting Break, because if she paralyzes all of them, you don't get experience. But you know, there's so many times where I'll be like looking for it and I'll see it and then I'll boop go right over it. I'm like, no, no, I didn't mean to do that.
So that's what do you even really call this section of the game? Like Garden Chaos or something. A lot of the triggers here are a lot shorter than they seem like they'd be on a casual playthrough. You're like running through and interacting, and you're trying to help everybody out and try to be a good little seed member. And it turns out you can basically just walk in, watch your fellow students get into fights, and then walk back out. You don't actually have to get involved with practically anything. So, like Broodles going into the training center, you just walk forward, see the dialogue happen, and immediately turn back around. You don't have to interact with practically anything except for going into the library. You even let the infirmary path students deal with it on their own. Like, you just kind of are like, wow, that's a bad looking situation, but it's not my problem. You just immediately turn back around. And yeah, this part goes a lot faster than you'd expect on the speedrun route.
Yeah.
Probably a step that looks like it should be.
I think in my notes, I refer to the section as like garden commotion. I think
commotion, that sounds
good. Or conflict, something like that. That's one of those words. I can't really remember, but yeah, it's essentially what you're saying. It's chaos. Like, it's just a bunch of things happening at once.
Like, when you're first playing through, you want to go through all the paths and help and do all the fights and like, yeah, we're gonna protect Sid, and then you don't actually need to do any of that.
Yeah.
And Saya just did the little Resident Evil puzzle. In the Caraway Villa, for some reason, there's a secret trapdoor that goes to the sewers that's activated by putting a goblet in a statue. It's the only time I've ever seen a puzzle like that in a Final Fantasy game that I can think of.
I'm trying to think of the meme that people are saying right now, like, oh, that's very demure of you to like put the goblet in. It's so demure. It's very Resident Evil, very Final Fantasy. So demure.
What? Am I like behind? Am I getting behind on the memes?
Maybe because it's like a brand new thing. I'm someone that's always like way behind on memes, but apparently things being very demure is like a thing that's going around right now.
Okay.
But I was just thinking about the fact of like a wine glass, and then you putting it like in this like very like ancient Greek statue. Like, oh, it's very like proper and like you're
quite.
You're figuring out the puzzle like in the mansion. Like,
it's very like Sherlock Holmes, Resident Evil type of a puzzle that again is just so oddly placed, but like I'm here for it. Yes. I like little surprise things. It makes it stand out.
Yeah, it's true.
Does the Odin puzzle fall into that too?
Where you just slam all the buttons on the... Oh, the Odin one. Never mind. I was thinking the Omega one, where you just slam all the buttons on the organ. The Odin one, I wish there was a little more of an indication on what you're supposed to do, since like once you do put the eyes together and get the code, like that's pretty cool. I suppose that would also be kind of resi.
My favorite thing about the Odin puzzle is the fact that you don't have to do it.
You can just like hold some buttons.
The best
to, like,
part is when
room,
you
right?
don't. Oh. The best part is when you don't lower or raise the stairs, and then you go in and fight Odin, and you come out and you realize you soft lock yourself.
You just press square. when you don't go in and lower the stairs, then come back out. Yeah.
But like the actual puzzle of like climbing around on this tower and putting the gem eyes together and getting a code, like that's a pretty cool one.
Yeah, and like like the numbers on the screen and like putting in the code. It's so interesting, right? Because it's not like a contraption that you're like using as the character. It's like you as the person playing the game can see this text on the screen and stuff. It's very weird.
Do you think Odin created that as part of his test?
So this is like a really interesting part because it's like native Cetrans, I guess you could say, and then like the idea of like My Blue Heaven and like all of the architecture there and like the weird magic that's happening. I know there's a lot more going on than what meets the eye, at least as far as me knowing what's going on, and as far as that puzzle is concerned.
Alright, Iguions, you get... I assume even on other routes you still get Carbuncle, correct?
Yeah. I think so.
Well, I guess we'll find out in a second here. But this is one of the last, if not the last GF that you have to draw from a boss. Okay, yep, so we draw from these regardless. And Pandemona, yeah. So yeah, there's only a couple of GFs you really have to draw from fights. You get a pretty good amount of them still. Probably, what, half of the GFs? Maybe? Some of the other ones are just quite far out of the way.
Yeah, I want to say roughly half sounds about right. Everyone's favorite part of the speedrun coming up here on Cordellium side of the screen is going to be the fabled first try valve.
Without turbo, right?
Of course. Just
Yeah.
raw natural skill.
Trying to grab onto these ladders is so frustrating.
I hate
They're
the
slippery
movement in this area.
The angles to try to grab onto him does not make sense. It's like, oh, face away from it and do like a little 10-degree turn to the right, and then you'll grab onto the ladder. Like, what? The worst.
And we should see a first try. Boom. Very nice.
I will say that people that can do this without turbo is very impressive.
Oh, yeah.
I got to a... Sorry,
go
go ahead.
No, you.
No, you go. No, you.
I think, well, I could do it as a kid, but I'm pretty sure my wrist would just fall off if I tried now.
But you could?
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
And then I got hurt multiple times. And now I'm old.
There was a point in time where I was like using a tempo like click track during this to try to like figure out like the frequency of button presses that I needed. Like it was kind of wild. I had it dialed down, but like at the end of the day, like if if your fingers aren't cooperating, like it doesn't matter how much you know about it. We got another valve attempt on Broodle's side.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Yeah, I feel like Turbo Valve on PC is especially hard because there is a frame inconsistency that me and a lot of other people have noticed where it will flicker between 30 and 31 FPS. So if you're using Turbo is at a consistent frequency, doing a certain number of button presses per second. So if you're doing Valve and your frame rate flickers from 30 to 31 while you're pressing at a very specific frequency, you're going to have like a blip in your Turbo. So when you're trying to hit a certain number of button presses and that blip happens 2 or 3 times, you might be a couple button presses short. It's
So that's
really
why mine.
Yep, it's
That's why mine
infuriating.
didn't work sometimes.
Yeah,
I thought maybe I'd turned it on late, and I was like, I turned it on before the minigame even started. How did that happen?
It's the frame rate inconsistency because
Oh.
you can't determine when it's going to happen or how
This
many
is
times
such
it
a great
happens.
PC port, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep.
I was trying to. That was one of the things about like trying to figure out like how many button presses I need to do with the click track. It was specifically on PC to try to determine like that. But again, at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to. If your fingers aren't cooperating and the game is running, it can just blip whenever it wants. That there's an issue. This is a very scary fight that Cordellium's going into right now because the boss. Okay, so. Not the move that we didn't want to happen, but as you can see, the boss can get moves off before your ATB even gets a chance to go off. And the boss can do a move called Sonic Wave. And Sonic Wave will inflict curse on you. And it's off.
First makes it so you can't use your limit break, so then you have to take a turn to throw a remedy, and then still hope that you have enough time to use your limit before they start hitting you, because they hit awfully hard.
Yeah, they don't. They're not pushovers.
You can get stuck in a kind of a death loop trying to get rid of the curse before they kill you.
Job on oily boilies.
One of those fights that even I could do it perfectly fine 5 times in a row, and I'm still always going to be nervous about it. Just because of the chance of getting screwed up is completely out of your control.
It is definitely a point of failure. For sure.
But that is the halfway point in the run, typically.
It is.
So
we're looking at a really nice, if things keep going this pace for Team Tonberry, we're looking at a really nice time, across the board for the speed run.
and minus the bosses being a little nasty, namely Adea, most of the run seems like it's gone kinda as expected.
Yeah, nothing too. I think the Adea 1 was the biggest wrench in the gears so far, but that's not really saying much, given what can go wrong. So I think
We still have a lot of scary sections yet.
The fact that oil boils kind of went off for Cordellium without a hitch is a nice thing, for sure. We'll see what happens for Broodles.
I don't want a commentator's curse, so we're just gonna see.
All right, very smart. Waited for the first actions, sent Zell's attack through, and then found Irvine's shot. And that's going to be an easy day for Team Mog. So there's some really unfortunate luck that can happen in this game, and there is a 1 in 256 chance that the boss just doesn't drop any items. It's very unheard of because it's 1 in 256, but I've watched runs where people went up against Norg and didn't get the drop.
They even make that a chance.
That was the game. like that's the end of the run because like they didn't get the drops that they
Evil.
really, really evil. I think if I'm remembering correctly, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure in the Japanese version of this game, like the spirit requirement for certain thresholds is a little bit different. So, and anyone can correct me if I'm wrong because I'm not really taking this to the bank, but I'm pretty sure that in the Japanese version you can throw a holy, like you can throw an item like a holy or a holy war with certain characters, and if their spirit check doesn't match what it needs to be to successfully throw an item, you can miss.
That's terrible. It's not just like the whatever the discount version is, like the
Trials.
proper item itself can still miss.
Yeah, I think the item can miss. Like I want to say
I would
like
just uninstall the game.
if like you,
I'm like, I'm never doing this again.
I think it's like Selfie had this like 13 spirit or something like that, or like the French version. I can't remember. I'm making up a situation in my head right now because I'm trying to explain what I mean. But like, for instance, like the check requires 14 spirit to successfully land throwing something like that, but you throw it with a character that has 13. I can't remember how it is. This is something off the top of my head that I heard of. This is not. It hasn't happened to me, or I didn't see it happen. This is conjecture.
Yeah, no, that would be one of those like, okay, that's my sign to just never touch this again. That would be that moment.
And I'm done.
Yep.
These discs go on the shelf, and bye. We have the nice Thundara on Team Choco side. Didn't get the perfect. Oh, see, that was like that one was not a low level because that Irvine hit plus the trigger would have ended it had it been a low level. And that's a split for Team Choco. Everybody is on disc 2. Yay!
Let's go.
Well, I
We're
mean,
in
not
business.
right now. But splits wise, we're all on disc 2. Yeah. Now Sayo gets to experience the wonderful world of prison.
Yay.
Time for his 8-minute break.
I've been doing cutscene remover a little bit lately, and they just recently made it so that you can actually have a break during cutscene remover in 8, because otherwise it was about a 4.5-hour run with no breaks.
Yeah.
Man, doing a run for like 8.5 hours, where really probably 20 to 30 minutes of it is break time, is so much easier than doing one run that's 4 hours but with no breaks.
No, breaks are really nice. I just recently got a new job not too long ago, and I work 12-hour shifts, which seems like really long, but like I get generous breaks in between. So it's, it's not like I get to mess around at work and do nothing. I'm still very tired at the end of my 12-hour shift, but it's nice to like, if you're doing something sizable, to have like a section where you get to like rest a little bit. It's really nice.
Yeah, I'd rather do like the longer, stretched out run and have more time to step away and kind of just like deep breath, stretch legs, get water, that kind of stuff. Versus when you sit down, you just start to finish, got to go through the whole thing. So yeah, now they added a 5-minute break in the cutscene remover run.
That's very nice. I saw that. I saw that come through. I work graveyards, so I'm like on the off schedule of everything that's going on. But I did see that came through. I don't think I've actually submitted a CSR run. I've ran it plenty of times, but I don't think I've ever actually submitted one. So I don't even know if my vote would count for that.
I've never actually done a CSR run. The only time
Yeah.
I ever do the CSR is for randomizer.
Yeah, same. It's for randomizer or for practice. I don't know if I've ever sat down and tried to record one.
Well, maybe if you get the chance. Maybe
I know
you should.
I know I wanted to at one time.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm the only person that runs it in English right now.
E-Town runs in English.
For cutscene remover? Because I
Oh.
thought he just does full runs, typically. Actually, doesn't he usually do even 100% runs a lot? So that's... I don't know how you guys do it. The 100% run, that seems like...
It's so much easier.
such a task.
I'll probably learn 100% eventually.
Well, it's easier and it's harder. It's easier to execute, but there's like more landmines that will just like instantly kill the run if you like miss a dialogue option, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, because I've been doing like my dumb little challenge run. I'm like, I want to flesh this into a real speed run. But like, even if the RNG went your way with it, it would still be like a 28-hour speed run, and that's never gonna happen. So maybe 100% is like the way to go.
What category were you describing?
Oh no, I'm doing like a no junctions, no leveling playthrough, and I've done it before. It's just ridiculous. So I was like trying to think about like what it would take to make that an actual speedrun. I'm like, if the RNG went perfectly, it would still be like 28 hours, but perfect RNG like that's never gonna happen.
Have you seen the word soup challenge run of 10 that people are doing?
No.
Find it.
Now, what is that?
It's
100% runs about 12 hours, I believe.
World record is 11:11. All right, so this challenge run for 10 is NS, GNS, and oh my god, I can read it. Copy it and I'll send it to you. Actually, I'll just write it in the chat.
NSG, NSN.
So no spear grid, no summon, no overdrive,
No, wait, no sphere grid.
no customize probably.
Oh yeah.
No encounter.
No encounters. And no blitzball.
Is it no escape? No encounters? No blitzball. Yikes.
That's a mouthful.
Yeah, one of my friends has one of those runs on, I think it's on BFA.
I did a no sphere grid playthrough semi-recently. It was a lot easier in some parts than I expected, but also I didn't realize an item or a weapon type I had to have, so when I got to second Seymour fight, you basically are locked. You can't beat it without certain strats. And I had to start over. That was really fun.
Whoops.
That run was fun, but with going into it without knowing which items were going to be important or not, was not recommended.
Yeah, I feel like I find myself in situations like that too, where like I want to do the idea of doing something sounds really good, so I like semi look at it and I'm like, yeah, I could do this, and then I write myself into a corner essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, I'm curious what their Norg strat is, since there's two ways that I know to fight Norg, but my damage is quite a bit higher.
Yeah, you're gonna see Broodles probably doing the version that you see for ECM, where I think he's gonna damage down Irvine. I think, because I'm pretty sure that ECM goes into the fight with crit, correct?
On
the quick way is to non-trigger attack Irvine.
Yeah.
The safe way is to junction switch him down.
Yep, that's what I was gonna say. That's what I do, is just swap Irvine Zell, swap them back, and he's in low health. So then Squall just melees for first phase, and then you limit with Irvine in the second phase.
Just don't trigger, or everything goes off the rails immediately.
Don't trigger?
Yeah, you don't. I think, you don't want to trigger with Squall when you're attacking Irvine, otherwise you'll kill him.
Oh, on this strat. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Too much damage.
Yeah.
One thing that doesn't really matter, but a little fun fact for Norg is right before, like right when he puts himself in his pod and attacks you, you can actually open the menu right there. It's like a weird little. There's like a little window of time where like you're allowed to menu. If for whatever reason you decide that you wanted to heal up or, you know, switch around some parties, like you actually would have like, oh no, I forgot. You could open the menu there.
The way that I always check, the easiest way for me is when after the I don't know, garden staff guy leaves and Sid kind of hunches over, suddenly Irvine and Zell will take a step closer to Zell. That's when I know to Squall. That's when I know I can jump into my menu and do the swap. There's like little visual indicators you pick up on, I guess, when you start like running more, just getting kind of the feel for like timing of things, or little like, I don't know, things that your brain picks up on as like, oh, the character did this gesture, that means it's time for me to do this menu or whatever. Just little things start to stand out in your memory for it.
Especially for like dialogue options, or like when you're like incessantly scrolling through text. Like one thing in my mind that stands out is like Odin in disc 3 or disc 4. I can't remember what disc, but basically when you're in S-Star and he's like, do you want to hear what I have to say? And you're like, no, I do not, because it's 3 extra minutes of dialogue. So I'm always waiting for like Odin's little ponytail to bounce and bob, and that's like my visual cue to like, okay, get ready to like pick the second option.
That's what I need to do, because last time I did accidentally hit yes, and yeah, it's a huge amount of extra text for no benefit.
Yeah, small little like points of reference that you'll find yourself when you like, because you'll make a mistake and you'll be like, shit, I don't want to do that again. So then you'll definitely find like markers that you can find yourself like a little bit of a like point of reference, so to speak.
So Cord had Squall attack, Irvine attack, Squall Renzo to open the pod, then Irvine limit to kill Nord.
Yeah, a lot more involved for sure.
The way that I was first doing it.
Attacks.
Yeah, it probably, I guess it depends on what his damage output is with this setup, but the way that I did it when I was first learning was to do the Squall Renzo into Irvine limit. So it looked fairly familiar to me. Under damaging on a fight like this does seem kind of scary, because once Nord starts spamming magic, it is hard to come back from that.
So I just did Norg in my silly little playthrough that I was talking about, and I am pretty sure that Norg will do absolutely nothing. And if the spheres are, as long as you're like balancing the spheres from going red, he won't do anything, right? Even if he opens up his pod? Or did I just get extremely lucky? I'm pretty sure even when he opens his pod, it has to go yellow and then red for him to cast anything. I think when the pod opens, he can just have the ability to cast more magic. I actually don't know. I have to test that theory. Okay, so stronger magic. Maybe I'm gonna have to test like the different like levels, because I know for sure nothing happened in like pre-pod phase. If it was yellow and then I attacked it, it would just go back down to blue like instantly. But I wonder if when the pod opens, if that still holds true. And we split for Mog as well.
Oh, now all the splits are actually updating for me, like, quicker. Finally. Alright. Again, I always feel horrible for having to pick option 2 with that poor Moomba.
Yep.
We rescued them
agree.
later. We help them later, but it feels terrible. All in the name of time save. So now we go to collect a loan to send her to the White Seed ship. So she will hopefully be safe and hard to find. Did they ever explain? I'm not even sure. Did they explain where the White Seed, like, soldier guys, these guys come from, or is that more of the like hidden text lore? Because
There's seeds that were originally directly under the command of Idea.
so kind of the original group of them probably then.
Yeah. I think this is referred to as a ship that originated in Galbadia. If I'm remembering correctly, but it's not affiliated directly with the Galbadian army.
Yeah, they seem like they're kind of off doing their own thing. Since they're like tucked away down in that little island cluster.
It is pretty rough for Alone to just be like, yeah, by the way, I'm the one causing these hallucinations, and then she just pieces out.
Garden with him the whole time. Couldn't she have maybe like just sat him down and had a conversation about what was going on?
No.
Made
That
him
would
and
be
everybody
way
else
too
think they were
mature.
losing their minds.
A conversation would be way too simple and way too direct. Come on now.
Does she explain
way,
why she actually even starts sending him back, or?
She's trying to change the past with Laguna.
Oh, right, because of the,
Yeah.
I don't know, father-son connection, I guess. But yeah, making Squall be involved without telling him, knowing his personality probably was not the best pick for the job.
Yeah, I think given what's at stake, because it's so hard to get into this because it's literal time distortion and like messing with different timelines and whatnot. But I don't like the fact that alone exists, and like how many possible timelines exist from that. Like she's definitely trying to like unwrite what is going to be written, or what already has been written technically.
A lot of the times when there's like time travel stuff in a story, it feels like a convenient way to like excuse things being kind of, kind of messy in the plot. But in this game, it feels like the chaos is driven by the time travel. Like it feels like it kind of suits the story direction more, to me at least.
I mean, if you examine it and like what's actually happening, and like the idea of like going through this timeline, this linear process of time, even playing this game, getting to the end of the game and realizing like, oh, like she ends up giving her powers to Adea like at the end because we defeat, like we're the ones that make this happen. And then it's like this, it's almost like this self-fulfilling prophecy that's happening, but you don't know that it's happening. So
do you think it's like stuck in a permanent loop for them? I mean, like obviously we continue after the story is done, like the world continues on, but like, do you think for Ultimecia now is like stuck in this loop of?
I guess technically she is, because I guess we unwrote that loop from existence, because that loop was just there, and that's what she was trying to do, is like cement that loop and to keep that loop from happening, which is why she was trying to erase the seeds, because like if she did erase the seeds, then that loop wouldn't have the option to be like erased like they were trying to do, which they successfully did. The only reason that we're experiencing the loop over again is because we're playing a game from start to finish. But like the timeline of them like going forward, they're never gonna have to like relive that loop again. But if we're talking like off shot about like multiple different timelines, I guess like they could experience that loop again too, if there was like an alternate timeline that did something like that.
Yeah, if Renoa didn't push the button in space, that would have also saved a lot of trouble. Or if she didn't try to put the bracelet on the sorceress, that also would have saved a lot of trouble. There are a couple of issues.
Yeah, we've seen like we could have, we failed the mini game for the air soldier, and we're just like, nah, game over, we're done.
Yeah, why is it got to be me that does all this?
Yeah.
And why did they have a button for releasing the sorceress?
I feel like, so like where I work, there's technically a button that could like self-destruct the place, but like I guess it seems so silly that like why would you build a thing to destroy it? But I guess like the idea of like something happening and you needing to release control of the thing, or destroying something so something else doesn't happen. In theory, it sounds silly from the outside looking in, but I doubt the reason is so somebody could just like instantly ruin my plans if they felt like it. I'm sure they did it so they could change some aspect of something if they needed to.
That button is also definitely not a one-step process.
The locks for Adele, it's a 2-button thing, right? But still, it just seems like weird that they would make it even possible, really, to open. But like, why would you ever want to unleash Adele in the world again? I don't know.
I mean, for a country that has a functioning, stable lunar base, I feel like it would be relatively trivial to slingshot Adele out of orbit completely.
Yeah. But I guess I just want to keep her nice and close where they can see her. Something. Some reason. Did they ever explain like what role, this is further on in the game obviously, but like what role the lunar cry actually has with this like did that just happen while we were up in space?
The lunatic Pandora called it down.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was before it was supposed to normally.
Yeah, I feel like that that I don't want to say it's a rite of passage, but like the idea that it lines up and that's where that source of power is drawn from and why there are monsters throughout the world and where those monsters are coming from. It kind of like answers, I don't know like why it happens specifically. I feel like it has to do with just like in the same way of like, I think of like the seeds, like in them learning about the sorceresses in school being like a weird concept to me. The idea that like there is this event that happens naturally in this world.
Mm-hmm. Getting away from the guard. Perfect. Nice. Okay. Prison seems to be going smoothly, as much as it could be.
As smooth as mud. Or as clear as mud, I guess, is the phrase. As smooth as mud. Mud is pretty smooth, I guess, technically.
And so we go into Fisherman's Horizon here, which has some of the best like town music in the game. I will not take arguments.
There.
And do we get to fight some familiar faces again?
There was a relay that I did commentary for where Soph was doing commentary, and she's a fantastic speedrunner. And she straight up said that Fisherman's Horizon was the worst track in the entire game, and I kind of had a brain aneurysm when I heard that.
Not like sarcastically, like
Nope.
legit opinion.
Legit opinion. And the reason why she said that, I think, was her reasoning was that the song sounded so melancholy. It sounded like happy and sad at the same time.
It's peaceful.
That it was like jarring.
Nah. The only song in the game that I specifically do not like is the one on the Ragnarok when you're fighting the propagators. That song, you
don't like the techno.
That part is fine. It's the weird instrument that they put below it. I don't even know what exactly it's supposed to be. I think it sounds farty is the way that I describe it, and I don't like it. It's like
very farty.
It's supposed to be alien-y, sure. It's supposed to be weird because the propagators are weird, sure. But as a song, it's one I would always skip. I'm like listening to the OST. That one has 0 listens. No thank you.
Like a solid, like a B flat, like farty B flat.
Yeah.
How do you know
farty.
that's not how propagators communicate?
You think that's them? Them chit-chatting?
They just got little farties.
Oh gosh. I mean, maybe. Yeah, maybe. But it's not something that I want to listen to, okay? Yeah, it is known. Maximum farty. See, Mike knows. Now, most of the music in this game, I think, is, like, exceptional. Like, just really great, like, distinct melodies. A lot of, like, I don't know, just well put together music. Except that one.
Well, so even if you take it at farty face value, the idea is for it to make you feel uncomfortable, which it achieves because you're on a spaceship with farty aliens.
Yeah, weird looking aliens. Yeah.
We're talking maximum farty.
Yeah. Again, I'm not saying it doesn't have its place. It's just one I do not like to listen to. Fits in the game? Maybe. I don't know. Enjoyable to hear? No.
little
But
too
practically,
farty? Got
it's too much. It's too much. There's a line on how much farty a girl can take, all right? And that just pushes it.
So, in the context of a randomizer, what would be the worst scene for that song to come up on for you?
Eyes on Me didn't get replaced, but if it did, probably. I mean, it's like right after, and the whiplash of going from what is that song called, Residence, to Eyes on Me is already weird. Otherwise, man, I can't even think of like what else would be even worse.
You imagine you press play, new
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
The intro sequence plays, and then it like fades to black, and then it like you walk down the corridor with Questis after the rename, and then it like goes into the room, and it's just like that song.
The whole Balam theme just gets replaced
whole-
with Residence.
Yeah, it's the.
I'm gonna
school
re-randomize.
thing. I'm picking a new
New
seed.
seed. New seed.
Get him out! Get him out of here!
I refuse. No, thank you. Again, I already lost it at that Chocobo theme because I didn't even recognize it because I don't know how much I've ever done that like Choco World thing on PC. That song only came up at like 2 times, and both I can't remember what the second one even was, but having it be when Renoa wakes up from being possessed in space, to having the most like happy, bouncy little Chocobo theme, it's like the most jarring combination.
I feel like Trabia skip is like another one of the points of contention that people try to make happen. I remember when somebody was essentially using the program Hein to manipulate where the garden was through save files, and they were able to manipulate the garden to be in the area where destroyed Trabia would have been, and the game just crashed when they tried to enter.
Mm-hmm.
Or when they tried to do it like beforehand, before it got destroyed. So
Finding skips in this game seems incredibly difficult.
yeah, I think the other skip that was trying to be solved, there's still like technically a bounty out
The
for
Laguna
that.
Dream 2 one.
There's that, which has been like more or less like we know that you can get through it, but like figuring out the frequency for turbo on PC and then making that happen is another thing. Making it consistent, but the idea of getting past the door in Estar to Laguna, essentially like before trying to get that sequence break, is like has been another big
Wait, the door in Esther.
What you mean, like when you first
Getting
go
to the
palace?
getting to the president, you know, like the idea because
Oh.
like that door is closed. So like if you could get
Space
past
Gun?
that, yeah, if you could just escape all of that,
Would you?
'cause that would be
That-
sizable.
Would be insane. Like, when would you do all the other stuff that you need to do? Like
stuff?
menuing or anything, because you'd still have to do a decent amount of menuing, right? If the first time you go into Esther, if you went straight
Oh,
from the room
yeah.
where like everybody meets, and like you first meet like Odine in there and stuff, and then if you just go to the left instead and go to room Laguna would be in that way.
Yeah, I don't know what the implications for what the route would need to look like, but
Yeah,
So you have to
probably-
still do a decent amount
majority
of
of
is
us-
adopted. Yeah,
the majority of SR menu is not really that important. A lot of it is just like rearranging.
getting stuff ready for the end of the game, setting yourself
Yeah.
up.
Well, I would skip all of space and stuff, I suppose, wouldn't it?
Plus,
Yeah.
like a 5-minute raw menu would pale in comparison to skipping space.
Exactly. Like it would just get rerouted, and certain maybe menus that already exist would get
Yeah, you just like
upgraded.
you'd need to get AP again to be able to get initiative again. Some of the menu stuff probably could be cut down by like half, I suppose, because it just wouldn't need to interact with as many things. But like you'd still have to, I guess, find a quick way to get the AP that you'd need. But otherwise, yeah, I mean the time save would be gigantic if
Phenomenal.
that could be figured
It would
out.
be it would be phenomenal.
I think you'd just get initiative after Fujin or Raijin, no?
Would that still be enough?
You know what this kind of reminds
Maybe.
me of? It kind of reminds me of like the idea of like before comp skip became a thing, like the idea of rerouting everything. I feel like the idea of it was like, whoa, like what are we gonna do? But I feel like in the end of the day, it's just like we'll get through it. Like we'll reroute certain things. I feel like it would look very different, but it would probably still be very doable. Because like we said earlier, like there's not a lot of things that can end your run, and I think like like having to reroute a little bit of AP wouldn't be like too terrible.
See, that's what I'm wondering. It's like about the initiative thing is that you wouldn't get the AP to learn it. You'd have to learn it from something else. But then if you have... I mean, Irvine still would probably know everything else he already needs to know to be able to still do a quick limit for the fire ammo.
2 Cactars would cover the entirety of the AP you missed from Propagators.
So would it matter to not... Would you already have the Ragnarok then at that point? I guess after you do the cutscene in Esther, it does automatically put you in the Ragnarok.
Yeah.
So yeah. So it shouldn't like screw any of that up, hopefully. Do you like, has it been confirmed at that point in the game when you first get into Esther that Laguna is actually in that room? Like, has anybody done like I don't know, teleported themselves in their seats or something to see?
That hasn't been a thing. Like getting past the door hasn't even been like a success.
Okay.
So like,
hard to know.
I think people have, and forgive me if I say anything that's like incorrect, but from what I imagine, people have like screenshots of the map and then kind of have like a different layer level look at it, and they can kind of like see where the loading zones are. And I think it's believed that there is a loading zone there, which is like the same. The fact that you go back there later in the game and load into that room, and then he is in that room, I think leaves like the skip to be like a juicy skip that people still want to go back for and try. Because like, if we look at guard skip for FF7, like that loading zone should like, it doesn't even make sense that loading zone is there because that's not even like a passable place in the game, period. So the fact that like you can skip past those 2 guards and go straight to Wall Market is like insane. And we're talking about like a loading zone that we do interact with. So
yeah, like this stuff it's all theoretical until it happens, but then once it does happen, it's really cool to figure out how it would actually, change things. So I'm totally like, I'm here for people finding new skips and new, better routing options and stuff. I can't believe this game has been out for what, like 25 years or so?
25 years.
And people are still finding new things.
I was just complaining to my friend the other day about the changes on like Twitch and the changes on speedrun.com. But when you go to like the Final Fantasy like hub on speedrun.com, like it now says like the number of years since that game has been released, like in big bold letters. So like I was looking for the speedrun for Final Fantasy 3 to try to decide like how long is this run going to be before we start, and it was just like 34 years ago, and I was like, man, that I'm almost 34.
That hurts.
Like that hurts my body to see that.
Yeah, it's a painful reminder. Also, did both runners pick Eyes on Me?
Oh.
Did I see 2 electric guitars?
So one of them didn't drift, and then he also picks Eyes on Me. That's like double invalid.
I feel like nobody's gonna give loves to Waves at all.
No.
Nobody's gonna choose.
It's not about the time save, it's about the principle of the matter. If there's a jig option, you pick the jig.
It's 8 seconds. It's 8 seconds.
Who cares about the time?
That's what I'm saying. I was like, it's 8 seconds. It's negligible.
Yeah, like, this is about the song. I don't have audio on both of them because it would be conflicting for me constantly, but I couldn't tell which ones they did. I thought I saw electric guitars, which...
I wish I could play audio at all. I have like distant Spotify FF8 music in the background, but like I would just get so distracted hearing double voices.
Yeah. Are you watching it through the stream or
I'm watching it through the
like real time player
through
thing?
Discord. Yeah.
Oh, through Discord. Okay. You just picked random instruments. I always wondered what would happen. It would probably be really painful, but does the game let you? Can you just pick like any random 4 instruments and just
you can
see how it sounds?
So like the only thing that's different is that you'll get like a different dialogue option. Like, because I think if you pick Eyes on Me, Renault will talk about how like it reminds her of the song on the radio and she hates it or something like that. So I think it just like depends upon the number of text boxes you get after that. And I think if you're a real stickler, that will like amount to how, you know, I just want 2 text boxes versus 7.
Well, yeah, I know what my priorities lie in, but I would like to hear what kind of cursed combinations are possible. Now it might be a mission to see what happens.
On my run that I keep talking about, I'm currently stuck on BGH2 Part 2 because it's one of the most egregious fights that we have to do in the No Junctions, No Level run. It's really bad. But whenever I do pass it, I'll just pick random instruments and tell you how it goes.
Oh, please.
I've been
Whatever
recording
sounds like
this
the
run,
most
so-
like nails on chalkboard combination possible, I have to know. Ideally,
Realize
too, if that
like,
could be a
what are
run,
they doing up there?
if you do a run that you could submit so that other people have to listen to it too, that would be even better.
You should do like an Eyes on Me % or like a concert %, where like you just have the most jarring, messed up combination of instruments, but you have first place.
Yeah,
Like first place has this instrumentation.
I would
think
love to see.
I could see a
The
concert
true
%.
end game.
That would be like I bet you the stress would be so different to like get that fast. I mean, it wouldn't be like super duper different, but
The true end game would be the randomizer switching in different songs for each instrument. And then when you get to the concert, they all just play over the top of each other.
I saw this in chat earlier, and I like replied to it, and I was like, "Oh, that would be a cool thought," but it would be like way too variable. But like if we could do like a Final Fantasy series relay of like randomizers, so like
That'd be
if there could be
sick.
like a randomizer for each game, and then we just have like a relay of like 3 teams doing randomizers, where like each team is doing the same seeded randomizer for their game. I think that would be super entertaining.
It would be entertaining and also horrible.
Yeah, because I was thinking about the variations on time and how hard that would be.
Yeah, some of the like drops would be a make or break type of a thing. There have been like, so when I did the randomizer, I was expecting it to be a nightmare. My Ifrit was Ifrit, so like it wasn't that difficult. And I had enemies right in the beginning that were dropping speed up and strength up, and I was getting really high level magic right away. But then I'd seen other people's where their drops were like pretty much useless at that point in the game, and their first boss would be like Abaddon, without obviously having enough healing stuff to just one-shot him, or they would have like Omega or whatever type of things. Like you could have bosses that you'd have no conceivable way to be able to just like, you know, mow down like you would expect, even with them being scaled down.
My favorite seeds are the ones that you get like the abilities where I get like shaman stones and I can turn them into Rosetta stones, and I sell the Rosetta stones and I just make more. So like infinite gil, basically. You just keep getting stronger and stronger. And then you just lose time in the randomizer because you're spending way too much time getting stronger, but you're already strong enough to beat the game. And that's the problem. getting caught up in
First
that cycle.
world problems.
Yeah, first world problems. I mean, but that's like what, and you can probably attest to this because you time yourself too in the randomizer. Is like there becomes a point where like power creep doesn't matter when you find specific things. So like, you really need, like getting distracted by power creep. You know, you can just carry on. Like there becomes a point where you're just like, all right, I'm done.
With AP ammo, you only really need like 160 strength to hit damage cap.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
Which is like, what? You find yourself an Ultima plus maybe strength 40 and you're at like 200 strength immediately.
Cordellium's screen has been black for so long because he's just going past the warp point so quickly. For those of you guys who haven't done this mini game this way before, when you go into Balam Siege, you're supposed to do this big puzzle thing where you're following clues to try to find where the captain is, and like you're supposed to, I don't know, follow around a dog that's like on the trail of the fish he was eating. Like it's a whole thing. It takes a lot of running around and talking to people and figuring things out, but there's a screen transition here that if you run past it back and forth 17 times, the game thinks, wow, this person is really struggling with this puzzle. Let's just make it so that they can go straight to the hotel and do the fight. So they've managed to get so lost and have so much trouble with this that they need to go back and forth 17 times. Obviously, they need help. So it just tosses you a bone and says, here you go. Go do the boss fight then. And so you purposely just, when you go into the Balam town, you just start going back and forth through that screen so you can just go straight to the fight. Easy peasy.
In fact, they purposely put in a mercy mechanic with this minigame is laughable.
They had to have known. It was so obscure to like figure this stuff out.
We just abuse it.
So you can just go straight to doing that. If you don't want to try to deal with the fuss of this little, I don't know, clue puzzle thing, you can just run back and forth a bunch and you will access the boss fight right away.
It's crazy to think about how close this is because Team Mog just got into Balam and Team Tonberry is entering Fujin and Raijin currently. So
yeah, so Team Mog is probably, what, 30 to 60 seconds behind?
Yeah, so like the variations, like we just need a fight to go correctly for Team Mog, or we just need Team Tonberry to keep up their pace and not give any slack or credence to Team Mog.
Yeah, this could be incredibly close.
And
I've been trying to kind of keep an eye as well on how Sayo's time is going. It looks like all three runners are incredibly consistent. They're all nice, steady, straight lines.
Yeah.
So their finish time is probably going to be super close to each other.
Yeah, if you're really trying to like think about like, oh, Tonberry is winning or Mog is winning, think about the lines and kind of just how like Tiny Bobcat was talking about, like how straight they are. Because like the curvature to the lines means like, man, this runner is saving a lot of time, or this runner is losing a lot of time. But as we can see from our runners, they're just straight across the board because they are all operating it within the same parameter as each other. None of them are leaking any more time or gaining any more time over the other in the same instances. Ooh, Cordellium gets the tornado. You know what I love about this
Always
fight?
do.
Is this fight is in canon, meaning that until you draw Pandemonium from Fujin, she will cast Tornado. As soon as you draw it, if you just sit there, she will never cast Tornado because you've stolen her access to wind magic.
So do you think it's getting it directly, like she's getting her magic directly from the GF? Okay, I like that.
So it's kind of cool because like in the game, like she will not cast anymore magic like that once you cast draw Pandemonium.
My Zell
So-
almost never survives that fight because of the tornado.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, he always goes in with low enough health that he just like in first turn dead. Which doesn't really matter for this fight, but still. It's like that magic is a lot stronger than really we should be at this point. If your health is low, it is very sketchy.
And that kind of gives credence to what I was saying earlier about water and wind magic, like all these non-blizzard, Blizzara spells are very, very strong in this game. Very strong. Tornado will just mess up your party.
Alright. I am going to take a quick nap and hopefully be back for the rest of the run. Because
Okay.
I've been awake for 21 minutes.
Yeah, please go get some rest.
You need to go take some rest. So, enjoy it.
Alright, thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate
Altruit.
everyone watching.
No, thank you.
Bye, it's been fun chatting.
Bye.
See you guys.
Okay, it looks like Team Mog's fight is going about the same. It is really tempting if Irvine gets that first turn. If he manages to get his shot right away. I still my brain is just like, oh, I have shot. I can kill him before they kill me. And it's like, no, you have to wait to draw the GF. There's certain fights where the GF is incredibly necessary. You can't just kill the thing the second that your limit breaks show up. You have to plan your times. And as scary as Fujin can be, you need to, swap your turnover to the next person. Make sure you draw Pandemona, and then switch back to Irvine and start blasting. So yeah, you gotta kind of risk it a little bit.
Look at this swag backwards movement.
Yeah, I know.
And also,
Island
agree
hopping
with
is very
you,
fun.
because how many times have I opened up phase 2 of Fusion and Raijin and shotgun ammo, and then had to cancel out of the limit and and then draw, and then limit again.
Yeah,
All the time.
I've had
All
that same the same thing where it's just like, not yet. My main thing is with the fish fins. I'll cue Thunder, but before Squall can actually start the animation, I also cue Laser Eye. But of course, your limit breaks jump ahead. They get my priority. So, Questus will Laser Eye, which might do a few hundred damage. Sometimes Squall will cast the Thunder afterwards, will manage to kill the fish, but sometimes it doesn't. And then I just have to wait a whole nother turn to kill a fish that, if I would have waited a half a second, I could have done in the correct order and not had that problem. So sometimes you gotta hold back a little bit. It's exciting, oh, I got my limit right away, perfect. It's don't do it until the character does the more important thing. Drawing a GF, using an item sometimes, if you're doing the Griever fight, you have to do some really specific item usage before you start trying to go into your limits, because you need to make sure that they're going to survive. If you kill Griever too fast before you throw enough heroes on everybody, for example, yeah, you're toast.
Yeah. Burnt toast.
Wait, splitting
Smart.
on the first fight instead of the second? Did that happen?
I split a little bit early, but it went through extremely fast. So
Okay. Again, the main time that's going to matter is going to be at the very, very end. But yeah, them being a minute apart is pretty wild.
this is the dynamic you're going to see for the rest of the game between these two teams. Especially between the route variation. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you, by the way. Between the route variation between ECM and straight just Q, not even Q and Z, because Q and Z is on Team Choco's side right now. But we're talking about turbo. We're talking about a turbo route, which is what Broodles is running. That's what ECM. It's turbo route. It spends an extra encounter to cheese 50 AP to get move faster to have faster fights. So like you're gonna see like these slight time increases, but Cordellium is such a consistent runner that you're just gonna see him not allowing any time to team mog, as much as TheBroodles is trying to fend for their team. You know, the dynamic is gonna be it's gonna be tough for TheBroodles to catch up. It's possible, especially with like certain fights, but
and it doesn't
we have
look
like
like
propagators. You go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna so from the screens that we see on here right now, it doesn't look as much like it's that close because you guys see with the big time differences on there. When you look in the actual like split counters on the last split that all three teams had, they were within 5 minutes of each other on the which fight is that? The one at the end of prison, I believe, right? Is the last split that all three? Yeah. So 337, 333, and 332, they are minutes apart from each other. Even though, you know, Sayo, Team Chocobo had a very long delay in getting started, their paces are neck and neck.
Yeah, they're right next to each other. Because, like, put yourself in the shoes of Sayo, right? If you were running in this relay, you might think, like, oof, getting started so late. That's an hour and 13 minutes later, an hour and 15 minutes later than I was scheduled to. That's disheartening. So, you know, like, it might be easier to leak a little bit of time on each boss. It might be easier to, like, fudge up your movement a little bit. That's not happening at all. Like, this, like, these runners are, like, headstrong. They are in this rate. Like, regardless if they are plus a minute 13, whatever, you know, what you see on the graph between the teams. As far as like running FF8, these runners are, like you said, neck and neck.
Like the final time on the relay shows which team won, but I think there's definitely like that little rivalry just within the games themselves that they want to all do well on their own game, regardless of what the full relay time looks like. They just want to, you know, get their run the best that they can get it.
You're a runner of this game currently. Like, imagine signing up for the relay, getting accepted, and then PBing. Like,
yeah, it's happened.
Awesome. Yeah, all the time. So
it still is always worth just putting your heart into it, doing the best you can. Obviously, don't, you know, go too hard on yourself when things don't work out, because that's going to happen sometimes, but you know, it's just something you could kind of, I guess, agree to when you take on speedrunning a giant RNG heavy game like this, that sometimes things aren't going to be nice to you.
Yeah, like we say that we have the RNG dialed down, nailed to the wall, but then like things like a day of one happen to Cordellium. So
yeah, 8 is one of the least aggressive RNG ones, it sounds like, and even then, like, again, I've seen so many runs end to Griever, because before you can throw that hero stone on him, sometimes Griever just barely has enough time to squeak in a quick, like, melee spell cast or whatever on Irvine, and if he dies, you got to start the cast all over again. Yeah. So there's 10 minutes easily lost. So
yeah, when you're on phase 2 of that fight and you're trying to throw the hero and you see Doom come through, you're like, oh, thank goodness.
Don't start casting things. Like, thankfully, most stuff isn't going to be too dangerous. I guess if you already have aura on, especially when you're throwing hero on. But there are things that you can cast that will kill you. Just nothing you can do about it. So
yeah, getting that holy is just awful.
You could be a fantastic runner, and the game just says, not today. Today is just not your day, buddy.
What's super sad is like seeing someone like do final party manipulation and then pass, get through it, die to Griever, and then they like instantly try to open up the item menu and then revive, and then it misses. I'm like, ugh.
The heartbreaking feeling of like, they don't realize they just lost their run.
It hurts my heart.
Didn't that happen in the relay for 8 last year? Because I was watching through some of that just to kind of get a feel more of what this relay looks like as it's playing out. I thought last year had some pretty rough Ultimecia fight shenanigans going on.
It sounds right. I was there, but I couldn't tell you what happened because the amount of times I've been in front of Ultimecia or seen someone in front of Ultimecia is
Hundreds.
an endless number at this point.
Well, I guess you verify runs too, so
Every once in a while.
you've probably seen more runs than I could even fathom. So you're asking, does no one save before Ultimecia? You can only save outside of the whole castle. You can't unlock the save ability while you're going through the castle, so you don't get that safety save outside of her actual fight. So if you die, because you only unlock item and limit break. If Irvine dies, who is the main damage dealer for that fight and very, very necessary, you have to start the castle over because you can't revive. It's pretty terrible.
I ran for GDQ one year for a one of their little sideshows, and I was like showing off like the speed run. I was doing ECM, and I got done with Tiamat at the end, and I was like, I'm gonna do 25%. And Waves was like, I don't know, man. Maybe you shouldn't do that. And I was like, I'll be fine. I wasn't fine. I had to like reload during GDQ, and it was awful. So like Ultimecia will Griever will take you.
Yeah, you can't get comfortable with that fight. You cannot think like, oh, it's scripted. It always goes this way. Absolutely not.
Nope. Especially Ultimecia.
Final phase. I have never had problems with it yet, but I feel like I've probably gotten by just in like seconds to spare before she was going to start, because she's drawn Apocalypse before while I'm fighting her, and I'm always like, don't do it. I never feel comfortable at the end of that fight. Every time it feels like I just barely scraped through, you know?
Yeah. Every once in a while, especially when you get like the Holy War, you're just like, thank you. Thank you.
I know. That feeling is amazing.
Right when
like
you
I actually get a full party, let's go.
Yeah, you throw the stone, and then you throw the Holy War, and you're like, I'm done.
Yep.
I'm done.
Yep. GG's Griever and Ultimecia, you don't stand a chance.
Good game, well played.
So they're going through the longest dialogue mashing section of I think the entire run. The like trivia history of the orphanage reveals stuff. This is just a really, really long talking section.
It's either this or space for sure.
I guess with space you have like the FMV stuff of Renoa in the middle there, so it kind of is broken. I mean, it's just a really long cutscene. Just takes forever.
Especially when like Alone is like sending Squall into like different memories to try to like figure out about Renoa.
Here's
like,
when they talk about
that takes
the ring.
forever.
And here's where they're in their car, and it's like, oh my gosh, can we please?
Yeah, and then it like zooms in
Like,
on her, and she's like floating through with her memories.
Yeah.
And then you have to catch her. And
Yeah,
then
the
there's
part-
the walking in the space station.
ages to get through. Yeah, this is a nice long break. Like, you can get up and make some lunch. You can go make yourself a nice pot of coffee.
Fluffy.
Some coffee. The important stuff.
And that's why I like Turbo.
You just have to not
First.
forget to come back in time and catch your girlfriend spinning in space, or you're in big trouble.
Which has definitely happened to some of us. Wink, wink, me.
Yeah. I haven't made that mistake yet, but it's a matter of time. It's a when, not an if. Because
It's
I've
like
not ran that much, and like I'm finding out more and more things that can go wrong with every time that I play it. So, like, who knows what the next one's gonna be? Oh, more of this like styling in reverse. Look at this,
We have champions among us.
man. I can't do that driving backwards from the lunar base in reverse. I cannot do that yet.
It's hard.
I just am like swinging wildly when I try to start.
when I first started playing this game, I opened the map like big style and like autopiloted everywhere. I did not care.
Mm-hmm.
People were like, "You can't believe you're doing that. That's so slow." I was like, "I don't care. I'll figure it out eventually."
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you figure it out?
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah. When you're ready.
When you're ready. Got a first try valve coming up here from Sayo.
Mm-hmm. So if it doesn't fluctuate on PlayStation, does it always work first try if you have turbo on?
Yes. So it will work if you have
Lucky.
turbo on. On PC, but just like depending on what your settings are, if you're using Steam over like a third-party program.
Yeah, I've joined a key on it and it still doesn't do it sometimes.
Yeah, depending on how many button presses you have per second, or whether you do it like 0.333 or 0.781.
I think the card one is a little lower, so I might try bumping it up and see if that makes it a little more consistent. I know we figured out when I first had it set, my turbo speed was set to like 30 or something, but the game couldn't actually read that many input, or maybe it was even more. It couldn't read all the inputs, and I guess that when it thinks that you're holding down the button, it doesn't read all of the turbo inputs.
Yeah,
So-
with 30 FPS, it's going to be especially hard if you do 30 button presses per second, because the second that it goes from 30 to 31, you're missing every single button press.
It was like apparently significantly slower, so I was like, why does it feel like I'm mashing as fast as the turbo is going? And then Waves was like, try putting your turbo down to like 14 or 15, and I did, and my next run I saved like 15 minutes just on the turbo.
which is perfect, because like,
Like,
if you think
oh.
about it, just like I was saying, like if it fluctuates from 30, you're hitting every frame, and then it goes to 31, you're missing every frame. If you do 15 or 14, you're hitting every one still, because it's like every second. So if it fluctuates, half of them are going to go through if you're at 15 or 14.
Yeah, it was like little things like that you'd think like, oh, I want to put the most amount of button presses possible, right? So that it hits the button more often. It's like, well, sometimes the game can't read all those presses, and then it screws you up because it doesn't know what you're doing. It thinks that you are making a mistake.
That's why it always sounds so silly. Like, so I play with a Kiwami, and you know, you have like the turbo slider, and you know, you'll have like 7 or you'll have 12, then 15, and then like 18. And you're like, why are these numbers are so random? But then when you think about like if your frames dip or go up, like, and you're at 30, you're missing every single frame if when it goes to 31. So it makes sense that it's like these little like integers that are divisible by, you know, frames that the game runs at. That makes a lot of sense to me now that I think about it, actually.
Yeah, so that was a pretty massive difference. All right, Sayo is going to fight Oily Boys. Will Sayo get the same luck that Mog and Tonberry had? Cross
our
your
fingers and toes crossed for
Yep.
Chocobo, for sure. We don't want to
Oily
see
Boys
any.
can be very rude.
We don't want to see any sonic waves. Knock on wood. I didn't just say that.
Nope, no commentator curse. Nope. This fight always makes me so nervous. Like, it's not difficult. You just need one limit break, do 2 shotgun shots. That should be it. But for some reason, just the way that they can mess with you
I've seen so many people
stresses
like.
me out. Oh my gosh, he is not getting a limit. Wow, that took forever. Okay, he got kind of lucky that they didn't do anything too aggressive, but...
See, I was about to curse it again. I was gonna be like, I've seen some people die to this fight, and or like not even just like losing to, you know, them instantly getting ATB and sonic waving, but like not being able to find a limit. And then, sure enough,
Chat wants to attempt to curse the run, and if you do, I'm writing down names, and I'm going to send them to the runners. I will let them know who is responsible. But no, it was perfectly clean. They didn't cast anything nasty.
no, that was good. That was a good time for Team Chocobo.
I have messed up the part that Cordellium is on right now. That screen, gotten stuck talking to people when you don't need to anymore. It's like it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
as obvious as you'd like it to be. Or like people would
It's,
move out of the way or something. You can just get stuck in this loop of talking to Renoa and not even realize, because you just put on turbo and don't think about it.
It's really
you
easy.
pay attention.
It's really easy to get under the thought process that like, because it is true. Like we were talking earlier, like having an 8-minute break over not having an 8-minute break is huge. That's really nice. Like it's almost like the game is doing the work for you. But you can like fall under these visages, kind of like you're talking about right now, where you can just sit there and talk to the same person 72 times, and you have no idea that that's what's happening. But you're just
there have been times where
wasting time, hemorrhaging time.
people forgot turbo on, myself included, obviously. I forgot turbo on, and it accidentally it screwed up big parts of your run. So it's like you can definitely lean too heavily on it. What I did on my last run attempt was try to really focus on when exactly do I actually need to use turbo versus is it like just clicking through a couple menus, or should I turn on turbo and then just immediately turn it off when the dialogue is done? That's kind of what I'm trying to get in the habit of. So turbo is your friend, but it also will stab you in the back, so you need to just...
There is a skill level with
there's a weird level of skill to when to use it.
just like how there's skill with like not using turbo. There's skill to mashing, just like how there's skill to setting your controller up and knowing how to follow visual cues and audio cues and everything that makes a speedrunner an efficient runner.
Mm-hmm. And for an 8.5 hour run, typically, that is a lot of things to pay attention to. I don't want to discourage people from trying to learn the run. You absolutely should. If you're interested in it, there's a ton of resources to make it doable.
Tons of resources.
Just know that there are going to be points where you're going to be like, what the heck was I supposed to do about that? Or like, you just... There's difficulty parts to it too that are kind of fun to tackle and actually manage to conquer. When you stop, like when you make a mistake, you're not going to make it again because you're gonna learn the first time. It's just there's a million little steps that have to be done correctly to get a good efficient run, and like it's not going to screw you up usually to have turbo on the wrong time unless you like pick the wrong party members at the wrong time or something, but even that's probably fixable, just not as efficient. So.
Yeah, you're just losing a little bit of time if you're like auto firing like in a menu and it's just
oh yeah,
oh no,
yep.
Whoops, let me fix that.
Okay, so soon we're gonna have the paratroopers fight, which should only take one, maybe two shotgun ammo to kill. Normally is not a horrible fight to do, but they can cast a lot of magic, which obviously is very slow. They cast, I think it's usually probably silence is what I get hit by, but silence isn't really going to mess up the run. It's mostly just that it can be painfully slow. You have to do a little bit of running back and forth in this section. And then pretty soon is going to be the paratroopers part and end of Disc 2. So we are getting just cruising towards Disc 2 very fast. Where is... Sasayo is getting... Also, oh my gosh, it feels like they're so close to each other, even if it's been an hour. It feels like we were just looking at this on the other screens as well. They're so fast.
FF8 falls prey to this like idea. I've told people this while I run the game. I feel like FF8 is different over a lot of other Final Fantasies. I can't speak for every Final Fantasy because I haven't run every Final Fantasy, but I've run a couple of them. And I feel like compared to most of them, 8 is one of those games where you return to a lot of the same places a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So like every runner is in the garden right now during a conflict. But like Sayo's conflict is not the same as Broodles and Cordellium's conflict right now.
Yeah, it really looks like it would be
Yeah.
based on what's going on, but we're
Different.
this is like the garden faculty.
Yeah, pre and
Nonsense
post
again.
Frabia.
Yep. So this part should be, again, I think with the same type of strat should be pretty straightforward. Norg is usually a clean fight. I don't typically see him start casting off magic because you just destroy the pod in a few hits and then do a quick limit break in the second phase. And yeah, Renoa being able to hang on to the outside of the garden for an extended period of time is very surprising. I don't know why they didn't ever like land on a little ledge or something, so it'd look at least a little bit more convincing, but you know, maybe she just does a lot of pull-ups and we just don't ever see it.
Herculean strength.
Okay, good. Okay, paratroopers, what are we gonna get?
Hopefully this goes smoothly for Team Tonberry.
Well, there's one cast. My favorite, silence. Oh, come on.
Silence is a pretty good one.
Oh, terrible.
Not
If they cast slow is such a pain.
such a pain. Got the shotgun
I had
ammo.
one, Irvine's bar was probably like a fourth of the way through and then cast slow on him. I was like, are you serious? Of all the things. The worst
Very
cast,
yuck.
almost as early as possible. Do you
Sino
like
heading to work soon?
the areas that you go through, like the kind of one-off mazy type of areas? Like you go through Galbadia, when you go through like the sewers, do you typically like or dislike those type of areas?
I think when I was a kid, I disliked areas like that.
Mhm.
But like, I also always played games like Ocarina of Time and other like rogue like RPGs a little bit. So I feel like I didn't have too much trouble, but definitely as an adult, stuff like that, I cannot be bothered by it. Like, I'll definitely figure it out if I want to play the game, but like, if I'm just going through the motions of a game, something like that will definitely turn me off to something like that.
Just
But I think
getting
in this-
hopelessly lost.
Yeah. But I think when I played this game as a kid, I definitely enjoyed it. It gave like some charm to the game, for sure.
I just remember getting hopelessly lost in the sewers as a kid. And it seems like there's pretty much only one way forward, but there's those parts where it loops back around and it all looks the same. So it's hard to know if you're going in the right direction or not. Like if you're trying to go to the side to like collect the magazine and all the other stuff, you actually have to know how to get through there better.
Yeah.
So now with speedrunning things, like, and again, Galbadia Garden, now with speedrunning it, where I actually know the route through it, I kind of enjoy going through Galbadia now because of being able to just, like, sprint through it, you know? It's no longer a mystery, and I don't have to worry about going down wrong hallways and everything. It's like, now it's kind of enjoyable, I think, again, just to, like, make up for when I was younger and played and struggled with these areas, being able to come back through them and just like destroy the thing that held me back.
Exactly.
Feels so much more fun than
Whether
just like
it be...
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
it's just, I don't know, like instead of just learning it for the first time like as an adult already or something where you wouldn't really have that history of hating the area and overcoming it. It just kind of feels better to be able to like come back in and be like, I'm ready for you this time.
Yeah, whether it be like movement through like an area like the sewers like you were talking about, or whether we're blasting through things with Irvine, you know, capitalizing upon, you know, the brokenness of the junctioning system as it is. Whatever it is, like the idea of coming back and doing better than we did when we were kids is always like the nostalgia that drives the passion of speedrunning. For me.
Mm-hmm. I've heard a lot of, like, one of the main negative things that I've heard about this game from some people is that it's like too easy to break, and then you can make the game too easy and blah blah blah. And it's like that I think is kind of the fun part, personally, is like that you can get a setup where you just clobber everything. It's like, yeah, it's decently fun in other games to like have a good system where you have to, you know, use a bunch of different types of attacks and you have to like know the rhythm of the fight and stuff like that. There's definitely good points to that, but I kind of like the feeling of this game in particular for being so exploitable that it's like with a little know-how, you could just like feel like untouchable. I mean, you're not, obviously. You can always very easily die, but like if you get the first turn and you kill a boss, then again, you just to wipe the floor with you. It feels pretty good.
Every game has a speedrun, right? Like, there's always strategy to every speedrun game, or every game that has a speedrun. And this one strategy just happens to be break the junction system. So that's what we do, and it feels really good when you do it. In the same way that it probably feels really good to break every other game through any other means of whether it be a glitch or, you know, being extra powerful through getting an item that's not normally there, or, you know, what have you.
Man, I still can't believe. Look at the graph. Look how neck and neck they are still. It's just shocking to me.
Technically, if we could like zoom in on the graph like more and more, we would see that Sayo is saving a little bit of time over the other two runners, just ever so slightly. So Sayo is doing
Kinda wheedling his way down.
Best. Yeah, absolute best for Team Choco right now. The other two are pretty plateaued against each other, and you can slowly see Choco just creeping away at both of them.
Yeah, obviously I don't want any team to have any like catastrophic issues or anything like that, but seeing them get into the same ballpark would be pretty cool.
I think
there are still a couple of very like unpredictable runs coming up. We still have 5. And what is the one that's after this one? So we have 13, 1, and 5 still as well, which I'm not sure about 1 and 13, but I know 5 can be pretty
yeah. So 1
pretty
can
rude, so.
It's really unfair to the teams that are playing that 1 and then 5 got put at the end because Chaos is one of the most unpredictable endgame bosses of any Final Fantasy game. I mean, I'm sure a lot of other runners of other games would say differently, but I'm sure the FF1 runners are with me when 1 at the end is a casino, and when you win, you just do. You hit the lottery. And then pairing that against like the step run, like I've seen relays where a team will lose 40 minutes over a step route. Differences and, you know, shenanigans that will happen. So there are two great equalizers that are coming up after this game.
Yeah, that it could go anywhere, which is what I like to see. Again, you kind of hope that some other team isn't gonna just get decimated like that, but it's really hard to say with this game, or these games. Because there's such long runs, and it's usually kind of a domino effect. If one thing behaves a certain way, it could be a big sign of what's to come still.
And that is going to be Norg for Choco.
And Cordellium just got past the flying paratrooper.
Very nice.
Just kind of the bane of my runs lately as well. Again, sometimes it's like you hold, punch and block, and then you hold kick and block, I think, right? You kind of alternate between those two. So
it might have changed ever since I ran, but the way that I know it is that you spam kick. So you kick them to like throw them off of their guard, and then as soon as you see the knee touch the face, I'll hold down punch and block at the same time.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like I mean, it's different inputs, but it sounds like it probably does kind of the same thing, that just once he starts blocking, because then once you come out of block, your hit is faster than the paratroopers.
Yeah, and you'll
So
just
you
go
just
from
stay
block
ahead.
to punch, from block to punch. So
Yep.
the idea is like to kick them, to throw them off, and then to line up the blocking and the punching to be together with them blocking themselves.
Okay, yeah, that sounds similar. And then sometimes, though, what I've had is the paratrooper is just like allergic to blocking. Suddenly, he just doesn't want to do it,
Yeah.
and will just punch the crap out of Squall. Like, he will not stop. I'll block. I'll try to do anything to throw off his rhythm. It just doesn't work sometimes. It just gets this just super aggressive, like, spree of attacking nonstop. And I'm glad we're not seeing that here, because boy, that is frustrating when it happens.
Yeah. Look
Bang.
at the...
Perfect. First try for both of them.
Can you, like, Broodles just massacred
Yeah.
that soldier.
Yeah.
What do we got here from Cordellium? Pastrami?
Pastrami?
Question mark? Even it's funny because I said pastrami.
Pastrami? With like
As
an
a question
inflection?
mark?
Yeah.
It's like it heard me through the nether and was like, yes, pastrami?
I think they're gonna think this is weird. I should throw a question mark out there.
Everyone's
There's
questioning
gotta be a
it.
history for that. I'm confused.
I feel like nobody names Grieve. I'm not going to say that because it's not true. But most of us, whenever we name Griever, it usually means something.
Like based on, like, I don't know, some channel
Just-
meme type of thing.
Just anything, whether it be like, like if I'm doing no junctions, no leveling, I'll name the person Kaival because like they're a great runner. They made a lot of like speed run programs and stuff for the community, but like that's the person. And I was like, okay, it's this person. So like I'll name Griever or some other kind of funny. In the randomizer, I'll name it like whoever I'm racing with or whatever.
Oh, really? Okay. I don't think I've really been like renaming them. I think I'm not fast enough with like typing the names in on that menu, and it would be just like a huge time loss for me. I wish I was more on the meme side, but not in that regard yet.
Sometimes we just take the time loss.
What is
And it's
brutal in the
acceptable.
name? Griever. Anything?
Let's see.
Oh, we're also getting a name.
Yep. Oh, no. Okay. Phew. I thought my name was coming
Hot
up. And I was
dog! Let's go!
I saw QU and I was like, oh no. And then I saw the A and I was like, okay. Whew. It's not my name.
And now we're gonna see some quad dogs, I'm sure. Yeah, running through this this garden, whoever designed this, I would like to have some words with. This part is not very fun to figure out. When you don't know where you're going, it is actually a nightmare.
I've never like actually seen the notes for EZCM, but I helped with a lot of like people individually like asking about design concept for things, and I'm pretty sure the map that exists in the ECM guide for what the layout of Galbadia is, like the person that was making it came to me and was just like, this is so frustrating because like now that I'm having to do this, I now understand that it doesn't make any sense because of like the structure of how things are laid out. Like that's not like how an architect would build things. Like it doesn't make any sense like perspective wise how they're trying to glue things together, especially from like going from floor to floor.
Yeah, I'd heard that the
makes
way that it
sense.
overlaps is impossible.
Yeah, exactly.
I haven't looked at it myself, but I believe it from how weirdly it's designed already. Like, I don't understand how you go up on one side of the ring and you go. It's what, like up some stairs or up an elevator and you fight a boss, but then you go back down the elevator and you go down the hallway and you go on the other side of the ring, and apparently that's the part that Adea drops down into.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they're on opposite sides of a big open ring. How could they
Yeah.
possibly overlap? Just silly little things like that.
I mean, she does so many other things that are like outside the space, outside the realm of reality that we don't question, but we question that. It's more so like, who built this place? Not a sorceress. So,
Was it
like, why is
supposed
it
to?
like this?
Yeah. I don't know, maybe it's like maybe there's some magic teleporters somehow. Well, even then, like, how would Squall know where the different rooms are? Like, it is very weird. Oh, look at Cerberus. Aw.
Cerberus skip.
I always like how excited Cerberus looks. Tail wagging. You just need a couple of tennis balls for the good boy.
There was a period of time. Where we used to get Cerberus. I'm pretty sure it was like, now we get Pandemonium because it was about like getting the speed up effect.
Wait, what was the benefit of Cerberus before?
I'm pretty sure it was just like speed, in like being able to junction speed. But I'm
Okay.
pretty sure eventually you figured out like drawing Pandemonium was like more efficient.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I mean, you're already right there anyways instead of doing a whole separate fight. So that makes sense.
I
just
need
draw.
to go to the Wikipedia. There's an article. Let me see if I can find it. It will link to Cerberus skip, so people know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the initiative and the speed junction. Yep. We're gonna see another expert Cerberus skip here.
For all of those inquiring minds.
Just squeezing by.
By the way, that FF8 wiki is fantastic. If you have any questions about the speedrun at all, please.
Yeah, it's close. It's a close skip.
It's
It's
not
up
for
there
the
with
faint
like
of heart.
Yeah, it's up there with like the Sid skip, but I mean, obviously these are like the best runners, so if anybody's gonna do it, it's gonna be these three.
Yeah, the maintainer of the FF8 wiki, Brofar, is one of the better programmers I've ever met in my life. So it makes perfect sense that their website would be
Brofar's work, huh?
well maintained. Yeah, Brofar does all the work on that website.
All right, so are they saving before? Okay, they're saving before the Cypher fight. Okay. I knew they were expected to do a safety save around here somewhere because Idea 2 can be pretty awful, so I want to make sure that they have something to fall back on just in case. Obviously they won't need it, but just in case.
Just in case. It's always good to... I mean, there's a lot of things in my life where like the idea of knowing is just enough. So like saving and then being like, okay, even if the worst happens, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of safety saves still.
Yeah.
I haven't quite let go of those training wheels yet. I'm not at the point where I really need to worry about letting go of those, but like I don't grab every save point, but I probably still save like 5 times through the run or something while I'm playing, and that's just to make sure if I do get destroyed on a boss fight, I can at least load something to continue my run. Even if the time isn't good, any practice helps.
Of course.
So they just physically just melee Cypher no limit for this part.
Yep. You don't need it.
I feel like on mine I do a limit, but you probably, yeah. Minus that it could get them into scary low health for the next phase. Easy CM probably doesn't really... I've been kind of, again, switching some of my strats over to ECM, but man, I don't know if I'm ready or interested in taking that full plunge. That is... The route that these runners are doing, they're doing a little different routes, but the strats that they're using are... Like, you gotta be really quick.
Nothing.
Yeah.
It's very all or nothing.
Okay, that seems
So we
good.
got Renzo here for the Q only variant. because we need to do enough damage. Because if we don't get the proper Christ level on Irvine and we don't do enough damage to Cypher, I don't know
Oh,
why
that
I'm
was
playing so
fast.
hard there. If we don't do enough damage to him, he can crit us, and then that's kind of like the end.
Ooh. Yeah, that was basically what my fights usually are like, but probably a little different of damage numbers. But if you
Yeah, so-
don't kill them back to back, Adea does a first move on her phase, which is called Maelstrom, I believe, right?
Correct.
It doesn't do a ton of damage, but it does enough damage that it could cause problems, but it also curses your party. Is what I had happen last time when I...
Yeah, the
Screwed
curse
up.
is terrible, because then you gotta use the remedy, and
You gotta waste a turn doing remedy, and in the meantime she can start spamming magic at you, and it is very, very dangerous.
so we're getting a lot of questions in chat about like the route differences. So Team Mog Blue for the Broodles is running ECM, which is short for early card mod. So what happened there is during Dollet, the big mechanical crab spider, Broodles decided to kill it to gain an extra 50 experience, and he had the ability to get card mod early. So Broodles is stronger essentially than Cordellium is for sure, and is not stronger than Sayo, but got his strength earlier than Sayo did in terms of the run. And those are the differences in the routes. So we have ECM, which gets card mod early. We have Q and Z, which is Q card and Z card, and then we have Q, which is Q card only. So Cordellium does not have the 60% strength plus junction throughout this run, so his fights are going to take a little bit longer, but he did not have to get the Zell card, so he saved time in that. Goodness, look at that line between Tonberry and Mog. It's just like a straight line all the way through.
Oh yeah, I can see the Team Choco is kind of inching its way down there. Mhm.
Slowly creeping.
Well, not going into the save time not getting the Zell card. You save time
By
even if
walking
it's like
past
a
it.
minute or maybe two of going in and having to talk to Mudding and run into the other room, run back in, start a game with her, win the game, and then
So
run
whether
back
you get
out.
it first try, second try, obviously sucks, but like you were saying, Tiny Bobcat, sorry, I didn't mean to step on you, but like it's time regardless.
So a couple minutes less for the getting the Zell card, but then you might save a couple minutes. Like it kind of can, like it costs a couple minutes to get the card, but then you can save multiple more later on by doing some fights faster. So it's like you gotta kind of, I guess, balance the risk.
That's what-
If you're doing Zell card, you have to pay it, like especially first try Zell card, you have to pay attention to a lot of things for the manip. A lot of things for tracking your RNG. It's quite a
It's
task.
overwhelming.
Did Cordellium just get the Sid skip too?
Sure did.
Dang. I struggle with that. I get it maybe 50% of the time. Still, maybe.
I used to be really good about it, and now I'm less good about it for sure.
There's a way that you can walk into the room at kind of a diagonal angle and then do this little like shimmy that gets you past the trigger point of where Sid's going to walk into the room, so you can just walk to the beach and it saves you, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds maybe of dialogue.
Yeah.
Again, there are not a whole lot of skips in this game, so you just take the ones that you get.
Take what you
manage to
can get. Exactly.
You can manage to pull them off, it's time saved. It's just you're not going to skip entire areas really in this game. They just built it too dang good. Alright, Sayo's coming up on the boss in Fisherman's Horizon, which is the, again, return of our tank friend. Easier on PS2.
I feel like it's also because, and this might not be entirely true, but I feel like the frame inconsistency I was talking about with Turbo, like as far as like pressing your inputs on certain frames, the frame that you're pressing your button could be going from 30 to 31 FPS, but so your button press might not register on the exact frame that you think it's registering on, which could mess up the inconsistency of.
It does suck when you don't know if the thing that you're doing wrong is because you're doing something wrong or if it's literally something that's out of your control.
Yeah.
That is not a great feeling to be like, I felt like I just did that perfectly. Why did it not work? Like, again, the stuff like the valves, first try valve, it's like, I hit the button, it didn't work. What was I supposed to do?
Yeah. It reminds me of like Playground Skip in Final Fantasy VII, where it like quite literally has a 50% chance to fail just because of like how frames work, and when you arrive to that spot and do the skip, like it could just fail through no fault of your own. All right, Big Blueberry for Sayo, part 2.
Blueberry. I still died in 2 hits, huh?
That big old
Easy,
water,
easy.
elemental water junction squall 5,000 crit.
I still don't understand. Did they ever explain how did that tank end up in Fisherman's Horizon? Did it get
Yes
like
and
airlifted over
no.
there? Like, how did it end up here and why if it's so beat up? Did they want to actually use it?
Did the explosion cause the tank to go in the ocean and it washed up on Fisherman's Horizon? But also at the same time, like the soldiers are in control of the tank, so maybe it's like autonomously at the will of the soldiers, and they just climbed inside so they didn't die from the explosion.
From the explosion, right. So they were just like stuck inside, just like, please.
Yeah, and then we blew it up, so they finally were free.
You know, every question I have from now on, it's probably just going to be answered to time compression. Like, every question could just be
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
via the railway. Yeah, that does connect. But I kind of more wonder specifically, like, did they bring it here to try to use since Galbadia was here? Or is it just a weird coincidence that it ended up there with, again, our other half of our team inside? It's just one of those things. Selfie confused it with a train and drove it there. Selfie would never mistake something for a train. Train are her passion. Although she probably could. She could pilot practically anything, apparently. She just sits in the Ragnarok cockpit like she owns the place and has no problems with it, so maybe. Brought it there to fix it? Oh, that could be. That could be, since they know, you know, the Fisherman's Horizon folks are good mechanics.
The only reason that I say like that they didn't have autonomy over what they decided to do with it is because like the soldiers sick the tank on your party as if they had control of where it goes. Like it literally.
You don't think Selfie was trying to take them out?
No, or shooting them and casting like laser cannon. Like,
right.
Whoops. All right, let's see how this Ruby Dragon luck is for Cordellium. Ooh, instant defend. Okay.
This fight makes me
duh.
so nervous now.
It's the scripted part.
It's the practice
silly.
part. Uh-oh. But
Yeah.
now...
Okay, so we got the early attack, which is fantastic.
I've had dragon fights that are completely docile, don't attack at all. And then again, I've had ones where it did like 2 of those instant charge attacks in a row, which I don't think you can do anything about.
Yeah, because like there's a certain point where if you haven't pressed square, he won't get to the defend position in time.
This dragon is being very nice. Very predictable. Nice. Didn't
Very
do any
clean.
instant attack.
Very clean.
Beautiful. Now, what I messed up on a recent run is when you start the next part, you have to menu so that is it Ifrit is junctioned? Yeah. So that Ifrit is junctioned because this dragon fight apparently gives a lot of XP.
Yes.
And I did not junction Ifrit, and I managed to kill the dragon with Squall, with a Laguna, and I was like, it's fine. It worked out. He's dead. We can continue the run. I did not realize that meant that my Ifrit was level 9. So I had to spend a ton of time just killing random enemies to try to get the experience to get Ifrit up. Yeah, I was so upset.
Yeah.
I realized. So again, you make these mistakes, and then you don't make them again. Okay, Broodles turn at the dragon. Hopefully it goes just as calm. Alright, actual fight.
We have 2 ruby dragon fights going on.
I don't know which one is more dangerous, honestly.
Seriously.
Oh, very fast limit break. Perfect. Okay.
And he got the crit in there as well. It's a guaranteed.
Dead.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I think for the Q only, and I might not be right on this, but like you might be really hoping for the crit there. I don't know if you don't crit, maybe you don't do enough damage to kill the boss. Off the top of my head, I cannot remember the damage needed to kill that boss.
All right, 2 dragons down. Nice. So Laguna Dream is this 4? Is Laguna Dream 4? Okay.
Yeah.
Is basically done now. So where is? Which part? It's so hard to tell. Like looking from trying to keep track of 3 runs at the same time. Boy, is quite a challenge.
Yeah. Crit's not needed. Okay, thank you. It's the Q only route. I'm glad that you're here, Windows, to verify information because it's one that I haven't ran, so I can't give the volatility of each fight in like if it's yikes, that could have been bad. Had we not gotten the crit, I can't be one to say for sure. So thank you.
So for the instant Ruby Dragon hit, there's 2 really fast attacks that it does. So it normally, once it levels its head out, if you have like, a second, you kind of get a feel for the timing, I guess. Where it doesn't move, you're free to attack and it won't do anything to you. But if it starts to rear up backwards and you attack it, you'll stop it from attacking on that turn, but then it will very shortly after just do this instant like lunge forward that you most likely can't block in time unless you know it's coming, and then you might be able to block it. So once you like recognize like, oops, I accidentally interrupted its attack, now it's going to attack me, you can block. But sometimes when you're just doing the normal attacks back and forth, you didn't interrupt its attack, nothing, just suddenly it will do that same charge at you. And you get hit by a couple of those, you're dead. I had a fight recently where it just did that to me 3 times within 4 turns or something like that. It just wanted to kill me suddenly. Typically, they act kind of more like they have for the runs here so far, where it kind of just does that almost alternating between just sitting there and attacking, and you really only have problems if you misjudge and attack and interrupt the red dragon's attack. But then yeah, sometimes it just has kind of a mind of its own and just kills you out of spite, I guess.
The answer to our long-awaited question is now about to be answered of what Sayo is going to pick instrumentation-wise.
Dicey effects.
Okay.
Come on, not a single.
Okay. Nobody's gonna. Okay. All these serious runners. in their 8-second time.
My
save.
disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
Yep. How many
Yep.
times have you played this game when you got to the white seed chip and you tried to zone in and it didn't happen and then you realized you didn't have the letter?
Once, like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. It's an awful,
I
awful
was
time.
so embarrassed.
So
I was-
sad.
I was like, man, I could see this happening on like my second run through or something, but I've been working and running for a few months now. Such a rookie mistake. So that happened recent. So I went back into my notes because I still follow them pretty closely as I'm going through, and I made sure the text is like kind of within a paragraph and not super highlighted. So I made sure I made a big red box of text on top of the page that's like, go back to get the letter. So now I hopefully will never forget again.
My notes
'Cause
for FF8 are so funny because they're exactly like you just said. Like, big red letters like, hey, idiot, don't forget. Like,
Yeah, you know exactly what happened to like cause those notes as well. And it was especially embarrassing because I was like telling my chat, I was like, oh, for anybody who wants to know how to easily find the white seed chip, this is where it is. So I was like calling attention to like pay attention to what I'm doing, and then I went to the white seed chip and didn't get the letter, and I was like, oh my god, that's so embarrassing. That like
whoops.
I was like, wait, why am I getting kicked out of it? What did I do wrong? Like I'm at the right. Oh no, I didn't grab it. Like never again. Never gonna happen again.
You
Do
say
not
that
the letter.
until the second time. And then you're really just like, you know what?
I don't know how I'd handle it. I would not
I
be
almost-
happy with myself.
My heart almost had a moment because I saw Broodles like backing up into it and it wasn't taking. And I was like,
Oh, it'll let you
the
on.
letter?
It will let you on. It's when you get all the way into the captain's
Oh, yeah, that's
room
right,
thing,
that's right.
and then it kicks you out, and it's even worse because you wasted all that time.
Well, no, that's right. I completely forgot.
You have to
do
drive
zone
all the
in.
way back to the orphanage to grab the letter and then drive back again. It is terrible to have to do it
Because
twice.
you can talk to the white seed captain once, and then you're supposed to like up left diagonal to talk to him again. But he doesn't like switch spots, and you're like, why aren't you at the place where you're supposed to be? Oh, I forgot the letter. You gotta walk all the way back, walk of shame, all the way back.
Yeah, that drive back is a million times worse. Like getting up to the white seed ship is pretty easy. You just kind of go up to the big sea and loop around it and go on the inside. Getting back out, for whatever reason, looks a lot more mazy from the inside. I did not like having to try to figure out how to get back out. And again, I was already like upset from having forgot it for the first time. Ugh. Never again.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Another kind of just lengthy exposition part. Let's see, where is... I assume this is the point where Squall is going over to the infirmary to check on Renoa.
Correct.
Okay.
We're about to make our hero's journey trek with our main heroine on our back. And then everyone's just going to meet up with us anyway.
He just does it to be romantic. I'm gonna carry her myself. Man, that would be exhausting. Piggyback ride is already hard. Piggyback ride from somebody who's not even, like, grabbing on? No, thank you.
See, like, as a kid, my mom could be like, all right, dinner's ready. And, like, it's a sequence where Squall's walking across the bridge. And then I leave the game for, like, 3 hours. And Squall's just infinitely walking a bridge that's, like, 500 miles long.
So if you don't close the text boxes, he just keeps going?
Just keep on trucking.
Keep on going.
For some reason, when Alone just jumps off the ship, that is like a very, very laughable moment. She's just like
jump. It's just like collapses. That's how I jump too. My knees just buckle, and I just go where gravity takes me.
I feel like I look like so graceful, and I'm just plummeting like a potato. Just
The other part always cracks me up. Silliest animation for it. Like, I don't know, maybe they wanted her to look like dainty, or maybe they couldn't figure out how to make a convincing looking jump. I don't know.
just like, what? How do we make it look like she's throwing herself?
Well, that's a weird, like, on Team Mog's screen going down the elevator while Team Chocobo's screen is going up the elevator. Again, it's like being in the same places so much, but at different points in the story.
Hours,
like,
yeah.
Just
More
making my
than
brain explode.
an hour and 20 minutes apart. Yeah.
Coming up on the hardest boss fight in the game, obviously. Abaddon. Who, definitely does not just die in one turn.
There's definitely been like times in relays where I've gone and I split for something and I was like, all right, I'm going to go take a break. And then I came back and just looking at the scene, like the state of gameplay, I'm like, oh no, I missed a split. And then I'll split and then text will come up. I'm like, nope, I am just misremembering what happened because we are in the same place all the time. Whoops.
Alright, so Sayo is going to be doing that Balam Siege part with the little mini game, the Find the Captain mini game that you get to just do a whole bunch of screen transitions to skip past. Pray for nice, easy Fujin.
No tornado.
No tornado. Irvine will be just fine. Yeah, trying to do this mini game, trying to learn it properly is just. Oh, it is a doozy. Trying to understand where the writing is pointing you towards is very confusing in some parts of this game. There's been like, I'm just gonna wander back and forth a bunch of times. Oh look, it unlocked the puzzle. Sure, I'll take it.
I love that they put like so much stock into the idea of walking, accomplishing so many goals in this game. Like you learn pet pal volumes, and you just like you can literally just walk around in circles until you learn Invincible Moon. Like
your dog being able to do that again. I swear Angelo is not actually just a dog. There's no way.
You walk.
Are you telling me that that dog in Dollet Square could do that?
Right.
Angelo can't be that special.
You walk to get money. You like there's like the HP stroll like junction ability where you can just like get HP by walking. Like it's so weird how much stock they put in like walking.
Walking makes you strong.
It's true.
Dog that eats explosives for dinner. Yeah, no, Angela just built different, I guess. Speaking of where, does Angela just follow us around for all of this? We just don't see her? Because, like, she shows up at the lunar base.
A beautiful Abaddon fight. No attacks that I saw. Just an instant elixir.
Beautiful. So I was starting the Raijin fight in a moment here, which again is it can be kind of dicey. Yeah, it's incredibly important to make sure that you draw the GF from Fujin before you use your limit break. It can be easy to get kind of antsy and accidentally queue them back to back. Does Angela have a Pokeball? On top of that, with the GFs and everything, it's like, I don't know, maybe I swear Angela's secretly like a GF that Renoa doesn't want to tell anybody about. And Angela actually lives in her brain like the GFs do. That's what I think. Well, Angela doesn't go into space, but Angela goes to the lunar base. In the cutscene when you're like bringing Renoa in, Angela runs after you.
Yeah, he's the one that leads Zell out.
Yeah, Angela's definitely following you guys. It's just time compression. You're right. Again, why do I even ask these things? It's just all time compression.
There's one answer to every question, and it's time compression.
Mm-hmm.
With the capital K.
Yeah, the Odine way.
Okay. 2 split fights coming up here for Team Mog and Team Choco. We unfortunately cursed the tornado.
It's okay though. He's still alive. Got the draw, we should be good.
And we also have a decaying Abaddon for Mog.
Cursed seeds. You try to escape intentionally. We've gotten this question a couple of times, so I don't mind like explaining again for stuff like this, because it is something that seems silly to do. You're playing a lot of the game with characters in critical HP range, and you want to purposely make sure that they're already standing up when you have them attack, because otherwise they have to go into the standing animation and it takes longer. So you go into the fight and you just hold flee the entire time so that they're already standing, and then when they use their attack, they just turn around and instantly use it. So they don't have to do the slow stand up, get their weapon ready, and then start doing their attack. So it just saves, a couple of seconds maybe per fight, but over the course of dozens of fights, it adds up.
Yeah, I want to say over the course of an 8-hour run, you're saving 3 to 4 minutes just because you're fleeing from boss fights. It's pretty awesome.
There's only fish fins. I don't dare do that fleeing between the animations thing. I accidentally ran away from the the fights, so I don't do that anymore. Fleeing from fish, the Esther fights that you need to do, the ones in Ultimisi's castle. Are there any others that you can flee from that you don't want to? It might be most of it.
You said
ones I
SR
can-
fights. You
Yeah.
said. You see the castle fights? I mean, those are inconvenient. It's not game breaking, but it's just.
But it will
Darn it.
definitely not help
Yeah.
you to escape from. Yeah.
You'll definitely lose time if you didn't do it on your PB.
Yeah, I think it's basically those. Everything, pretty much everything else, you hold flee so that you're just more ready to go. You just kind of get in the muscle memory of it. So removes the ready animation on non-crit characters. Explore lifting the sword on his shoulder before doing the action. So it just like all around helps. But it's okay. You can
I didn't
actually,
even think
if
about
you, I believe that you know what you're talking about. You can actually me as much as you feel like I should learn new things, because I like to learn the reasoning behind this stuff. It helps it stick better. But yeah,
Well,
just gets you up and moving and ready to attack faster.
Yeah, it's multiple multiple animations that you're saving. You are saving the animation that we've been talking about, but you are also saving other smaller non-crit animations
Just for sure,
By-
the ones of
by doing it.
like I don't know, Quista standing up when she's in low health is like they stand and they do that little stumble thing while they get to their feet again, and it's like, ugh,
Yeah,
It
the
takes
crit
a while.
the crit stance might equal more frames, but yeah, saving all of the frames is always faster than only saving some frames. And we have entered for Mog and Tonberry our final, I almost said lunar dream, Laguna dream.
Close enough. Enjoy the music. The slapping battle themes here.
Yeah. Man with machine gun needs no introduction, even though I just did, kind of.
Just to specify. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's so in your minds you're hearing my Man with the Machine Gun. In my mind, I'm hearing Man with the Machine Gun because I'm not actually listening to the stream because I don't want to hear myself. But you are correct. Team Chocobo has the floor right now, sound wise.
Yeah, I just have one of the I have the like direct broadcast thing, so I
Yeah.
have one of them up a little bit just so I'm not sitting here in silence staring at 3 streams.
I still have my my FF8 Spotify rolling in the background right now. I'm listening to what is the song called? The Winner.
The
Yeah.
winner.
It's the you won the battle. I just couldn't. I forget that the FF8 songs are so direct. Wait, what is the song called? Oh, The Winner, because they just won a battle. Got it.
Mhm. Well, are they direct though? What is Maybe I'm a Lion direct for?
I feel like you hear it a couple of times as far as the trope goes.
Yeah, I suppose the comparison does happen a couple times. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it memorable? That's to be, to be determined.
Yeah, I do. I love this soundtrack. We were talking about it earlier. There's really only one song I, in particular, don't like in this OST, and we are getting closer to it. Still gonna be a while, probably an hour out.
Inching our way there.
But it's like you go through this super long space section, which the music in space, boy, that is a weird shift. After you have that super stressful the Esther menu stuff, you get a Lunatic Pandora and you're all like flustered, and then you go into space and it's just like the bounciest, happiest tune ever. And you go through all the space stuff and the nightmares that happen up there, and then yeah, Propagator's music plays, and it's just like, okay, quite a change.
I think I have a lot of like, I wouldn't even call them hot takes, but just things that are my favorite in the run. I think my favorite song is the song called, I think it's called Drifting, but it's just the really long, lush, open chords while Renault is drifting in space. Like that's probably my favorite song in this game. I could like fall asleep to that song on repeat.
Do you like it just by itself or because of the part of the game?
I think I just like it by itself. I mean, that part of the game is cool, but it's not as a speed runner of the game. That's not like my favorite part of the game.
Oh no, of course not. I mean, if you want to break, there's your chance. But
I mean, it's a great break part. I like to hear it while I'm using the restroom.
The like visuals in that part, again, for the time, this game being as old as it is now, the visuals there are outstanding. Like the
otherworldly
reflections and like just the physics that they put together in there is just incredible.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm a winner. I like pretty much everything, like pretty much all the visuals, like the character designs I think in this game are really interesting. They definitely went with a wide range, which I think is cool. The outfits mostly are, they make sense. There's some that are a little silly, like Odine's, but I think he's just kind of a silly character. But like, I don't know, the character design I think is really well put together in this game, and the music fits the tone of the areas really well. Like I think it's just all around very like it feels unique,
Yeah, like I guess the French would call it, because I just think of French immediately when I play this game because I played in French for the speedrun.
Of course.
Which has nothing else to do with it other than, but like the mise en scène of this game is like the costumes go with the architecture, which goes with the music, which lends its hand to telling its story, which a lot of people, have qualms with. But I feel like the dynamic between those caricatures of this game give it that quality that we keep coming back for.
Nice. Okay, perfect.
I think people are really resonating with your farty instrumentation in space. It's organic propulsion system.
I'm glad people understand what I'm talking about. At least. They might not agree with it, but they understand what part of it I'm talking about. I don't know, it just sounds like those, like, I don't know, you see those like videos with like the reverb fart sound, whatever? It sounds like that as an instrument. Before that was even a thing. And it's just not the vibe. The Ragnarok is a really cool ship though, so like, it's worth it. I will deal with farty music if I get the Ragnarok after it.
So Adea does have her own special unique move, like Renzokuken. If you don't do it in the speed run, but in the challenge run I'm doing, you exploit it a lot because it's really, really strong. But it's just called Ice Lance. And it is quite literally the same move that she pulled at the end of Disc 1 that spawns the whole Squall is Dead theory. It's just a giant Ice Lance. Yeah.
Cypher has one too. A unique limit break, you mean?
Yeah, Fire Cross.
Yeah, his is cool looking. Barely get to see it, but it is pretty cool looking.
I feel like if you're I mean, this might not always be the case, but one of the only areas in the game I feel like that you have the opportunity of like using Cypher and finding out. So if you go into the status of each of your characters, you can see like what weapon they have equipped and everything. It's the only place in the entire game where you can see the name of Cypher's weapon, which is called Hyperion.
Oh.
Which is like not anything special to know, but if you're someone who is curious about knowing things about this game, his weapon is called Hyperion, and it kind of goes in tandem with the fact that one of his favorite stories, and he is like obsessed with this idea of the sorceress and her knight, like that movie that he's watched as a child, and the book that he keeps trying to rent from the library.
That was something I was going to ask about too.
Yeah,
there's a bunch of like lore stuff that we were going to go into, and then we kind of didn't want to go too heavy in it because we were talking about run stuff. Like, I'm trying to prioritize like paying attention to like what the runners are doing. But at the same time, these discussions get so interesting.
If we look at Lunar Dream 4, right, there's a part where he is recording a movie and he is playing a sorceress's knight, and he has a very specific stance, and when he defeats the ruby dragon, he does a certain move, and if you pay close attention to that section of the game and then you remember playing as Cypher in the beginning, it is exactly the same move. So when he defeats the ruby dragon, he does a swipe left, a swipe right, and then he puts it up in front of his face, and that's what Cypher does when he like finishes. That's his like ending move. So like it is directly taken from that scene that you are physically embodied in, junctioned as Squall by Alone. Pretty trippy.
Yeah.
Pretty trippy.
So do you think there's a reason that like Cypher never reveals what his dream is? Do you think he would be embarrassed by
Yeah, it's probably like
it?
This game lends itself heavily to just like the idea of like gender roles. I mean, it definitely excludes gender roles in certain areas, especially like with women having so much power over like other entities. We all know like in the real world that's not how it works, unfortunately. But in that it plays to that gender role that, you know, he would probably be made fun of, you know, X, Y, and Z. You know, he tries to keep it a secret. Very a masculine presenting thing to do.
But for some reason that was just what he wants, what he aspires to.
He's an angsty teenager. I think he's 16.
Somewhere in there, yeah.
Upper
17.
teens.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think in Galbadia, when he's quote unquote executed, Renoa says last summer they were 16 and they fell in love, which leads me to believe he's 17 now.
So yeah, he's an orphan kid that didn't really have like parental figures, and saw this hero on TV and said, I want to be like him, I guess, right?
Yeah, which makes sense because they were at the orphanage. Like, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like in the game, I guess, that they kind of point at, but don't really like explicitly say that. Like, yeah, a lot of these kids are carrying this weird coping mechanism trauma stuff because of their upbringing, which is where I think Sid is one of the true villains of the story. Whether you want to like dive into that or not isn't, I guess, really important, but just that, you know, these kids didn't really grow up in a healthy, normal situation, obviously, and Cypher just kind of went off the rails, I guess, with like he was very misdirected.
Yeah, he's like the scapegoat of of the entire game. Like he's Ultimecia's pawn and is used and exploited for his like indifferences towards how he feels about the world, for sure. She literally like, oh, your favorite book movie is The Sorcerer's Knight? Well, you can be mine then. Fulfill your destiny. Like, okay.
How did he end up? Did they say how did Cypher end up first meeting Adea?
So I want to like, I don't know if anywhere actually says it, but in my mind, like, they saw him on TV. Zell squawked his big mouth, let it known that he was from the garden, And then, Delling was there, and Adea and Galbanian army have, a pact. They're working together. So I'm sure they took him into custody, and then Adea popped up and did her Adea stuff because she was Ultimecia at the time and got what she wanted.
So, see, there's Angela running around, by the way, that I was talking about. Not that Angela gets yeeted into space, but just that it's definitely been around still while Renoa's been unconscious. But yeah, so some of this stuff was like kind of pre-planned and some of it was a coincidence maybe. It's kind of hard to like determine how much of it, like, the Squall keeps talking about like, don't talk about these things like it's been determined by my birth and predestined to whatever. Like, I do wonder how much of it was manipulated because of this like time travel. Some people are like basically clairvoyant, knowing what's going to come up.
Yeah, and essentially it has been written because the events of the game, like everything that's happening, they do defeat Ultimecia. So through knowing that that's going to happen, it has to have already happened before, because it's hard to think about like paradoxes with time stuff like this. I think that's kind of why like the story and how complicated it lends itself to like how much debate there is about what's going on, because it's not like a normal thing to debate like time theory with people like this. But yeah, the fact that you beat the game and Ultimecia is being defeated and we're closing the loop lends its hand to we're being junctioned by alone into these different bodies, and like we are being manipulated almost by
so
ourselves.
It's the same thing as being junctioned?
Yeah, because that's what Alone is doing by sending Squall and the team back. She's junctioning them to Laguna and everyone.
I feel like that could cause a whole bunch of other, like... So is that something that anybody has a power to do, or is it something that Alone has a power to do to...
Very specifically
people?
Alone.
Okay.
Which is why all the sorcerers are like in tandem trying to, over time, gain control of Alone, because they want to harness her power. And eventually they do by making the junction machine Alone, which is why Ultimecia has the ability to go back in the past, because she's junctioning herself to Adea, and then to Renoa, etc., etc.
Sure. Junction machine Alone. Right. Yeah, see, this is stuff again that, like, if you just play through the game and you don't actually, like, dig into side dialogue and the, I don't know, like, data terminal type of stuff, whatever, you just miss a lot of this information. I just assumed it was, like, some magical, like, I don't know, projection type of thing. I didn't know it was considered the same as, like, junctioning, like, a GF.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
There is no, like, I mean, there are certain points of the story where you can connect those dots, but like very rarely. And it doesn't help that we're a speedrun community of this game, right? We don't sit and defeat a fight and then spend like 40 minutes in the information tutorial like, let me learn more about that. Like,
yep.
We're going on to the next fight. So we're trying to save time, let alone. So it doesn't really lend its hand to like trying to discover things, nor does like being a child and trying to like figure these things out either. Like it doesn't help really.
Yeah. Like funny how that stuff is that like the more you play the game, people have been like, oh, you must know so much about this game, and I'm like, actually the scope is incredibly narrow. It's just that the things that I do know how to do in the game is getting more consistent, but like you don't learn more about the game overall by speedrunning it. You just learn how to do your route really, really well. But I do like learning new things. I did a cutscene remover run, and I usually don't like to end my streams too short. So afterwards, we just spent a good like hour or so going over the data terminal stuff that was in there, which is not much because I didn't do side content. we read some of the things that are in there about like the lunatic Pandora and what Esther is like, and just some of the vague information in there. And then I tried doing some of those seed quizzes. Have you guys ever tried doing those? Because they are incredibly difficult. The wording in them is so obscure. Some of the information needed in them is stuff you would never pay attention to.
Some of them are very silly. I agree. Some of them are very silly.
Yeah, we went through a couple of those, and I was losing my mind. I was like, okay, fine, I'm done. I can't retain any more of this.
In my challenge run, I think like as soon as you defeat like the training center boss, you try to go max level seed rank, because walking around and getting money, actually, like, you need as much money as possible. So you're actually like trying to take the test.
So you probably just like memorize the answers and just bing, 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 bing all the way through it.
They're all written down in the notes that I've taken, just like, so that way I can just like read the guide without even looking at my CRT and just yes, no, yes, yes, no, yes, no, yes.
Mm-hmm. Waiting for 2 phone calls from different. Okay. So, oh no. Broodles having some outside of gameplay difficulties that are gonna make it a little bit more challenging.
Luckily, a turbo controller plugged in the console, you don't need your CRT to have video signal to keep that going. Hopefully it's just dialogue right now.
It's really, really short stuff.
During that.
Right now it's cutscenes, so as it's getting, I'm sure it's plugged back in now, but
Would you like to, and you don't have to do this, but if you want to kind of explain what Cordellium is about to come upon, because it's one of the biggest segments of this game.
My route obviously is a lot different from doing easy CM, but I could attempt to explain how at least partially what my stuff works like.
You don't have to be like hyper specific about
because I couldn't even just off the top of my head I couldn't even.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you either. It's been so long since
there's a large part of this game that we've been doing for the past couple hours where you're accumulating, like, you're learning different abilities, you're picking up different boss drops, you're accumulating things that you don't really have a good time to use yet. You don't need to use them yet, so you just kind of hang on to them. But now we're going to be at a part of the game where you are kind of just sitting there waiting for the lunatic Pandora to go over a specific part of the city. When you go onto the screen within that window, you can board it. But until then, you have nothing to do. So this is when the speedrun takes all those things that you've learned and acquired and just does all of it in a row in like a massive multi-page menu. So you have some things that you need to buy, some things that you need to sell, you have abilities you need to learn, you have abilities you need to forget, you have items that you need to use, organizing things so it's in a better spot for later, turning items into magic to then junction to make yourself stronger, rejunctioning a bunch of things. It is a billion little steps of things to do. The route that they're doing does different menus than I do, but general idea is you've had a couple of hours where you were still riding on the magic you got earlier in the game, like the Demi, I think it would be, from the black holes, and the water magic, and anything else that you had. Now is when we finally upgrade it into the build that is basically going to carry us through the rest of the game, because otherwise you're just kind of sitting there for a couple minutes. So there's a really specific order of things that you need to accomplish within like 3 to 5 minutes, depending on whether you have to do the fights, which I'm assuming their routes need the extra AP and the haste from here. So they're gonna have to do some very quick fighting, very quick menuing, and get on Lunatic Pandora within a very, very tight time window. So it's incredibly stressful at this point of the run. They've done it so much it's most likely muscle memory. I still heavily rely on my notes, but yeah, this part is really intense. You hear Esther menu, your knees start shaking a little bit.
Fantastic explanation. I couldn't have said it better myself.
I'm assuming they do that. All three of them are going to need to do the encounters before they board for the AP and the haste, right?
Yeah, it's really hard for me to say from where I'm sitting to say like how much AP is going to be needed to achieve initiative, because that's essentially in this part of the run. The last thing that you're really trying to achieve, the last two things really, is a initiative on Pandemona, which will let you instantly attack, like get first strike with a character, and the second thing being ammo RF, which is you can refine a bunch of your items into ammunition, so Irvine can carry the rest of the game. So you're really just waiting for those two things to be learned, and I can't say for sure where they're at with that based off of the 3 different routes they're going, but we could probably assume that they're going to be taking 2 fights each, all these runners.
Pretty sure it would be, but if it's not, ooh.
1
if it's
HP.
not,
oh wait, it was magic missiles, right?
does it always set you down to 1?
It doesn't hit you down to 1, but I think based off your HP value, it's always gonna deduce 50%. Actually, I don't know. I don't know where the attack happened. I can't say for sure.
I'm not even familiar with that enemy's attacks because you pretty much never bump into them.
So yeah, as confirmed, each of these runners will be taking these fights for AP, unless they're just going to be choosing to forego it, which doesn't. You have the time in this menu to do these things. It's essentially free time, so makes sense to get the AP while you can.
Mm-hmm. So we do take these items, you refine them into different magics so that you can have it junction to your stats. Pretty much everything has its use directly, but you do grab some, you make zombie magic to put on each character to swap, or you kind of put it as like a dummy magic, I guess, right? That you move your important magic to the back page because the final boss likes to try to destroy your helpful magic. So you move your strong magic further back in the menu to protect it, and you create zombie magic that you put in the beginning of your menu so that when the boss tries to remove your magic, it takes the zombie that you don't care about and leaves alone the demi that you do care about. So there's going to be a lot of like making magic really quick and swapping stuff around, teaching the GFs different abilities, using... What else even is there? I guess not ammo refining yet. Rejunctioning everything, which at this part I heavily struggle with. It's a lot of just pure memorizing which characters need which abilities.
Long story short, TLDR, they're using this menu to set up for the rest of the game. Like, this is essentially free time because you're waiting 15 minutes for this point that Cordellium just reached right now to board the Lunatic Pandora. So from when it starts, the timer starts, to 15 minutes, you have, like, it's never getting there any faster. So using that time to menu to set yourself up as far as you can ahead of time to reduce the number of menus you need to activate for the rest of the game will save you time, because this is forced time you have to take no matter what.
That was rude. I don't think Selfie was supposed to miss that.
Very slow.
We're supposed to dodge that attack. I'm pretty sure that was aimed to kill.
I don't know what this is. I don't know what the mechanics are. I don't know if it's just like sheer dumb luck, but sometimes I'll have to like tread a dark side. Wait, no, I'm thinking of this incorrectly. Anyways, when I'm trying to attack Selfie in that fight, it will miss a lot. She's very slippery.
Yeah, I don't
very
know.
slippery.
Because when you try to hit her, like I'll try to have her hit like herself even during which fight would that be, like XATM or anything for like buffering, and she just it seems impossible to hit. Whichever fights you'd have her buffer on herself. I guess Elvert as well. She's wiggly, I guess. Yeah, just follow the notes. I mean, did you look at the notes? There's a lot of steps, but yep, just follow the notes. So you see that making that zombie magic. Also very important that you need Firaga magic to put on, I guess that'd be Irvine, yeah? That you put on Irvine for a boss in the final castle as well, because if you hit him with the wrong type of magic, it will counter you and party wipe you.
Yeah, Tri-Point. You have to go...
Yeah, Tri-Point does not...
Fire, ice, or, reverse ice, fire. It rotates when you hit it with the magic. So we put the Firagas on and we hit real big. Crit one time, no, just kill it. Or actually, no, you hit it once, and then the second one is what kills it. Excuse me. I forget it's 2 shots. So rather than needing to swap to Blizzard, the second fire hit just kills. So there is no reaction because of the death. There we go. I got there.
Like, looking at all these, like, again, just how fast you have to do all these inputs and making sure that you follow all the correct steps really, really, really fast is just wild to me.
I think I can tell that there is a speedrunner of me in this game because my Spotify randomly just shuffled Shuffler Boogie came on. And like instant trauma like came across. Like I heard the card music and I was just like, oh no, like so much time of hearing this music.
What? Come on, the card
triple
part
triad
is not too bad, right?
I think just learning it took me a long time to learn it correctly. So I think I spent so much time hearing this song and just failing over and over and over again.
Yeah, it took me a really long time to get... I mean, I can maybe still do the correct frames for the early Quistis on, like, manual mashing, but ugh.
Trying to learn, like, late Q, and then, like, RNG counting, and then first try Zell. Just, like, doing it wrong. Ugh.
Again, so I was up until fairly recently. So apparently when you try to learn... or when you try to do the PC run with an Xbox controller, trying to get the controller to do what you need it to do is incredibly difficult. It is super finicky. Because the computer, I guess, can like override what you try to tell the controller to not do. It's like, but I understand what the software is, so you want it to do this, and it tries to like default to controls that you don't want. And it was just this whole headache. So for a long time before I got a PlayStation controller, I was using an Xbox controller and had to just do RNG for the Zell card. So sometimes I would get it in like 4 attempts, and sometimes it would be closer to 20 to be able to get her to play the card. So sometimes I would be hearing that music for 20 minutes straight, just waiting to get the stupid card. And then finally, I managed to figure out how to get Second Try Zell to work. Got the programs all, comfortable. And now I only have to play, 3 games? 3 games of Triple Triad per speedrun. But those cards break down into incredibly helpful items that you can use to make your party much, much stronger than they're supposed to be at that point in the game. So it's a good idea to do it. It's just really, really tough.
Much, yeah. I want to say it's like the first big gate of like learning the speedrun is like getting the card situated for sure.
Yeah, that kind of getting comfortable with the attack buffers so that Ifrit doesn't just repeatedly kill you. I've died many times to Ifrit. Sometimes he just decides to keep casting fire on Squall and there's not much you can do, but...
Sometimes I like to tell people, like, this game is 2 speedruns. It's Dollet and then the rest of the game.
If you can get past that first hour, you are mostly safe.
Mostly safe. It's like
There
but-
will be curveballs, but
especially like high level play. Obviously, high level play, like when you're running for world record, you want to be the best you can possibly be across the board. But especially in the beginning, like reset territory grows very high at the first hour of the game when you're like trying to play for world record or like a top tier time. There's just like things that have to happen. Because if you get like perfect RNG for the entire game, except for the first hour and a half, like it means nothing.
you need your fins. You need to be on step count. Ideally, you don't get extra encounters. Good ATB. It's really, really tricky to get a good run started.
You want to take this one? What do you think the most dangerous fight in FF8 is?
For me, a lot of the more dangerous ones have been probably basically the first handful of bosses. Ifrit, kind of, sort of, but it's mostly actually been more like Anacondaur and Elverit, because you don't have a whole lot of backup strats at that point. If they decide to just pick on you, you're kind of dead. The main one that just keeps popping up into my mind is Graver, because again, Graver is just, man, that boss is so mean, because almost every attack that it does, if you get unlucky and it goes towards Irvine, you're dead. Like, you are just dead. There's nothing you can do, because you can't revive. You go in with Irvine at such low health that it's like very, very possible to die. I struggle to think what other fights would be like consistently scary. Like Propagators can be scary because they are really fast. Some of the bigger fights that used to scare me, like the Sorceresses fight, which is still quite a ways out from now, but the Sorceresses where you fight like, what is it, 11 of them in a row or something like that?
Yeah, if we're talking about sheer danger, like Sorceresses is probably pretty scary. On
that
PC,
one's pretty bad.
On PSX, since it doesn't scale like it does on PC, different story, but for sure on PC.
It can just keep wailing on you with high level magic. Like you want Irvine to die at one point, but not too early.
I think they just do like melee attacks. Excuse me. They'll do like melee attacks, and I think since they're locked level 45 on PC, they hit you for like 450 damage. Like, what?
I had them keeping casting like Blizzaga and stuff on me for.
They just come out swinging.
Close to 1,000. It was a lot.
And they're fast.
Yeah, it's a lot. Sorceresses is pretty sketchy. As long as they don't get a whole lot of turns, which they ideally shouldn't, because Irvine is high speed, berserked, and hasted. So they shouldn't really get turns. You should be good. But if the RNG is just in their favor, it's pretty yikes.
Cerber sip. Sayo. Ooh.
Was it close?
Very close, but Sayo was able to make it. Round of applause for Team Chocobo.
That's the one dog you don't want to pet in this run.
Yep, it's true. That's that needs to be like the undertext
Do
of
not
Cerber
pet
skip
this
on the
dog.
wiki. the one dog you don't want to pet in this run. It's fantastic.
I've had Fujin and Raijin too. Again, the Balam Siege one, where Raijin just kept on meleeing everybody. Yeah, it's pretty hard. So that one's been pretty rough. Oil Bow is kind of only if they get curse off. Most of the rest of the fights aren't too terrible. It's like usually they're consistent. Most of the fights aren't that bad. But if they decide to be mean, if they get a turn in before you, almost any boss fight can be a problem. Diablos hasn't given me a whole lot of trouble, besides one time when it did the Gravija or whatever and put all my party down into double digits and then just bing, 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 meleeed them all to death. Back to back.
Bing, bing. Because he's like super fast. He'll just melee everybody. 1, 2, 3, done.
Yep, that one was pretty bad.
I want to say like speedrun wise, the most dangerous fights are like the ones that you yourself can mess up. Like obviously there's like power level bosses that may or may not let you pass, but like I want to say fights like Norg, or fights almost like I don't ones that you kind of have to set up during the fight and then execute. I feel like those are the most impactful ones, especially for like your time or what you're trying to do. Might not be dangerous in the sense of like being run ending, but could mess you up like a lot.
Yeah, so this part is where in my randomizer run where the music started playing that Chocobo theme. Like again, a very like cute pixely 8-bit Chocobo theme. It was like crying from laughing at it so hard. It's just like the tone of it was so off-putting for such a like otherwise kind of sinister, dark scene setting in, you know?
Such a great song though.
Also, Cordellium did something that I don't dare do anymore, which is play around in that airlock room. Because if you don't line up to the doorway at the bottom of it, you can get stuck in there and not be able to turn your camera to be able to see how you're stuck. So you have to just float around blindly trying to find where the door is. That happened to me twice.
It's a good point like you bring up.
I don't recommend it.
There are so many points in this game that you can soft lock. It's just like you're done. You're done playing.
There's a big one coming up.
Yep, a big one's coming up. Absolutely. But yeah, definitely going ham on that spacewalk for sure.
Yeah, I don't mess around in that room anymore because I was just kind of like drifting back and forth a little bit, and then when I tried to just hold down to go back out, I got stuck. And I didn't know if I like did soft lock myself or something, or if I had to like go back up and over and down. I don't know what ended up working, but I was basically just like sliding around along the bottom of that lock area for like a minute before I finally found where the doorway is. So yeah, I don't recommend playing around too much in there. Unless you just know exactly where like how the screen position is going to be on the right angle to get back out. It was pretty scary for me. So I remember when I did that, it was on a run with a pretty good pace. And just watching it go right down the drain because you decided to play around in an airlock was not a good idea.
That sounds terrible, by the way. A very clean fright from Team Chocobo. Sion doing work. I think I saw like a regular Irvine shot followed up by like a crit from Squall. But when this crit landed, instantly gave instant ATB over to Irvine, which then took the fight over. I don't know. It kind of landed up perfectly. It looked very smooth. Yeah, very silky smooth. Adea too. It looked very impressive.
And what did Sio name Griever? I didn't catch it either.
I didn't catch it actually. Maybe somebody in chat can go back. If you click on the channel and go to videos, you can rewind. Maybe somebody can tell us, because I did not pay attention. I'm actually very curious. See, now in my ears.
Around this part. Okay, I've basically found the part of the video. Let me just
Now in my ears on Spotify, I'm listening to Man with the Machine Gun. So we finally made our way there.
Yeah.
We're here.
You're just going through the whole gauntlet of it.
I'm an ultra nerd, so I listen to like Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, 10.
He named it Griever. That's why we didn't catch it. Clicked past so fast.
Just Griever? Wow.
Yeah, he left Griever.
You know what? That makes sense. There's an hour and 12 minutes to be made up by Team Chocobo, so you know what?
No time for memes.
Let's save it. We don't have time for memes. No softlock for Cordellium. With the walking into Alone's designated space and being trapped forever.
It hasn't happened to me. It has not happened to me yet, but I'm just waiting for it because I've seen it happen to other people.
I've done it.
I'm just waiting. It's gonna happen eventually.
I've also done the second softlock that you could do later, when you talk to
Nope.
Angelo before you talk to
Oh,
Renaud.
I haven't done that one yet either. Every time I go in there, I make sure I have turbo off first because of that. I'm scared of that happening too. It's a. Ugh. So this is when we start getting our like little flashback things. You just get some character building memory flashbacks. This is where people, if they didn't already hate Irvine, this is kind of the part where they like that's the final nail in the coffin for him. That Renoa has to forcibly drag him back to the prison to rescue his friends. Where he was just gonna go on his merry way without them.
It's just a big old idiot.
And Renoa's like, get your booty back there. We're gonna go get them out. He's like, okay, fine. And then again, he tries to walk in all smug, and Renoa has to kick his butt down the stairs. And
Remember I was talking about like gender roles being exemplified in this game? Like the women are extremely strong and have sorceress powers, but it's like on the opposite side, the men are really dumb. Like really dumb. Just stupid.
except for Zell.
Yeah, hot
Zell
dogs.
is a wonderful person, and he's
Hot dogs.
heart of gold. All right, he's got priority. Okay, I actually do wonder. So you know this thing that he does here with like making the ring. Do they ever go over that? Like, where did he learn how to do like metal work?
Masonry.
Is this like a class that they teach him? Is this just something he took up in his own time? Because it's just kind of like sudden. I just can't picture Zell making a ring. I'm sorry, I don't know why. It just didn't really strike me as like what do you even call that? Like somebody who does like the fine like little metalworking type of stuff. Because that ring looks pretty detailed. So I'm just surprised that he's like somehow an expert at duplicating this stuff. Elp? What happened to Broodle? What happened? You see this?
Looks frozen to me. Very frozen. I was talking, but I was muted. But yes, freezy.
Yeah, metallurgy. That's a good one.
Oh.
Are we back? Is it the internet?
It could be. That's
Stuffing?
that's another thing to say. Is like, is it the PS? Is it physical or is it like data? Because it could be both.
Oh my gosh. It's just like going ahead in little bursts. Ah, Bruno!
One thing I've noticed is that if you
No.
if you're on turbo, like the confirm button does progress. So like if the game recovers, you have to press confirm to get it to initiate. So like turboing it and trying to open and close the lid works. Okay, we're back. Hey.
Oh.
This would not be the the first relay we've had with like terrible issues with disk drives. This game, it needing a 90K. 90Ks are notorious for being like pieces of garbage, and they will just fail.
I don't know if it's the same
Will eat your
copy.
discs. Easy.
If it's the same copy as the one that Brutal's been speedrunning on before, but we've seen quite a few game freezes happen. There's a clip there's a clip that Brutal has that he was on PB pace as you would expect, and he was fighting Griever, and he had everything set to go, was just starting to do his Irvine demo ammo shots, and his game froze. Like completely froze. And there was a little bit of a meltdown because he'd been grinding that PB for a couple of months already before that happened. It was just like, how do you do anything? Like, how do you talk yourself through that to continue? Oh, God, it was so bad. Like, I mean, it was kind of hilarious as a viewer, but like my heart went out to him. That's just like, it's so unfair.
My favorite instance of what we're talking about right now in real time, watching it happen. I was watching, if anyone knows, I think he did commentary for the 7 run that happened today. Dil Wingo was playing a run, and I was watching it. It was a huge PB. Final Fantasy 7, no slots.
Really?
It's the wormhole sequence, like clouds going through the wormhole to the final descent for Sephiroth, like the automatic thing, and it freezes going through the wormhole. Just freezes and never comes back.
Oh, it didn't come back either.
Did not come back, and it was so sad. It was like a 4-minute PB too. Like it was huge, gigantic PB, and just gone.
Dude, that's devastating. If that happens to me, I'm gonna need to walk away.
Yep.
I'm gonna be so upset.
It's actually happening to me right now on one of my disc 2s. I'm doing like a run on my PS2, and it's like the scene when the garden sinks into the ocean, like around the commotion, the garden commotion. It's like around Norg. You know, you almost run into Balam, but you like sink into the ocean. Like my FMV will just like freeze right there, and I was just like, no, like now I have to investigate. And is it the disc? Is it the drive? Is it the laser? Like ugh.
I feel pretty certain that something like that happened to me when I played as a kid. I first played Final Fantasy VIII on PS2. I'm certain I had problems with it, but since running on PC, it's mostly just that, like, you know, the port is pretty terrible. But at least it doesn't freeze.
Yeah, it's
getting your PB yanked out from under you like that is so unfair.
As someone that knows how to fix PlayStations and stuff, like it'll just happen, and when it does, it's terrible. Like there's nothing you can do to like prevent it. There's stuff you can do to try to prevent it from happening, but like when it happens, it will.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna get our final Ruby Dragon mini game. Will the third one be as mellow as the other two have been?
I don't believe you. Square doing a bad port. I don't believe you.
Yeah. I wish I could go back to my ignorance is bliss times of not having the game. There's so many problems that come with it. The more you have to try to optimize things, the less the game does the thing you need it to do.
The thing that I hate most about like PC gaming when it comes to speedrunning is that I have to like interact with a window that's like on my PC that I also have to do other things with, like stream and click other windows in my notes and stuff. So like playing on PlayStation or any other console is nice because I have like autonomy over my PC. I can do whatever I want.
Yeah.
It's not like FF7 PC where you like click off of the window and the game freezes until you click back in. Like
yeah, that's like one of the things that annoys me about 8 is that if I click off from the game, I can't keep turbo going, so I can only click over to do stuff if it's in a cutscene.
Yeah, because it's connected to your PC. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
And like we made it so that I can interact with it to an extent. Like I can do the second trizell so that you have to be able to start a game and click accept in the game at the same time as you hit enter on your keyboard. So I'm able to do that, but I'd have to set up a separate turbo button to be able to work through like joy to key or whatever while I'm not tabbed into the game, and that just seems like it could cause disasters. So it's like
yeah,
you just have to deal with it. If something comes up, you need to check on something while you're actively running. Too bad. Too bad you don't get to look it up on your phone or have somebody else tell you or whatever.
And it's like less accessible ham. Like the idea of console, like it's nice, like it feels good, but it requires so much more. Like PC gaming is accessible. Sure, you need these programs, but they're usually free to download, and you can set them up relatively easily by like knowing who to talk to, type of thing. It's not like you need to go out and buy a $300 RetroTink. Yeah, emulator is nice, but even so, sometimes that scares people because there's optimal settings, right? So.
And it would be in different categories as well.
Yeah.
Depending what category you're trying to go into, that could also cost.
But I do agree, like the idea that a lot of these should be on emulator because it just there will come a point where there is no more PS2s and there's no more discs. Like I understand that's a very absolute thing to say, but that time will come.
And the scarcity is already becoming kind of a problem when people want to get new discs that aren't a complete crapshoot. It's tough. You got to spend a lot of money just to get a copy of a 30-year-old game.
You could be like a retro nerd and a videophile like me, but like there's going to come a time where you're like, I'm going to play Final Fantasy VIII, and then your disc is just going to get scratched because your laser just went out. Like, and if that's your last disc, like, what are you going to do?
All right, time to catch the rotisserie chicken girlfriend. Slowly spinning.
It's kind of funny. There's a little bit of a disparity, but they just happen to be on the same screen right now.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, man, there's a lot of, like, black screens at this point in the game for all three runners. It just, like, keeps fading to black. Yeah, rotisserie. I can't see the emote, but I know what emote. There's a rotisserie chicken emote that pops into my head every time with this minigame. It's just the way that she just, like, so steadily spins.
You got some spinning happening. I see.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. It makes me feel better to see the spinning because then I feel like, familiar. We catch the girlfriend, we move on. So we are getting kind of close to the end of disc 3. Like, there still is a decent amount of, like, just dialogue to match through, but once you get back from space, it's like the last chunk of it goes like rapid fire.
Yeah, it does almost feels like it kind of creeps up on you.
Is that close enough?
No, we're good.
You don't have to be even close to Renoa to catch her then. He was like all the way down on the bottom. I was like under the impression that it had to be pretty dead center for the game to count it, but nope. I mean, does she have to like literally go off the screen for it not to count?
Yeah. Like, imagine BroodleS doing the catch and what you just saw. Like, if that's what you saw on the bottom there, that would have been a death. But that's not what, we're in different areas, so. It's funny, you even see like FMV Renoa on both right now.
That freeze, the PS2 freeze was very unkind.
Right. Team Chocobo clearly using Game Shark hacks to double the speed to get to the white seed chip. Unethical, but I like it.
Do what you gotta do.
Do what you gotta do.
So, did they explain why Ragnarok is out here in space? Why is there this ship that is full of aliens?
To actually answer that question, I don't think that we will get the answer to that until Daddy Warbucks decides to join the Ragnarok down on the ground, aka Laguna. And I think it's when you talk to Kyros when he's on the ship after that like weird speech that they have after everyone gets back on the ship. I think you can talk to Kyros and he'll tell you how they got Adele into space in the first place. And I don't know if you've ever actually interacted with that before, but it's a cutscene that shows how, because Laguna Dream 5, they express interest that Laguna should help with the resistance or whatever, right? So he ends up going through with that, and he's the one that imprisons Adele into the space prison that she's in by basically trapping her there, like a haha. He like literally fooled her. He was like, "Hey, what's that?" And she turned around and then he like pushed her.
Oh no!
Yeah, it was one.
No, he didn't just give her a little push.
And then like 3 of the Ragnaroks like go up together and like take her body out into space. And I think like once it launches into orbit, the 3 of those like vessels, the 3 Ragnaroks, essentially just like they're done. Boop.
Huh. So like she actually just got like shoved. She's like 12 feet tall.
I mean, it's
super
very
strong
like
sorceress. Just got a little push into the
she's like 17 feet tall or something really ridiculous. But like, yeah, it's very much in the trope of Laguna, like everything accidentally getting thrusted into his lap, and then him just accidentally, whoops! I found the exact right way to do something.
Laguna is such a
Yep.
such a Looney Tunes character.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right, on Ragnarok, we have the propagators part coming up here. So I got stuck on this when I was a kid. I specifically remember hating this ship, and maybe this is part of the reason I hate the song on here, because I would get stuck on this ship with the trying to get past that. What's the one in the hallway? Is it a red one? I think it's a red one that you have to like squeeze past between the purples. I just was not good at like navigating between the things, and I didn't understand like the whole you can move all the screen fades in and whatever. I would just get stuck going between one and the other and one and the other, and it just this part when you're a kid is very stressful. Okay, now I know how straightforward it is, but for the general idea of it, there are 8 aliens on here of 4 different colors. You have to kill the matching colors in a row. So if you kill a purple and then you kill a red, the purple respawns. But then if you kill a red after the other red, then both the reds are done. So you have to know where they are and not get caught by the other ones while you're weaving between them to try to get the right order.
In the theme of what I was saying about when I was a child, I was not very good at this game. There is a much like the mercy mechanic of like, oops, you don't know anything about the Balam's Siege minigame. You went through 17 screens. We're just gonna give you the captain. This game, if you fight, I don't remember what the number of fights is, but if you like just fight propagators over and over and over and over again, there will be a point where they will all just disappear, regardless if you do not kill them in pairs.
I wonder if
the
that's how I ended up getting through it. It probably
game's like,
is.
oh, you poor thing. You don't understand basic, like, this is what you need. Because I'm pretty sure if you open up there's something that exists. Maybe be on the ship or in the information of the tutorial section of the menu. Something tells you that you need to kill them in pairs. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, I don't remember where the information is. I feel like even when I knew that as a kid, just again trying to like squeeze past the one in the hallway, it just was not working out consistently for me. And then when you go into some rooms, you get just immediately bodied by the next one. So if you were aiming to do like the red one next, for example, and you accidentally go up to that conference room part, you instead get attacked by yellow one. And then you got to go back and kill the other red one again. And so it's like it can just take so much back and forth to try to get all these propagators taken care of. It's
FF8
a pain.
almost reminds me of like your grandmother. It's like, oh, you sweetheart, bless your heart. You tried real hard to do this mechanic, didn't you? Didn't you? Here you go.
Shut up! No, I don't want it. I don't want it to be handed to me.
25 propagator kills to get the pity mechanic.
25.
25.
Ugh, I bet I did that.
That's some pretty good AP.
Yeah, you'd learn everything. Yeah, I got stuck at Adele. I got stuck at Sorceresses. I don't remember what the exact point was in my very first playthrough that I got fully stuck, because I was quite young. And again, I think that's part of the reason that speedrunning this game feels so fun, is just like, when you learn how to do it, you get that little feeling of like, ha, finally, like, I finally took this boss down, and you just get to experience that over and over and over again. I think maybe it's a little sweeter when you have a history with it, you know?
Yeah.
The randomizer?
Like the gauntlet, like the propagator's gauntlet in the randomizer.
Mine wasn't that bad. But yeah, sorceresses for those sounds like hell.
It could be bad. It could be bad, especially the fact that you only have 2 party members. I feel like it's so late in the game that you can like junction switch them to not be terrible. but still, like, you could just not have a good time here
No.
based off of what you get and how kind your seed is to you. There is a world where your rando seed still hasn't given you anything at this point, which would be awful, but you know, like, I've been there before.
Alright, so I was going to be going into Esther fairly soon. Just got to get through the, what is that area called? Salt Flats?
The Salt Flats, yes.
Yeah. Which has, I think, one of the coolest songs in this game
I agree.
that we get to hear for like a whole 45 seconds.
It bops. It really does bop.
Yeah, so we get to enjoy that. Well, I'm not sure which game has audio going, but that part is coming up in a moment here. Once again, that incredibly difficult Abaddon fight, and then into Esther, the city of the future.
Future.
Hug. No hug. Nope, almost died out in space. Still not willing to hug. Oh, it is on Choco. Oh, perfect then.
Salt Flats, baby.
Yeah, the banging song. Let's go.
It's so chill. Like,
I think it was on purpose. The cutscene remover added a break because it used to be a 4.5 hour run with no break. They added one manually about the midpoint in the game, and the music that they put for it is this song. I think they did probably intentionally, like, you don't get to hear this song enough. We're gonna put it in the cutscene break. I think that was a deliberate choice to make sure that people get to hear the, like, one of the least enjoyed songs, even though it's so cool sounding.
I feel like that little blip or whatever happened with Broodles PlayStation, I feel like did affect the time variation a little bit, because Cordellium, I split for propagators already, and we're just now still in the purple ones, and that was a little bit more than when they were you know, just so close earlier.
From the menu, or like the time bracket things, whatever, it looks like 4 minutes apart or so it probably cost them a good like 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, if I'm just thinking back to like Abaddon, like where Sayo is, I'm about to split for him as well. They were like neck and neck. They were both on Abaddon, and now we're almost like a full propagators apart.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but even still, again, look at how flat those lines have been this whole time.
Yeah, we're not talking anything crazy, but I do see the small differences, and this is why Connor is so good at, you know, doing what he does, because he is just so consistent. And I think that's why this Q route is working so well for him. It's because it's really no nonsense. Like, I'm not even gonna get cell card. I'm gonna walk right past it. Like, we're just gonna go, and I'm gonna do really well at what I'm good at doing, and that's getting to the end of the game.
Anybody's running specific drops from propagators? Remember, it was a thing back in the day. I'm not sure if they care about it for their routes specifically, but typically you grabbed a save that's after the green propagators on the Ragnarok, because you want one of the red propagators to drop an aura stone. The chances are pretty decent, but I have had runs where they didn't drop one, so you do have to reload the save for it. But you use the aura stone during the Ultimecia fight, and since they might have agreed that this is like their scripted save regardless, but I assume you still would want your aura stones. I assume. To be able to extend your limit breaks during the ulti fight. Hobbits, Definitely not jinxing the future, talking about 5 being the hardest game and hope no one has a bad run. No pressure. Safety draw aura from the mini boss in prison. I thought I saw somebody had aura magic. I thought. I'm not sure if I saw that correctly.
The only thing with that is like, how are you using magic in the castle without
Yeah, that's
killing
what I
an
was
extra
thinking.
boss?
That's what
Yeah.
I was thinking. Like, when would
So
you use it?
You can definitely take an extra boss fight and use magic if you want to, because there's also a hidden draw point in 2 spaces. You wouldn't be able to draw it inside the castle unless you unlock draw, so this doesn't really matter. But there is a hidden draw point of aura inside the cellar room where Tri Point is. But there is also a hidden draw point before you walk into Galbadia to Endis 2. If you go all the way out, there is a tree back there, and that is also a hidden aura draw point. So you would be able to use it, but again, like we said, you would still need to unlock magic.
Yeah, because otherwise all you get is item and limit break. To just barely be able to squeeze your way through that fight.
Yeah,
And it would mess up the final party minute. That's a good point too. Which is something I still don't fully understand. I just do what the notes tell me, but I don't understand how it works. At the very end of the game, you can make it so that you intentionally get the party members that you want, or at least at a bare minimum so that you can get Irvine in your party when you're going into the Ultimecia fight. Because if you don't have Irvine, you just have to hope that somebody else dies and gets replaced by Irvine and your party doesn't get wiped in the meantime, which is really, really sketchy. So you can do some steps to ensure which party members you'll get. And messing with draw points changes your path of which party members you'll get. Yeah, so the method that I do for that is the save and reload at the beginning of the castle, go through as normal, the draw point that's before the bridge to the castle, or like Ulti's room in particular, you draw from 4 times, and you climb down and you just go straight across the bridge. When the text box pops up, you hit A as fast as possible, and it just pray that you did it right. The whole RNG seed thing is incredibly confusing to me, so... Using draw points increments the RNG value to a favorable number that will give you the most optimal final party members. See, that's something, again, that I have no idea how it works. I'm sure there's, like, tables of information that show up that correlate. I have never gotten, like, the actual, like rundown on how that stuff works yet, because you don't need to really know how it works to use it. You just need to follow the steps correctly. Just read the notes, basically. And yeah, Irvine's limit is absolutely busted. For the most part, you're setting up 2 damaging characters, because some fights you only need 1, some fights you need 2, so you want them both ready to chain back to back. Typically, you're keeping that to Squall and Irvine. Towards the end, it pretty much falls entirely on Irvine. So you put all of the strongest stuff on Irvine so that he can just take out bosses as fast as possible, while you have some other characters kind of as basically as backup. But yeah, Irvine definitely carries the speedrun. Once you get him in the game, the whole thing shifts to like, okay, this was like supposed to be a 6-person party, but really now it's just making sure that Irvine is as strong as possible and the rest of the team does what they need to do on the side. Renault's limits are okay. More niche usage. She has the Angelo cannon one, the dog explosion, which you do against 2 bosses. You use everybody, depending on the route, you use pretty much everybody's limit at least once. But, well, I guess not everybody, but most people's. But you use Renault's limit on the boss at the end of prison, and the one at the end of the missile base. So, it's powerful when you junction the right stuff on it, but it's not as, like, multi-use, because it's just a one-hit. It's good for just, like, wiping out a group of enemies really quick. That's mostly it. Okay, so Broodle's gonna be in space still for a little bit with the Eyes on Me cutscene happening. Cordellium is going over kind of a long stretch of dialogue before we have the... You basically get sent to the orphanage to get Renoa, and then you get sent... Or not orphanage, sorry. The Sorcerer's Memorial to get Renoa, and then to the orphanage to kind of do some final prep stuff. Over to Esther again for more dialogue, and then boss rush, and just the like a home stretch really kicks in. So they're definitely in the final like big moments before the actual scary bosses really pick up, although I'm sure with their strats, their setup, they will probably be golden, but again, you never know. Bosses can kind of throw you a curveball. Wait, I'm on Saya's audio. I don't get to choose the audio. We just go with whatever audio the stream moderators pick. It's not up to me. Eden GF is used in the speedrun with a short graphic of how much damage it does. Yeah. Yep, just a quick little trip over to go get Eden. And then you definitely use your GFs, you summon them throughout the battles, absolutely. Alright, Team Mog is almost back to Earth. Cordellium is going to pick up Renoa again. So we're gonna go drop her off at the Sorcerer's Memorial, or like, they're gonna take her to the Sorcerer's Memorial to keep her safe. And Squall was like, it's what she wants. Clearly I should do this because she's choosing it, not, you know, kind of the boneheaded response when, she clearly was looking for somebody to say, you're gonna be fine. Right? Like, you're not gonna succumb to this power, we're gonna protect you, yada yada yada. And instead he says, okay, bye, I understand, see you probably never, and just lets her go. And then it's like, oh my god, what am I doing? And then now we have to go pick her up and threaten people that are just doing their jobs to make a statement, I guess. Good choices. Safest would be a lead box at the bottom of the ocean. Wow, that's harsh. Harsh. She didn't. She does not deserve that much. I mean, okay, if it was Ultimisi, yes. But it's just Renoa. She's just Renoa still. It's okay. She's not that dangerous. Maybe she would be, but not yet. I always did really like this cutscene as a kid, though, of picking up Renoa again. I don't know, like a cover art pose. It's so cute. Alright, and then we're almost done with the last section of the Laguna Dream as well. Which, supposedly, when they were writing this game, we were going to get equal parts, essentially, of Squall's timeline and of Laguna's timeline. But instead, we pretty much only got Squall and some flashbacks to Laguna. So I still feel like there's a huge gap of what happens between this and where we end up in the present, but I guess that's, you know, nothing we can do about it.
I'm glad you brought that up.
I just really wish we got more Laguna time in the game, though. Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, I think like I think the main thing about that interests me, just thinking about it, is the fact that there was going to be an overworld for Laguna, like an open map. So just like seeing, like from a lore standpoint, like seeing what the world map would have looked like, or what areas, what, you know, you would have been able to travel to different towns and see what they like existed like, other than the Laguna Dreams themselves. So
it would be weird to see, you know, in some places like Timber probably wouldn't really change. Kind of small town, kind of feels like historic already when you go there. But a place like Esther probably made like massive changes in the past couple decades.
And Timber has been occupied by Galbadia for a really long time, which also begs the question about like, I think what I was talking about earlier about like Delling City and it being, you know, inhabited by Galbadia, and like why it even exists, and like what's like why is there this big intricate sewer system underneath, like I don't know, like the Holy Dollet Empire thing.
Is having a big sewer system a weird thing? Is that not allowed?
It's not that it's not allowed, but it's not just like a sewer system that's just like normal. It's like this very like intricate one with the gates and ladders, and yeah, makes it seem like they like built it over the top of something.
Yeah, it is weirdly intricate, that's true. For like, I mean, Delling is pretty big, but not like that big. I don't know. No. Yeah, every Final Fantasy seems to have its big sewer area. There's like certain tropes that they put into every single game, which are never really areas that I particularly like. It's kind of like FromSoft with their poison swamps. Like, they always got to add them even though nobody asked for them. But at least the sewers in this area, in this game, are not so much of like, you know, like you can't smell them through the screen, but they're definitely a maze, which I don't particularly like. Yeah. But at least they're not like funky looking. Okay, so, Cordellium's going to be going to the Would it be the air station after this part? That'd be the next step. To get kind of the final rundown plan for how to handle Ultimecia.
I believe so. Now I'm blanking because I wasn't expecting to like think about the linearity of this individual run that I haven't done in a little bit.
You know all this lore, but not the steps of the run anymore. It's filled with the interesting details instead.
Yeah, in the same fashion that we were explaining before, like we're in so many places that like that are like this. I've been here before, so like at the end of the game, I'm always like, you have to like, you leave without Renoa because she needs to do her own thing and she is independent, and then wait, no, she needs us, and then now we have to go see Laguna, and now we have to go back. It's very
yeah.
like,
This part is it's easy to forget the steps, and like repeatedly, I've forgotten to do the party swap outside of the orphanage. You swap to certain party members because it makes their dialogue go by faster. It's like Irvine, Squall, Renoa, or something like that, I think.
yeah. I think if it's anything different, you get extra dialogue.
You do your ammo refine stuff around the same time, but like for me, it's like, oh, I'm supposed to go to the orphanage now, so I just, just hightail it over there and run right in, and then I always have to turn back around, go back out, do the party swap, go back in, and it's like I probably just wasted just as much time. Well, I guess you have to have Renault in the party. Probably, right? Maybe. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it would automatically swap her in.
I think that you do. I think maybe it does automatically swap her in. I think it doesn't.
A lot more dialogue when you don't have Irvine in, at least. So yeah, it's something good to make note of, that there's like these. Some of the party swaps that you do is to swap around their junctions. Like if you're trying to put no encounter on one party member versus another. Sometimes you're swapping them to
achieve damage in a boss fight. Yeah.
Yeah. Swap over like their junctions and magic, and then other times it's for doing the fastest story beats. So this is one of the times where you want to swap party members to get the best time for the story dialogue, and then you swap back because after that you're going to be starting to fight some quite scary bosses if you have the wrong people in your party. You need Irvine for pretty much the entire rest of the game again. Like we were saying before, Irvine is kind of he carries the team.
He's the powerhouse.
Oh yeah.
You can get it done with a Squall Renzo, but that's not fast, right?
Probably not as fast, but maybe safer.
Yeah.
Because then you at least do minimum 4 hits. Although a lot of the ammo that you're using is like AP ammo. So maybe Squall wouldn't do enough damage if he wasn't able to like bypass their defense stat.
Depending on the crisis level, for sure. Same thing for Irvine, depending on how long his meter is.
The backwards driving is never gonna like look normal to me. It's just crazy to me how like quickly people can maneuver when like the camera is gonna function backwards.
Lots and lots of practice.
So at some point I'm gonna have to be willing to just do the practice to actually learn it.
Vehicle movement practice is definitely a thing.
I'm still working even on doing the first backing the car up towards Balam. Even that's already messing me up. Mostly because I keep pulling in front of on the road in front of Balam. And then not able to like quickly get back onto the grass and get out so I could just run in on foot and like...
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. But that's where the vehicle movement portion of the run starts.
Even just that one is throwing me off to learn still, so it's gonna be a process. There's a lot of, again, like, none of this stuff, if any of you guys are interested in learning this run and it seems intimidating because there's so many like tech things, whatever, none of that is necessary to finish a run. Not even with like a good time. Like, my first run was pretty terrible and it was still like, I don't know, 9.5 hours maybe or something. It wasn't anywhere near as bad as I expected it to be just by following the notes. You don't have to do all the little optimizations, the like crazy menuing, stuff like that. There's menuing, but you can just follow the script. You don't have to like know what all this stuff does, and you can absolutely get through a run. Is there any explanation for why Odin has like a
giant lapel.
a cone of shame? Yeah.
He has an eccentric sense of taste.
Is that just how his personality is? That's all?
He likes the sillier things in life, like giant bouncy lapels.
Alright, I'm not trying to say he shouldn't have it. Just, is there any explanation? Because he's the only character that's dressed like that.
Why does Lulu have so many belts as a skirt? You know?
I think most people are wondering that, actually. I think that is kind of a common question. Yeah, maybe it's just a roulette wheel. It is kind of shaped like it, yeah. For medical reasons, like when you take your pet back from the vet, yeah. They don't want Odin to chew on his stitches. That must be it. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm not gonna go down this line of thought. But yeah, so pretty soon here we're gonna be watching how Sayo approaches the big scary menu as well. I have no idea what the particular differences are between how these three runners have been approaching this stuff, but I imagine there's going to be a lot happening in a very short amount of time. I know that whenever that part comes up, I have to like just mentally tune everything else out. It's the only things that exist in the world are you and your menu.
Yep, exactly. You and SR menu versus the world.
Mm-hmm. Quetz, do you have an answer to the question?
I feel like, unfortunately, the answer is just to remain as consistent as possible as Sayo has been doing, because this run doesn't really allow for much time to catch up unless, like, someone is just mashing, like, lazily, or someone forgets to junction something or switch. You know, basically a catastrophe has to happen, and we don't necessarily want that to happen. I'm not saying that that's not going to happen, but I wouldn't see anything out of the ordinary that Team Chocobo can just do to gain an advantage, unfortunately.
So I guess just hold steady, and if the other teams have a disaster, then the gap will close a little bit.
Yeah, just because you see Team Choco like not beating Team Tonberry as far as the race goes doesn't mean that Sayo won't win being the fastest in Final Fantasy VIII. Because there is like a link on the schedule that you can see that just came up from Moobot. And if you click that, you'll see the different categories of the game. There'll be like darker highlights on certain games and that's like the person that won individually. So there's a team that's winning, but like there is still people who beat the game faster than the other two runners. So like that's still something to keep in mind. And the only reason that Team Tonberry is winning is because individually they have had more games where that is the case. So we got to just stay on our P's and Q's and keep doing what we're doing. Keep chucking away at time. We got our Esther menu coming up for Team Chocobo. Sayo gonna be hitting it hard. 5 minutes on the timer. Go.
Card mod Ifrit all the way till here.
Yeah, this is one of the super secret special menus. As history and time, I can remember Waves and like T89, a couple of other people when they were doing this in chat, talking about running like a marzipan Christmas Eve special. I don't know. They call it like some crazy random like, oh, we're doing the special crazy menu. It's like, okay.
So far, all seems good. Kind of the normal path of progression.
The normal everyday progression.
So this next boss that Cordellium is about to fight is... It can be just pure evil. This fight, he counters and does really high damage attacks in between. So ideally we want to get Irvine a limit that does enough damage immediately to be able to kill it. Because if we don't... Oh, interesting, doing aura to make sure you get a long enough time. Okay, I like that as an idea. Because yeah, if you don't, it can start doing these missile attacks that will one-shot everybody in the party one after another and just... You don't stand a chance. Once that thing gets going, it is very fast and aggressive.
Yeah.
So that's, I guess, what the aura is for. That's smart.
I think ECM, maybe QNC, don't quote me on this, but we go in with either Selfie or Quetzington, depending on the route. And I think that just increases the odds of something going awry. But it's really cool to see that Q only obviously subs for more of a defensive strat in safety, obviously whether it be the route or for the marathon strats. Having 3 available characters on top of an aura to guarantee the number of shots is good to go.
Mm-hmm. Alright, getting all that magic created for the Esther menu. Again, you have to know which characters need which magic and be able to get through that part of the menu very, very fast. Putting the wrong magic on the wrong character can be not necessarily a run killer, depending on which one it is, but it is very hard to fix.
Extra time in the menu is not your friend.
And just having to like navigate to the right part of the right page quickly and just knowing, okay, so I gave this magic to this person, I have to be able to swap it over to this one instead. And just, it's not something that you want to have to fight with.
In my mind,
on a timer in general,
is deleting, because so you're deleting water, you're deleting Curagas, and if you're doing ECM, you're deleting abilities, and that just scares me.
Yeah, I haven't had to do any of that stuff, thankfully. Well, not any of it, but I haven't had to do the deleting abilities. My route, we only have to delete Thunder, Water, and Blizzaga, so it's very easy. Thank goodness, but it's even then, deleting magic just feels like wrong, especially when it's a magic you relied on for so long. But I suppose it would like auto-junction to the wrong thing, which we would like to avoid.
It's like the idea of, like we said, Resident Evil earlier, you know, you're done with a key, there's no use for it. Don't put it back in your inventory, just throw it away.
I guess you can't really get too attached to it, and you got bigger, better stuff coming up. I didn't catch. Does it show Cypher's drops yet? Did you already click past that? I was going to see if you got a Holy War or not.
I saw a hero.
Never lucky. Did anybody get a Holy War yet? I haven't seen any.
I'm actually not 100% sure, but I did just see the hero, but I'm not sure of previous encounters.
Well, I guess we'll find out pretty soon here. Now that we're getting up there.
So we're going to see Sio getting picked up by the same boss that Cordellium just defeated. I almost made a mistake and said, all right, we're going to MT8. But then we would have just like fast forwarded like an hour plus. Wouldn't that be great for Team Chocobo? Team Tonberry going to be going up against Adele, the really scary FMV, getting got. Team Mog coming up on their second to last split, the penultimate split. Cypher. And this is the part of the run where, hopefully, fingers crossed, we won't see a final party manipulation. Almost guaranteed that you're going to see a save and hard reset, like when going into the final boss. But normally, if these runners were doing a PB, on Cordellium side, this FMV that is about to process, we would be counting Squall's movement. We would put that into an individual calculator of sorts that would basically tell us where RNG is at and what we would need to do to progress the RNG to get a favorable outcome of the party. Because when we, as some of you may know, when we fight Ultimecia, we do not get to choose our party makeup. It is chosen for us randomly by definition of, where the slots lie. Because on that last little bridge, the game code picks for you, essentially.
I have returned. So could you explain I don't know if you went over this already, but could you explain how this final party the flippy part works?
I literally just got done doing that, but I
Okay,
will
so
absolutely talk about it again.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You don't have to do it twice in a row.
No, it's fine, because I was talking about just how I hope that that's not what Cordellium is going to be doing, because I think that there is like marathon saves that are going to be happening, and I absolutely believe that that's going to happen before the final boss. But normally what would happen is during this sequence there's 12 sets of movements that go out, and we track those using our W for up, our S for down, our A for left, and our D for right. We put those into a various number of quote-unquote calculators for final party descent, and that will spit out where we are in the RNG, because we can use Squall's movement to basically track where we were in the RNG.
Sure.
And based off of where we are in the RNG, we know how to interact with further RNG, being A, the draw point before the bridge, or B, walking. Because the final bridge, what is actually happening in the game's code is like a scroll wheel, like slots, if you will, of like your party being randomized. And that's like who Ultimecia picks when you hit the door, like when you hit accept on the option. So if you walk, it delays the frames or essentially slows down those slots. And we know the distance from the ladder to the door, we essentially know how many steps we need to walk or how many times we need to interact with the draw point, giving us the party that we want. We could just kill the first phase, go straight into the second phase, or a stone, hero, or, Holy War, and then just finish the game. Hopefully, fingers crossed, without any hiccups.
So you're able to determine exactly which people it's going to be, or is it just based on like at least a party that has Irvine in it?
No, exactly which people.
Okay.
So like if you get a Renoa party, you can choose to walk more or less. So you can skip that party. So you could skip that party and get a more favorable party that has
always
faster animations.
Has Selfie and Renoa in it. Always. I don't know why. That's just like the exact timing I get every single time now. But at least I get Selfie. I get Best Girl.
Yeah, they're all combinations of all 6 characters. Whatever the 3 combinations of all those are, like there's no exclusions. I guess the only ones that aren't possible is, 3 Zells or 3 Squalls. Or 2 Selfie and a Squall.
Who is the best combination to get?
I think the fastest animation in the game is Zell. Like attack-wise. So I think it would be like Zell, Irvine... Selfie?
It's definitely not Renoa.
No,
Quistis
it's not
pretty
Quistis.
slow.
Yeah. Anyone that requires like a wind-up animation essentially to attack.
Squall is pretty slow too.
Yeah, Squall I think is maybe second slowest in the game, potentially.
So, yeah, you want Zell, Selfie, and Irvine.
Yeah. Because the only thing you need the ability to do is throw items and attack with Irvine. So, boom. Cordellium cleaning up the sorcerer's fight. So, what's nice about this run on this relay is this is not the PC version, because the PC version, the PC version is locked to level 45 sorceresses. So that whole like algorithmic, the game levels with you. Your average party level is 6, so the boss will be, 7 or 5. Goes out the window with sorceresses. Like, you will not get a level 8 or 6 on PC. You will always get a level 45. Whether you're level 6 average or level 72 average, you will always get level 45.
Do you know why that is? Or
I think it's just the way the game was coded. I don't know if it's like a porting thing. I don't know if they were like, hey,
did they want to make sure people didn't get there too fast, too low level? They were like, we're going to make sure there's one good roadblock in there.
Maybe there was like a sorceresses is too easy, and they were like, you know what, fine, we'll put boom level 45.
Oh yeah, the
Are you
11
happy?
enemy in a row gauntlet boss fight is too easy.
And it makes sense what Podcap's saying in chat, that they probably would have taken the code from JP, because like that's essentially the source code. So trying to like take the source code of the game, it almost reminds me of Gart skip in Final Fantasy VII, that the game almost reverts to the JP spelling of Aerith's name over the US spelling, because it doesn't know what to pull from. So this is the portion right here, a tiny Bobcat, that we would be tracking. This is actually the end of the sequence. So you would track the 12 movements, and then you would hold a button, any button, R1, R2, X, what have you. But you would hold one button. Essentially, once you find where you are in the RNG, you have to stop it. So much like Zayden put in the chat, there's the directions. As soon as you get to that last A, which would be, the third left, or the last third left in the sequence, you would hold X, and that would hold the RNG. You would hold X throughout the entirety of the sequence until your feet hit the ground, landing like, on the ground of that whole sorcerer sequence.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to lock the RNG up until the end of the game. Like,
setting the save point outside of the castle changed that or anything, or is it just the draw points?
I want to say probably, because it's an interactable animated object, and as far as I know, animated objects that you can interact with change the RNG in this game. So I'm going to say yes. But also, most of the time, if you're interacting with the save point, you're going to hard reset, so it doesn't matter, because you're probably not doing Final Party Descent. So if you are doing Final Party Descent, don't interact with the save point.
I was trying to count the twists and turns and stuff that I saw, but I really only caught like 10 of them, and it looked like some started a little bit. So are you supposed to like... Is it kind of like the pole counting thing? There's going to be some incompletes that you just have to figure which direction it would be?
There's 12, and there's specifically movement, I want to say movement 5 and movement 6 happen during the screen transition of where like Squall's in front of you, and then it's like wrapped around, and then Squall's behind you, and then the camera moves. So like you need to really be paying attention and know where Squall's going to be to look for his movement, because like you could miss it if you don't see it. Like because he moves left, right, or up or down, but like he's in the corner of the entire box. So
yeah, that would stress me out quite a bit.
it's something you have to practice. It's a lot, and the repercussions for messing it up are huge.
Oh yeah, if you are committing to whatever party you think you're getting, and then again it doesn't have Irvine, you just have to pray that you don't get your party wiped, which
Like
you probably will.
15 minutes at least, and we're not even talking about like how much time you waste when you see your party and then you don't instantly reset.
Yeah, if you're not saving outside
Yeah,
and you're
it could
not
be,
saving before sorceresses, like
yeah. So let's say
who
that you
knows
did
how
save
much,
outside or whatever. Let's
yeah,
say
that's
that you were
10
doing it.
minutes or something.
You were saving, and then for a marathon you wanted to show off the party manipulation, and you failed it. It would probably, like, even if you instantly reset as soon as you said, "Oops, I didn't get the right party," it would take you 15 minutes plus to get back to the spot that you were at.
I'm glad that they're doing kind of more safety stuff with this marathon because, yeah,
Can you imagine the entire relay where there was just like no safety, just like everything's PB pace, like everything is out on the table. Be as volatile as you want.
I don't know how that would even like what would happen if somebody was 4 hours into their run and died? You just get to start over?
Well, you get to FF8 and they're like, everyone would be clapping their hands like, all right, here's final party descent. And someone's just like, oops, I messed it up, and they die. Like, all right, next game. Like, like, what do? Do you just try again?
To try to catch up. Yeah, I was wondering, like, if somebody did that on purpose, basically tried to fail at a point where it would be so detrimental that they would move on to the next game, you could actually make up time by doing that in a way. Somebody could, like, abuse a system like that, so, nope.
Yeah.
Safety saves, and no...
I could see that happening.
No cheese in the system.
I could see that happening in this game where, like, you know, Team Choco's like, they think the runner who's running for Team Choco is like, oh man, I'm super behind, you know, the thought process. Like, in reality, they're even in terms of like how fast it takes them to run this game. But the runner's in the mindset of like, oh no, I'm behind, so I'm going to forego the safety save and try final party descent manipulation. And then they fail it.
Sees. Well, I guess my run is done, but now that, you know, I'm ahead, I don't know if there was a way to like just tack on the rest of their time up to estimate or something. I don't know. Hopefully that will never become an issue. I can't imagine any people that, you know, run these games would do something like that, but it's just something that they'd probably have to be aware of.
Yeah, and I guess like to talk about that in general, I guess it kind of like flows into the mindset of how you would treat your own speed runs in general. Like, you know, this isn't for PB pace. You know, you can easily get locked into the mindset of like winning or losing, you know, whether it be for your team or individually for the game. But I think at the end of the day, most of us want to finish runs and practice as much as we can and, you know, come back the next day and try as hard as we can. So I think the safety saves and everything that we're doing is definitely the way to go, rather than, you know, trying to pull a rabbit out of your hat.
Oh, we're talking about the music in this game. Yeah, I don't... Usually, like, the one thing people seem to agree on is that they love the soundtrack, despite the complaints people have about other aspects of the game. Except the MIDI versions, which I think is the most criminal change that they did, is allowing that music to be released.
We don't have to worry.
Oh, bad.
We don't have to worry about it with the PSX run for the relay, because that's like a point of contention depending on who has the, you know, the music icon. If we're running PC, like, what soundtrack are we getting?
I think I just use the one that's on the speedrun resources, just the PS1 files, and it works perfectly fine. Sounds good to me.
The way Nobuo Uematsu intended, all right?
Man, the MIDI is...
Our Lord and Savior, Nobuo Uematsu.
Very bad.
You don't like Windows sound fonts? Come on. 1990, like 2001 at its finest.
The entire thing sounds so weird. It's hard to like really place your finger on what it is about it that sounds wrong. I'm sure there's some specific terminology for it, but
yeah, It's called They're Not Real Instruments. I mean, neither it's a PlayStation one, but like the architecture that it uses to try to make the sounds is a lot more in tune with actual instruments than Windows Sound Fonts is, because it's just Windows Sound Fonts is literally the same sound at different pitches.
That would explain it.
It's
sounds
one
like
sound.
It sounds like warbly, but not like not in a normal way. It sounds like intended warbly, and it's not
There's no
a good
depth.
sound.
There's no depth, there's no definition, there's no color. It's just one sound, and it's 0 to 127 on a different pitch scale for different octaves.
That makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
It's a lot. And by a lot, I mean it sucks. Connor coming up on the end of the game here.
Just about.
Cordellium bringing it home.
So this is that tri-point boss I was talking about before, which has to be hit by certain elements. Otherwise, he does a move that does like thousands of damage to your entire party. It is very scary. The little scratch does nothing. So that's not a worry. So for the first seal boss, I don't know what you'd really call these, but like the mini bosses are on Alti's castle. The first one that you fight, you have to fight tri-point because you need to get the rocket engine that it drops. And you unlock Limit Break because you're going to use your limit from Irvine against the next one that you're going to fight, which is to get item. You need item for during Alti's fight, and obviously limit as well to be able to get through it safely. And you need the rocket engine to teach Irvine speed plus 40 so that he can stay ahead of Alti's attacks a little bit better. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure her speed would be running circles around you and you would not stand a chance. So you slap plus 40 speed on him, make him go giga fast, try to stay alive.
Your favorite phase. Here we go.
Gosh, please behave, Graver. Or whatever you're called in this one.
It's the situation I was like, oh, thank goodness. The doom.
Oh no! Anyway. You have to make sure you choose your party members that you throw your items onto very carefully. Alright, now you can just start blasting.
So anyways, I started blasting.
Oh, for sure, pendulum, let's go. I still can't get that. I got it one time ever, and I've tried practicing it. It's so difficult. You barely can get up there.
First try clock?
Yeah, whatever the proper word would be for that thing, I still can't get it.
First try swing, as we'll call it.
Yeah. I can get up there, but I just can't quite grab it. It's like I probably am just like one step, maybe not even a full step behind.
Yeah, it's like as soon as you bonk one time, it's over. Like you're done.
Did you get 2 against Tiamat?
I think that was 2.
Okay. I should be fine. Oh, that always scares me. If you don't get enough shots on Tiamat, you're in big trouble.
Yeah. Tiamat can ruin your day, for sure.
Alright, Alti phase 3.
Pastrami, make them bleed.
Gosh. Sayo is still gently floating in space, oblivious to what waits below.
I shall junction myself onto pastrami. Maybe I'm a pastrami. Not into pastrami, onto pastrami. Or not to be confused with onto pastrami either.
Is unto a different thing?
I guess so.
Alright, so I swap in that speed. There we go. Griever junction to pastrami, I guess, is no more.
Pastrami's gone. No more pastrami. Just deleted that pastrami for lunch. Yeah, the interview with Cordellium. So, what was your inspiration for Groover? I was just hungry.
Just saying what I was gonna have for lunch.
I was just hungry. Team Mog bringing it up to Ultimecia. Let's see what kind of party we get here.
But Cordellium's going into the final phase. Not quite GG yet. But probably GG, but not quite yet.
Yeah, both of our teams, Tonberry and Team Mog, will be on the final boss together, which is a very common theme for the Relay this year.
This music, I mean, pretty much every Final Fantasy final boss theme goes way harder than it reasonably needs to. But this music in particular gets my heart pumping.
It's so funny when I talk to my friends who play a Final Fantasy game for their first time, and we talk about final bosses. So I love to talk about the trope that is the 4-phase boss, the Final Fantasy 4-phase boss fight, final boss fight. It's not it's pretty much standard, whether it be 3 phases or 4 phases. They do it big.
Yeah. Thinking about it. Yeah, there aren't really any that are just just a brief, oh, that was it? That was fast? They don't really do that.
There's Necron, but you have to get past Death Guys and Kuja, right?
Does Necron itself only have 1 phase? There's 2?
Yeah. I mean, technically it is 1 phase.
Okay, so there's 1 then. But yeah, the lead up to it is still very dramatic and challenging.
And you can heal and save and stuff in between some of those bosses. So it's
not
like every single game, but there are many phased final bosses.
Okay, so there are a couple of them that are kind of underwhelming. 8, though, I think has one of the more challenging, dramatic ones.
I wouldn't say 9 is underwhelming by any standard for sure, but it is I guess more of a casual.
Oh, sorry, it's more of in response to somebody who's talking about Final Fantasy III's final boss. Just having 1 phase, 1 move, which I don't know because I haven't played them yet, but I haven't played 1 through 5 yet. It's a work in progress to get through the whole series, but
you're gonna enjoy it when you do. I think we have 2 more hits on Cordellium's side, if I am not mistaken.
There's an and, so next hit is gonna be kill.
1 more hit.
Bang, that is it for Cordellium.
Bam.
Team Tonberry finished FF8.
I think that was a
pretty dang clean.
A sub 30, if I am not mistaken. Got Griever going into phase 3 here for Team Moogle. Team Mog, excuse me. Moogle Mog.
Okay, I'm curious on what their final times are going to be, because again, for the most part, they were playing so incredibly close to each other.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. The minus 24 line, they're like literally hugging that line the entire way through from Medea and Cypher.
Minus that one part where the PS2 froze. It's like
Poor
almost
Broodles.
exactly the same pace.
This is the second relay I've done commentary where a PS2 has gone awry on Final Fantasy VIII. It's ridiculous.
All right. 2 matches left still. Also, welcome into our Final Fantasy 13 commentators who are joining us.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Would you like to introduce yourselves and start talking about your run a little bit? We have a little bit of time for Team Mog before they split.
Yeah, I'd love to. So, I'm Arista, once again, giving you a commentary for FF13 here. We're going to have a rotating cast of commentators throughout the run, so we'll see some different people, but for now, I'll go ahead and say, Maelstrom, you want to introduce yourself?
Yep, hello, I'm Maelstrom. I haven't run this game in a long time, but hopefully I still remember enough of it that it makes some sense.
You were one of the people that were doing runs when I was first getting into it, and so you definitely were someone I watched and learned a lot from, so I'm happy to have you here. And we're going to have a few different people. Zero is going to do some commentary, and then we'll have a different Zero, the one from FF12, joining for some commentary, and then Madelon also. But for now, I'll just go ahead and mention we have 3 really incredible runners doing FF13 today. Kaya Rune's already gotten started with Team Tonberry, and then we'll have, I'll reintroduce them when they come up, but we'll have MMM for Team Mog, and then for Choco, we'll have Zero Elite. And yeah, so just some things to watch out for while FF8's going on is we're basically... FF13 is a very different game from a lot of the ones we've seen so far. In the fights, we're only in control of one character, and we've got party members that are doing their own things, controlled by AI. And then here in the overworld, which you see right now, we're basically running around through these enemies, and the enemies are dodgeable. So these encounters are... The game, I think, expects you to fight them, and so there's a lot of different things that we're going to be going by, but we don't need to fight almost any of them. So these overworld enemies, when you touch them, they start the encounters, so we're going to be trying to not touch them, and they're going to be trying to touch us, so it's going to be like a really interesting game of trying to understand their AI, get around them, and then fight through the fights that are necessary. So, since the run's already gotten started, we had one fight earlier. That was the Menasvin Mormac Bar 1. It's part 1 of many. We'll be fighting different iterations of this boss. But now we're on to a Soldier plus a Pantheron. A lot of these early fights are very simple, and they're essentially tutorials, and they even are literally tutorials that we're skipping. But they're basically teaching you about some various aspects of the game, just like how to input commands, how to stagger enemies, which is something we've been seeing in some other games, not all of them, but FF13, I think FF13 is actually the first one that introduced this stagger mechanic. So that's what this next tutorial is going to be for. Above the enemy's HP bars, you'll see that there's a stagger bar, and that's pretty much just a multiplier that increases the amount of damage they take until they reach a threshold, at which point they'll be staggered, which makes them really easy to interrupt, and they'll take 100% more damage once they've reached this. So here for the Psychom Marauder, you can see it's at 101, and that number is going up slowly, but then once it reaches, I think it's 105, maybe, sorry, 100, yeah, 105, we'll see shortly. Actually, we won't see that it goes to 204 there, and so it takes a lot more. We already see one of the crazy optimizations that's relatively recent, which is that when an enemy is staggered while you're targeting them, the game actually slows down. It's like a sort of cinematic animation of just like, wow, this is so cool, you did enough to stagger this guy. But that costs about a second, and so we've realized that you can skip that by not targeting them while they stagger, and that's the stagger slowdown skip. And so even in that fight, we're already seeing second optimizations, and there's many, many times that we do things like this throughout the run.
Coming up on the final couple of hits for Team Mog here, Will Tamisha. Getting a little baby action on Quizz, sending her to the Nether Realm, and then
It's always got to be a baby.
It's always the baby. So many times, so many streams have heard it's the baby.
Couple hits left. Thio's making fast work of the propagators.
They are indeed some proper gators. Ultimate hit.
Oh, come on, Ultimate, please.
Are we going to see a drop off? Nope. Okay.
This is a really slow animation.
It's always hard to tell with the running, like what she's casting, because it overrides. All right, and all right, coming up on the last split here for Mog.
There we go.
Zombie was blown away and split. GG Team Mog.
GG Team Mog.
GG.
PS Toten 2 froze. Didn't let them slow him down.
GG's all around. Well, I think we're probably going to give the majority of the rest of the commentary to 13. I'm still going to stick around and do some splits here for Sayo and kind of sub in commentary where it seems appropriate. But I'm going to go ahead and say thank you to everyone. I appreciate watching the majority of Final Fantasy VIII and hear us talking about it. And that's it from me. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's been awesome.
GG on the runners.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you both.
All right.
Free to interrupt us if anything strange happens to Sayo.
Absolutely. Speaking of strange things happening, I wasn't able to shout it out, but each of these dodges is just something you have to learn and understand how to dodge. And one of the more impossible ones that Kaya just passed was the literally called the legendary dodge because it's so hard to get. You know, just casually getting it in a relay run. That's very impressive.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah. We're already seeing strange things happen in that Marauder fight. That was the stagger tutorial. He almost died. And so I'd use a potion there, and then he gets the legendary dodge. It's just, you know, crazy stuff's already going on. But next up, there's this Beta Behemoth fight. None of these fights are very scary, but there's just lots of little optimizations. So, for example, in that fight, you don't have to potion because Lebro will always heal you. But when Lebro heals you, it takes her a little bit longer than it would take you to heal yourself. And so you try and dodge his hits and then potion yourself to stop her from potioning. Just a lot of stuff like that to watch out for. Now in this next fight, the Myrmidon fight, the optimization that we have to worry about is that he can jump around so fast that he can dodge our attacks. He also does enough damage to kill someone. So you have to potion here. So this potion is not like the Marauder one where it's not something you want to be doing. But you'll see Kaya will, you know, execute strings early, like that one, for example, and that's just to try and make sure that he can't dodge. Once he staggers out, you'll see he stops actually being able to move while we're attacking him, and it's just pretty from there.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that all of the 13 runners will be using the Fire Cursor targeting system, which makes it just a little bit easier to do some of these kind of early inputs and kind of quicker strings, because you don't have to go through the targeting menu. There's like a bit extra menu delay if you're using that system.
Whenever I do commentary for this, I never actually know how to explain what that is, because I started playing the game and just put it on Fire Cursor because that's what the notes said. So appreciate the explanation there.
Yeah, so with Fire Cursor, you're basically like selecting enemies kind of as they appear from your camera position on the world, which can be annoying sometimes if there's lots of enemies close together and you're trying to target a certain one. But especially for boss fights or like when there's a main enemy that you're focusing down, it makes it much easier to execute strings quickly, which is pretty crucial to a lot of later strategies.
Yeah, so Kaya is now doing the final dodge. This is the other dodge, which is really inconsistent. This one is legendary, are the ones that you're least likely to get, and it looks like he's decided to not retry them because it's a relay, and a lot of these early dodges you can basically get walled at, and it's chapter 1, so people will just reset their runs. But since this is a relay, he is just fighting. It's not too long of a fight, it's just one of those things where it's so early in the run that it's just cheap to people.
Yeah, I guess there is a slight chance of things like Phoenix down drops as well, which is not necessarily completely useless to have available.
There's a bit of a gill route to this speedrun. You need to reach certain thresholds, which you're more than likely to reach just from the mandatory fights, but you also might not do that. And so, you know, a little bit of safety here and there definitely goes a long way. In that fight with the Pantheron plus the soldier that MMM just did, there's another stagger slowdown skip that's been routed in there. This is something that we've been finding more and more of, where it doesn't feel like it's possible. There's only 2 enemies, and you have to be not targeting them. Your other option for not targeting is to just go into the potion menu to get that time save, but I'm at the point now where I think we're more than half the fights that you do as stagger. We have the stagger slowdown skip routed in, and I think it's more than 100 fights in this run. So it's it's really impressive how much. If it's a second each time, then we're talking about more than a minute of time save, I'd say.
Yeah,
It's kind of insane.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. This is actually something that it took us a while to even realize what it was, because for a while we knew that it was, if you were on a potion, that would be enough to stop the animation. But then eventually we realized like the enemy that's being staggered can't be targeted. So if you look at MMM's stream, he did not get it here. This is a little bit random because of how many hits hit the Marauder and whether you can actually have the cursor on them at the time. And you don't actually want to waste time doing it because it's only a second. But if you can, then it's just nice. And here it's going a little bit more normal. Light's not in danger of dying, so no potions here. Now, on Kaya's, we're already done with Chapter 1, so now we're on Chapter 2. One of the important things about this chapter is that these enemies, all enemies in the game have a chance to drop shrouds. And so enemies that drop guaranteed things, like enemies that drop shops, usually drop those shops in the shroud slot, but otherwise they'll drop shrouds, which we can use for the run. And those shrouds do a variety of things. There's going to be 3 main ones that they'll drop. There's the Fortisol, Deceptisol, and Aegisol. We're going to need to use all of these, but the most important one we're looking for right now is Deceptisol. Deceptisol, what it does is it makes it so that you use it in the overworld, and it makes it so that your party cannot be seen by enemies. And if they start a fight with the Deceptisol active, it'll be a preemptive strike, if possible. And so we need, I think, 3 of these that are routed in, and these enemies are guaranteed to drop them if you complete the fight slower than a certain rate. For some reason, the drop rates are such that the fewer stars you have, the more likely you are to get the drop. And so what we do is we just actually put the battle speed down and do this fight slower than, I think it's 23 seconds, and it'll guarantee us some Deceptisols here, which are really nice. Just to mention really quick, go ahead.
No, you go.
Yeah, so the other shrouds, I just want to say the Fortisol basically gives you offensive buffs, and the Aegisol gives you defensive buffs. We do need those for some fights, but we can get more of them from dismantling some items that we get later. So those are guaranteed, whereas Deceptisols, we really have to get them here.
Yeah, so just to explain the drop rates and stuff a little bit more, you might have noticed whenever each of the runners finish a battle, there's a result screen that pops up, admittedly very quickly, because obviously they're mashing through it as fast as they can. But you get a few bits of information there, including how long it took you to do the battle, how many CP you get, which is a fixed amount of Cordellium points, which is used for leveling up later on. So all of this stuff isn't really kind of useful information for the runners, so it's not like you're necessarily paying attention to it. But the other thing you can see is a star rating, and that star rating is based on, like Rooster said, there's a battle time that the game kind of expects you to be able to beat certain fights in. It's calculated based on your stats and the stats of the enemy, and it goes from 0 stars up to 5 stars. And for each star ranking, I can't remember if it's 3 or 2 that's like the middle point, but basically each ranking higher, I think, doubles the chance for a rare drop and halves the chance for a shroud drop, and then the opposite direction going the other way. So the lower down you have, the less chance it is to get a rare drop, but the higher chance it is to get that shroud drop.
And yeah, for some reason the shrouds are like the not rare drop, but for us they are very, very good. The first few shrouds save a good amount of time, and so you'll often describe a run with basically how many random shrouds you got. Like, oh, this was the 3 Decept run, or something. You got really lucky. We also know the probabilities for all of these fights and whether they drop Fortisols, Deceptisols, Aegisols. Like, for example, the fight that Cavern's on right now, that's a Fortisol fight. And I think it's either 6 or 12% for these, but as you go through the various chapters, the chance goes down further and further. So it gets to be kind of crazy when you actually get one at later points, which, I'm pretty sure every fight that you can get one, someone's gotten one at some point. And it's just like, wow, I can't believe I got one on this random fight, and just get some nice time save from it.
Yeah, the rate starts off, I think it's something like 25% or 12% in Chapter 2. I think even by the time you're in Chapter 5 or 6, it's down under 1%.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So much smaller even than further on.
Actually, I'll just mention really quickly, that fight that Kaya just did was a non-mandatory fight. So that was one of the few ones we'll do. There's a chest in that's being guarded by that fight. That's one of the weapons for lightning that's quite nice. I'll just mention that is Is M...
Yeah, is M having issues?
Just wondering. Oh, okay. I think we're okay. Maybe it's controller disconnected or something. Yeah, we don't do we do very few extra fights, and that one's just specifically because that one lightning weapon saves enough time on various fights that it's worth actually getting. It's quite a nice weapon, and I think it's actually the one we upgrade for her. Or no, that's the Gradius, right? So actually pretty much just gonna be using that for a few early fights, and then we're gonna upgrade her default weapon. In this game, the different weapons all have different characteristics to them, and when you upgrade them, it's a pretty big resource investment. And it turns out that the base weapons that they start with are cheaper to upgrade and have worse returns on your upgrades, but the larger investment does not have, relative to the investment, that big of a improvement. So we stick to the upgrades and the cheaper ones, and that's good enough for us for all the weapons. For the accessories, we can get much nicer accessories, but the weapons themselves are way more of an investment than we get with just the things we get along the run.
Yeah, and I guess to clarify kind of why the fight is needed, like we said, enemy encounters kind of sit on the overworld in this game.
Right.
So when you enter a region near the enemy, you'll notice that the minimap in the top corner turns red. And there's basically like an encounter zone around the enemy where they can wander around freely. When you're in that encounter zone, you can't interact with certain things, including chests, until the enemy has been cleared out. So you have to be able to kill the encounter to be able to get to whatever chest is guarding, as we call it. And the red boundaries there will also become more relevant again when we start getting to kind of dodges with deceps and decep cancels, which we'll talk about kind of when it comes up later.
Yep, exactly. But for now, we're still working our way through Chapter 2 while MMM is doing the same last fight. He almost made it to the exit. These Psycom aerial recon, they're sort of a class of soldier that flies around, and they're very difficult to dodge. But they fly far away, so if you enter the battle zone at the right time, you'll be able to basically get through the zone before they can get to you. But so far, we haven't seen that successfully. But we'll have one more chance on Team Choco in a little bit.
It's also unfortunate the last time we see hand grenade.
The hand grenade is a really interesting weapon. It's one of the default things that Snow starts out with, and for some reason, it's physical damage based off of Snow's magic stat. Yeah, I don't really get it, but it's an AOE attack spell. I don't know. We don't know where the hand grenades come from. It's never explained.
Fire it in a box, basically.
Yeah, but it's a very useful weapon it's useful attack for these early fights. But it would quickly be outclassed by the attacks that they were granted soon. But right now, at this point in the story, our party members are supposed to be normal humans, and sort of the main plot point that's coming up is that with this encounter with this sort of godlike creature called the Foul Sea, they'll be granted powers and a mission, and the bulk of the story of FF13 is basically about, is it worth following this mission given these powers that you have, or is it, do you want to fight against your fate and do your own thing? But those powers that were granted are pretty strong and allow us to fight these enemies and many more throughout the run.
Yeah, Kaya unfortunately missed the double gas dodge there. It's quite interesting enemies to work around because, like, as you might expect, they have quite wide hitboxes but quite narrow. Like, they are very much just rectangles in your way. But they have a nice tendency to want to kind of see you and then run straight at you, it makes them very manipulable. So there's a lot of kind of... I mean, we didn't get a chance to talk about it, but hopefully when M gets there we can talk about the dodge, the single gas before it, because that's quite interesting.
Yeah. So something about speedrunning FF13 is that you pretty much have to have like a mental model of the AI of every type of enemy and more or less every enemy and dodge in the run. It's just something that you gain more and more experience with, and you gain an intuition for how enemies work and how to dodge them. But more or less every enemy has something like when they see you, they'll come towards you. Some of them will actually just stand still, and some of them will do different things. But in general, that's like the number one thing, is that when they see you, they will try and attack you. And that can allow you to manipulate them in various ways. But now it's the fight with that fallacy I was telling you about, Anima. And this is a pretty straightforward fight. It's our last time that we're just using attacks and hand grenades. We're not controlling Snow. When you don't control Snow, you won't use hand grenades. So it's just a matter of arranging your attacks and your Blitz, which is an attack that's an AoE attack, such that we do damage as much as possible. Anima has a counterattack, so we're holding our attacks between his counterattacks so we don't get interrupted, and just working our way through his HP. We've all actually used a Fortisol here. This is one of the routed in Fortisols. There's not too many of them. I think like I think only like 7 or 8 throughout the run, but this just is one of those fights where our toolbox is so limited that just having the haste plus bravery just gives us enough extra damage that it's worth using it here. I think it's about a minute of time saved just from this Fortis Soul, so...
Yeah, there's really not a lot else you can kind of do here. So
Yeah,
those buffs
exactly.
make a pretty huge distinction, because I think haste is double ATB speed and bravery is 1.67 times strength, I believe.
I don't remember off the top of my head. I was going to say 1.3, but it's different from all the runs, and so you get the numbers mixed up.
It's 1.4, I have checked.
There you go. We were both wrong.
Yes, I rather prudently pulled up the game mechanics guide before we started talking.
Better than just lying.
Yeah.
But now on Kaya's stream, on the Tonberry stream, we can see on the party breakdown, there's multiple roles now. So there's Commando and Ravager. Those are the first two that are being introduced to us. And then there's also the paradigm shift mechanic, which allows us to switch the roles of the party members in fights. So to give a brief description of those, and then we'll be encountering more later. But the Commando is supposed to be like you're attacking them, or you're like a physical type attack, and Ravager is like magician magic. That's not strictly accurate because the Commando has ruins, which are spells, and the spellcasters have strikes, which are physical attacks. But I mean that's sort of the way I think about it. And I don't know if
it's more kind of non-elemental versus elemental damage.
Right, and so but the key thing to watch is that the Ravagers are really good at raising the stagger bar. Different enemies have different resistance to being staggered, but in general, you're going to use your Ravagers to increase the stagger, and then the Commandos and other roles later on will be good at maintaining stagger duration. So the the chain duration is the amount of time it takes for the stagger bar to run out. So in this game, you'll see that when you hit them, the stagger goes up, but the stagger also gradually falls back down. So what you do is your Ravager gives you that duration, or gives you that chain, and the Commando will stop it from going back down. So they'll give you the chain duration, and then when they're staggered, the stagger duration is calculated from the chain duration. So that's how long they stay staggered for. So if you're only using Ravagers to stagger them, you'll stagger them quickly, but they won't stay staggered for long. For us, we really have it calculated to the point where we know how much chain duration we need, and we use Ravagers as much as possible to stagger them as fast as possible, and then kill them with Commandos. I'll also mention that Commandos do a lot more damage, especially once they're staggered, and so it's going to be a lot of Ravagers as much as possible until they're staggered, and then Commandos as much as possible once they're staggered. I find when watching people play this game casually, what they tend to do is they tend to rely on the Relentless Assault paradigm, which is the 1 Commando, 2 Ravagers. It's a really good balance because the 1 Commando gives you enough chain duration, and the 2 Ravagers do enough staggering, and it's just like a really good middle ground. But for us, we don't want the middle ground. We want to go as fast as possible. So what we tend to do is more focused strategies with like Tri-Disaster, which is 3 Ravagers to stagger, and then as many as Commandos as possible, usually Cerberus if possible, which is 3 Commandos. So Kai actually I was going to talk about it, but he went through it so fast. he just went through the dodge that we call Gandalf, because Gandalf says you shall not pass. It's just one gas in the middle of this dodge that tends to stop you, but he did a great job of manipulating the AI. One thing that you have to be aware of with these enemies is that they all have their own AI, but when they're operating in a group, their AI is tied together. So one can notice you, and the other ones will start reacting, even though they can't necessarily see you. And so in that one, there's several different enemies that can notice you at different times and will cause different reactions. And so it can be a whole headache.
Yeah, there's also a couple of places around this section, like you just saw on Kaya's stream, where it's faster to hit a certain trigger and then run backwards. Because we're basically coming up on a cutscene trigger, and the line behind us to trigger it is closer than the line ahead of us would be. So you'll see that a couple of times, especially in Chapter 3, where running backwards is actually faster than running forwards.
Yeah, and even more advanced version of that, because that's essentially the same thing as the bridge skip. In Chapter 9, we take advantage of that mechanic to actually completely despawn some fights that we don't have to fight anymore, which is really nice.
So quickly, just to cover the other 2 roles we have available, because they'll become relevant quite soon. So we have the Sentinel role on Snow at the moment, and Vanille also has access to the Medic role. The Medic is kind of what you'd expect. It's your primary healer, and Sentinel is kind of the tank of the party, so they specialize in kind of gaining the enemy's aggression and then also damage reduction states. And both of those will become quite relevant to potentially survive here, although I don't think we should need it if things go right.
So something that's really interesting. We actually do use it just for 1 second to provoke him, but the one thing to point out right here is Kai's about to use a potion. Potions are very good in the early game. It takes quite a while for the potion to be power creep. You know, when they were designing this game, you're only in control of one character, and so they had to make your one potion a multi-character heal, and it's quite a significant heal. And so, one other thing that's really important about potions and items in general is that they do not consume ATB. So if you look on the left side, that's the ATB gauge, and we're inputting commands, and the commands consume the ATB that's being charged, and items do not have this feature to them. And so we can use a potion without losing any actions, and it can be quite fast. And yeah, the fight's already done. And we also used a potion there to do the stagger slow and skip, which is one of the many times we found it rather than. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, potions are a base recovery of 150 HP, which at the moment I think everyone's still under 200 at this point in the game. It's a 75% heal for basically no cost, which is pretty wild. We'll also be getting an accessory called the Doctor's Code, which doubles that. So it becomes a base recovery of 300 HP, which is still like quite a lot for the amount of HP we'll be having. Potions do eventually scale up if you get to, I think, 3000 HP or higher. It then becomes 5% of max, which I don't think we get anywhere near actually in the run. But it takes a long time still for us to kind of scale past the usefulness of potions, and even then they're still useful as like an additional source of healing when you don't necessarily want to paradigm shift, or you just want a little bit to top you up just to make things a little safer.
Potions are a primary source of healing pretty much through Chapter 10. There's a few fights where we do use the medic, but generally using a potion, if it's enough, is much faster than not using a potion, so...
Yeah, and we do also get Renew as well at some point, which is also a party-wide heal that doesn't require you to be in the medic role.
There are a few commands that use TP, which is just like another resource. I didn't mention before, but there's a fourth shroud, which is the Ether Sol, which gives you a bunch of TP. It gives you a full bar of TP, which is 5. And so there's a few commands that we use. There's Libra, which is a single TP that basically gives you information about enemies. But yeah, Renew uses 2, and it's a quite nice source of healing that we use throughout the run. Now on Kaya's stream, we're on the Frog Bridge, or as it's lovingly known, Brog Fridge. He's doing this without a Decepticol. This is one that there's just one frog is not too bad to dodge, but there's so many of them, and the bridge is so tight. But he managed to do it very quickly there, so it's very nice. So something else you'll notice when watching these fights is each enemy has their own different stagger point. And so the first tutorial happened in a fight where the stagger point was 104. So it took a long time to stagger them, but once you reach there, you got 100% more damage. Now, Kai is fighting the Alpha Behemoth, which has a much higher stagger point here. I think over 500. So as we go through the fight, we're going to be on Ravager, which, as I mentioned, is Tri-Disaster, and just stagger as fast as possible. And we're not getting a ton of chain duration from this, but once we stagger, we know the stagger will last long enough that we'll be able to finish him off within his stagger.
Yeah, stagger does have a minimum and a maximum duration that could be attained. And so if you kind of come in under the minimum duration, you get kind of bumped up to that minimum point. And similarly, if you try and extend over the maximum, you just kind of get capped out. So there is kind of a bound in which it doesn't really matter if you're kind of outside of it, because you'll just get normalized into that range. And if that range is enough to do what we need to do, then that's ideal.
There's, I think, one exception to this. In terms of our strategy of giving enough stagger that we can finish them off, and it's just one fight where you have to stagger them to reach the second phase, and so there's a whole art to getting the slowest possible stagger, or sorry, the shortest possible stagger on that first phase. But that's not going to be until chapter 13, so we'll come back to that once we get there. That's actually one of the new strategies you might not have seen announced, right?
Okay.
But we'll see.
Yeah, so MMM has also just reached the start of Chapter 3, so a couple of things that we didn't get to cover the first time around is that, so shopping, so shops in this game are kind of attached to the save points, which makes it kind of quite convenient because you can do things as you go along pretty easily. You don't have to go to a town and stock up, and like Rooster said earlier, the guild route in this game is pretty tight, so there's a lot of points in the run where selling and buying, I think early game it's mostly things like potions and Phoenix Downs just for survivability, and selling some accessories that we don't really want to use to make the money for that. And then later on in Chapter 4, when upgrading is unlocked, then that becomes the next thing that we kind of care a lot about.
Yeah, the guild route, at least to this point in the run, is pretty fixed because you only need to sell about 1 Phoenix down, and you'll be able to afford everything that we have routed into the run. But at this point, we have it routed down to the point where we know how many inputs it takes to get each shop. So like even in chapter 4, we'll do a shop where we are able to just like press up to just get the maximum number of items, which gives us exactly what we need instead of having to key in the exact number. But then once we get further into the run, the amount of gil we'll need comes down to just drops from enemies, and then it gets to be a little more random where things are in the menu and what items are used for upgrades. So now we see M also doing a great job doing the Gandalf dodge, so he's through there also.
And Kai is getting trolled by the Watch Drones, even with the Deceptor Soul.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like we said, the Deceptor Soul kind of makes it so that enemies don't see you or like don't react to you. What it doesn't do is stop them from moving at all. So they can just decide to block your path sometimes, and now you have no way to manipulate it because they can't see you. So in situations like that, I just had to just kind of have to wait it out or try and sneak through somehow, or worst case, just kind of cancel your Decept on the fight and then go again after it's kind of reloaded and hope that they're a bit kinder the next time around.
You didn't mention Decept canceling, or you just mentioned it briefly, but yeah, okay. So, well, we'll go ahead and mention that.
Good example.
Yeah, so that was one of them. So a Decept cancel is pretty much a mechanic. That's the name that we have for you use a Deceptisol, and then if you start a fight before the Deceptisol runs out, it lasts for 30 seconds in the overworld. But if you start a fight and then retry the fight, the Deceptisol won't be used. And so what that basically means is that you have infinite Deceptisols as long as you're just using them for dodges. The reason that we need more than one is that we use some of them to actually get the preempt to make the fights much faster. That's not really until quite a bit later. And so we can hang on to our first set of Deceptisols for pretty much the whole run until the midpoint of chapter 12, basically.
Yeah.
And
one additional trick with the Decept cancelling as well is that when you retry the fight, it places you on the boundary of the battle zone at the point where you last entered it.
Right, exactly.
So we can also use Decept cancelling to get past certain encounter areas by running past them, turning back around, and running into the fight, and then that'll respawn us past the battle zone, but with the Deceptisol intact.
Yeah, a bit of interesting history there is that the Japanese speedrun community originally considered this to be a glitch, and so they had to farm Deceptisols for quite a bit longer in Chapter 2, just to be able to, if they had to use one on every single Decept cancel, it became a question of like, do I want to try and do this without the Decept, or do I want to spend the extra 45 seconds it takes to farm this Decept for it? But eventually they came around to us, and now the top runners all are following our rules, so nice victory first for the speedrun. So yeah, in this Manasvin Warmech fight that M is doing now, we actually did use the Sentinel. It's just for literally 1 second. One important thing that the Sentinel can do is that they can use Provoke, which makes it so that the enemy attacks only them. This Provoke status only lasts while the Sentinel is out, but some enemies their AI is set up such that they'll continue using the same attack on the same character, and that is the Sentinel fight tutorial. And so that enemy is programmed to attack the Sentinel, and so we just bring them in for 1 second. And even though it's tutorial for the Sentinel, we just needed to change his target to Snow. Snow has quite a bit more HP than anyone else in the party, and that'll remain true throughout the run, and he's one of our main members of our primary party, and so he will always be useful to us as a Sentinel if necessary, although it tends to be faster to do damage than to not do damage, so we try and use as little Sentinel as possible.
I think also in the menu coming up for MMM, he's going to be dipping into the Crystarium a little bit, so we can talk about that in a second, just because we didn't get a chance first time around. So the leveling system in 13, or I guess the stats in 13 to start off with, is quite cut down compared to a lot of previous Final Fantasy games. There's only actually 3 real stats that we have, which is HP, Strength, and Magic, which is kind of a lot simpler than other games. There's no defense stats or anything like that you're trying to upgrade. And the Crystarium is our leveling system, which is, I guess, probably most similar to things like the Sphere Grid and the License Board from FF10 and FF12 respectively, where each role has this kind of path that you can go down and spend these Crystarium points to gain either more stats or abilities for that role, and sometimes a couple of special things like ADB segments or some of the technical point skills that we mentioned earlier, like Renew and Libra, which are available across all the roles once unlocked. and so there's a lot of kind of thought and effort gone into minimizing the amount of Crystarium that needs to be done, and kind of grouping menus up together to spend like as little time as possible. Not only because menuing is slower than not menuing, but also because when you're filling in the Crystarium, you kind of gain momentum as you go along. So the more you do at once, the faster it gets. And so grouping up the menus into bigger blocks works out faster in the long run if you can make the fights viable in between. Kaya also now has entered the Shiva fight at the end of Chapter 3, which is the first Gestalt fight. So the summons in this game, or the Eidolons, before you get each of them, you have to fight them to, I guess, prove your worth, I think. And so we get these Gestalt fights, which are a bit more of kind of a gimmick fight. So instead of just damaging the health bar like you normally would, you can see that there's a kind of purple target bar where the HP bar would normally be that's filling up over time. How this works is that it's based on the amount of chain you increase, and there's specific bonuses on each Eidolon fight based on the roles that the character is expected to use. So for example, for Snow here, he has Commando, Ravager, and Sentinel, so he gets a slight additional boost on top of Commando. I think Ravager's pretty normal, but he gets a pretty big boost for Sentinel. So you'll see here, when the big attack happens to Kaya, the bar will go up quite a lot, because he's in the Sentinel role.
Unfortunately for us as speedrunners, that's the best source of the Gestalt, but we have to rely on them to use the attacks to get it. And so it's just a matter of waiting for the attack a lot of the time with that fight. You can lose 10 or 15 seconds if Shiva just decides to stand still and not do anything.
Yeah, luckily Shiva's pattern is quite predictable, so it's usually not that bad.
Yep. Now we're on to Chapter 4 for Kaya. This is quite a difficult chapter in terms of the amount of randomness in it. There's a lot of bird enemies, and the bird enemies are some of the fastest ones. And so it's got a bit of a notorious reputation, but we'll be able to talk through everything that happens. Generally, enemies in this game are capped at their speed of movement around the speed of light, of your main party member. Even Hope runs a bit slower, and the enemies can be slower when you're forced to use them as a party leader. But there's a few enemies that are significantly faster, and one of them is actually the enemy that M just passed, those watch drones. And so you have to make sure that they're far enough away from you when you enter the zone that they won't be able to catch you once you're through the zone. And that's a whole thing. Like, M is coming up on some more of those watch drones, and we just have to deset them. They're too fast. There's no way to get by them consistently. It is possible, but it's just not something you can do consistently, and like that's a whole headache if you're doing Shroudless. But actually, Kaya is coming up on another set of those same drums. We're passing them on the same time on both streams here, but we're going to be doing decept cancels on both streams at the same time. So, and just like Maelstrom mentioned, Kaya had to just wait there because once you're decept, you can't manipulate their AI, and so it's just gotta wait for them to move.
Yeah, I mean, these are both kind of good examples of decept cancelling in a very small space where you don't really get a lot of choice sometimes.
One other amusing thing about decepting is that when you start the preempt, you're able to retry the fight instantly, like as soon as the load finishes. Whereas when you start a normal fight, there's a whole little animation playing for the start of the fight, and so you save a little bit of time from that also. So when you fail a dodge, you lose extra time.
I never realized that.
It's one of those things where if you know you're gonna fail a dodge, it's a little bit faster if you use a decept. But rarely do you have the
chance. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The one time I think I've actually seen it is that there's a dodge in Chapter 10 where you can basically get stuck with no chance to dodge for a few seconds, and you're just gonna fail it at some point. So if you can use a decept there, it's a little bit faster. But it's not a common thing. But now on Kaya's stream, we're into Chapter 4, and we actually have access to a new role here, which is Saboteur. And it's one of the more important roles. Like Maelstrom mentioned, there's not too many stats, just like the 3 of them, but there's a lot of different jobs, and there's a lot of different abilities from these different jobs. And so here we're learning about Saboteur and the ability to debuff enemies, specifically D-Shell. So if you look above the enemies, or below the enemy's HP bar, there's the status debuff there, which is D-Shell, which makes them take extra damage from magic attacks. And we're going to be doing most of our damage to be through physical, but there are a few places where D-Shell and magical attacks will make a big difference, and this is sort of just introducing it. One other important thing about the Saboteur role is that the Saboteur's attacks give chain duration. And so a lot of the time, the Saboteur can serve as the party member that gives us that chain duration before stagger. We typically want to use Commando after stagger. So it'll be Saboteur, Raph before stagger, and Commando after stagger. And these multipliers can get quite high, and so this is how we're able to make it through the game with such low development. We're not doing any random grinding, besides a few extra places where we need some items, but almost never besides one fight for Christigen points.
Yeah, and debuffs in this game are kind of like you'd expect. They're a percentage infliction chance. So whenever you kind of hit the enemy with a debuff, you're rolling dice to see if you get it, but the chance is affected by the chain of the enemy. So the higher the enemy's chain is, that the same multiplier applies to the debuff infliction chance. So there are certain points in the run where sometimes in boss fights we will just be waiting for certain debuffs to land before we can continue, and you hope that they kind of get there before things get too crazy, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah.
But the other nice thing as well is kind of every time you attack an enemy with a debuff, increases the chain duration, but also you get an additional bump of chain duration once the debuff lands, which is also partly why Saboteur is so good at increasing chain duration.
Yep.
I think we also do have access to the Synergist roll at this point as well. I think we're just not using it much.
No, actually, yeah, that Chapter 4 fight introduces both of them. So specifically, Saz is the Synergist and Vanille is the Saboteur. We'll get some more characters that are good at these different roles, but actually, throughout the run, these are the best ones for this role, and we'll be using them literally until the very last fight for both of these characteristics, because they're so good at it.
Yeah, and it will be kind of shown a little bit more later on, but just to kind of quickly cover it, the Synergist role is the kind of buffer of the party. So Saboteur specializes in applying debuffs to enemies, and Synergist is applying status buffs to your allies.
Yep. And these multipliers basically multiply the length of the fight. So, if you get a 1.4 damage boost, then you're going to be doing the fight 1.4 times faster. So here on Kaya's stream, we see some of these birds, the first and probably easiest of these dodges, but there are several more that we'll be able to see if they're getting through here soon. Now we're coming up on the Shiva fight on M stream, so we'll get to see one more time the balancing of the different roles with Shiva's AI. One other thing about Shiva is that she can launch snow, which is very annoying because you're not able to input anything while you're being launched, but that launch attack also gives us quite a bit of Gestalt bar, so it helps us get closer to the end. One other thing that is possible, but we don't really take advantage of here, is when you're getting launched, you can actually use certain moves like TP or items to stop yourself from getting launched, but because of the fact that getting hit by this is actually advancing us towards the end of the fight, we just let her do it.
Yeah, so there's kind of two hidden values in the game called cut and keep. And keep is kind of your ability to resist being pushed back or launched, and cut is the attack's ability, like how well it interrupts certain things. And throwing an item or these TP abilities have 100 keep, which is the maximum you can get, so you can't be interrupted. Cut and keep for allies doesn't really matter too much, but it does come an important concept on certain boss fights when maintaining interruptions, especially when enemies are staggered. Their base keep drops to 0, which is why it's much easier to keep enemies interrupted once they're staggered. And it generally means that you can keep stun locking enemies, and as long as they never start an attack, you can kind of keep it that way, and that becomes a major portion of a certain boss strategy later on.
Yep. Now, one other thing that we didn't actually specifically mention, but you're allowed to set up 6 different paradigms in your paradigm deck, and we just saw Kai actually set up, I think, all 6 for the first time. And those are basically going to be the 6 sets of roles that are available to you. And so throughout the round, we figured out which sets of roles are the best for each fight and for each stretch of the run. And there are times where we don't use the best set for a given fight, just because we don't want to actually go into the menu and change it. But those 6, we're going to be using all of them on the coming boss fight. But then on the fights up to there, we know which ones to use and which ones are most effective for the various fights. So for example, in this coming bird fight, we're going to be trying to debuff. Sazzle will give buffs to Lightning, because Lightning is the commando, the only commando we can use in this fight, and she'll be the big damage dealer. And so we buff her with Bravery, and then Vanille at the same time will be trying to debuff the birds. One other thing that I mentioned a little bit earlier, but is really important throughout this run, is just understanding your party member's AI, because you only control the main leader, and so a lot of time you're doing things specifically to make your allies do with the right thing to advance the fight as much as possible. And so one thing to that end that we do quite a bit is Libra. So a lot of casual runners don't understand what the point of Libra is and like what Libra scopes are for, but it pretty much gives you all of the information about an enemy, which allows the AI to make a lot better decisions. So, for example, commandos will tend to mix ruins and attacks. So ruin is the magical commando attack, but generally we have our characters buffed, or their stats such that they'll do much more damage with attacks than ruins. And so when you use Libra, it'll tell the AIs, exactly what they need to know to make the correct decisions throughout the battles. And so that's why we tend to use that Libra ability quite a bit.
Yeah, kind of the similar thing happens with the Ravager role as well, and it's a little bit more obvious there, where the AI Ravagers will cycle through kind of all available elements they have until they get enough information about what's effective and what's not effective, and then once they have that, they'll prioritize weaknesses or normal kind of elemental affinities as opposed to resists or nulls or absorbs.
Another thing that we do that we have to do as the leader that we really can't tell the AI to do is try and mix attacks together. So even if something is weak to a specific element, you can get more chain just by mixing different elements, just because there's a bonus for attacking with different elements consecutively. And so like we know what the advantages are and when to use them, and so we can do better when we're in control. But when we're not, we just do what we can to make the AI do as much as it can. So now for go ahead.
As I say, that I was going to explain secondary bonuses a bit, but you can talk about Dreadnought stuff.
Yeah, so Kaya is fighting against the Dreadnought now. This is one of the longest fights actually in the whole run, because it's a two-phase fight, and it's pretty consistent between the two phases. You just want to do as much chain duration, and we've inflicted both debuffs. The first phase is a little bit safer, or they both do quite a bit of damage, but the second one is actually able to kill us. However, we have found a way to stagger interrupt his most dangerous attack, and so we'll be seeing Kaya do the setup for that stagger shortly. I think we're being joined by one of the runners, Zero Elite. You want to introduce yourself?
Hey guys, I am Zero. I am the one that's gonna make the comeback for Team Choco happen. Copium. How's it going, everyone?
Oh, doing great. Enjoying some action here.
So, can you give me some good news? Can you tell me that both Kai and M are struggling a lot?
So Kaya got the legendary dodge.
That sounds about right.
So, as I mentioned... Go ahead.
I saw that he didn't get final, so I'm like, maybe it wasn't too great. But...
I mean, M's getting stuck in the gutter at the moment, so you know.
Yeah. We call this the gutter, or RN gutter, RNG gutter. These enemies are... There are several of these throughout the run, but they're enemies that are fighting each other, and so they don't notice you, even when you go into the battle zone, and so you basically just... It's like you're decepting, except they are moving like crazy, and you just have to wait for them to get out of the way, and yeah.
Yeah, and especially these Pantherons are quite annoying, because not only are they quite large hitboxes, but they tend to like jump back and forward a lot while they're attacking the other enemies, so they take up a lot of space.
But that was the last one, and now he's through also.
Yeah, nice.
And also we have Dreadnought down for Kaya. You may have noticed that right before stagger, we actually just sat there and waited with the stagger bar right close to the top of the gauge. But then right when he started his big move, which was Wrecking Ball, we used our last attack to stagger him and then interrupted it. So that's really important thing we'll be using throughout the run, is just enemies, when they're staggered, will stop using their most recent attack. And so that's a lot of really strong attacks that we can skip that way.
Yeah, killing Dreadnought as well also unlocks a few kind of major things for the run. It gives us the Omni Kit, which gives us the ability to do upgrades, which I guess we can talk about when we get there in a little bit. And it also unlocks 2 more roles. It unlocks the Medic role for Lightning, which doesn't really get much use, but it also unlocks the Commando role for Saz, which is hugely important for the run.
Yeah, Saz is going to be one of our main commandos throughout the run, so this is very important.
But for the soldier fight that Kai is doing right now, there's like a little strat variation you can do, where you do like an extra shift between Slash and Burn and Super Soldiers, keep Lightning in place. And Like, we find that, like, it's a little bit faster, but a little bit less consistent, and this is the first time I've seen Kai not go for the shifts. He actually just stayed in Super Soldier.
There's a lot of little things that we've learned to gain control of throughout the run. So, for example, Lightning will do a little animation anytime you do a paradigm shift, and so when she does her little sword spinning animation, that'll stop her from walking around or doing a little backflip, which she tends to do after her strings. And just like little stuff like that, you can really optimize like crazy.
Yeah, while we have kind of control of the main character, as it were, it's not kind of directed control in that we can't really walk around the battlefield and control positioning. But you can manipulate that by using certain abilities, or doing the paradigm shifts at a certain time to either stop movement or encourage the character to move in a certain way.
Yeah, exactly.
Also do like target changes or like holding onto your confirm on your actions. For like Management 1, for example, we always like confirm and cancel our actions, so Lightning does her little sword twirl, so she doesn't move away.
Yep.
Yeah. That also has the secondary effect of also restarting your ITB filling as well.
It's your bonus.
Yep.
We actually have a new, I don't know if you guys noticed, we have a new anima strat that's like a week old, where we target the left arm at the start, and then use those things to line up Lightning so she hits both arms and the main anima body at the same time. Really cool strat. Takes advantage of positioning control. Kai's about to enter the Dreadnought minigame, one of 2 minigames in at the 13 any percent. Well, at the end of this section, there's actually like 2 chests, and the content of those 2 chests depends on how many of these soldiers you knock down, I guess. So I think the number we need is 25 to 34. No, like the way that we count that is we kind of like do 4 on each of the open sections, all the ones on like the ones where they're grouped together. And what that does is that gets us 20 Figgin hides, which we then use to upgrade the powers wristband a little bit later in the chapter. If you don't hit enough, then you get 12 sturdy bones, then you're going to be in some trouble. Like maybe you can pull out enough random organic drops to still make the menu work, but at the very least it's going to be slower, and if you don't get it, then well, your route's going to be off for a while, because the power wristband star matters a lot considering how tight our damage is throughout the next few chapters.
Not that that's a risk, but if you knock down too many of the soldiers, you'll get an accessory instead of those organics, which you do not want to have. It's sort of a more valuable thing, but for us, the value comes from those organics. However, if you're doing completionist category, you need that. I think it's like lightning wristband or something, but it's like one of the missable things in the game. So you actually have to do it that way if you're trying to collect everything, trying to get the.
I think I could be wrong because I don't run plat, but I think there's like alternative options. I know it's a limited amount of the game. I think it's a spark ring, if I'm not mistaken.
Spark ring.
I think you can get it another way.
Okay. But you do not want to get it in any percent, because that would be really bad.
That'd be awful. Because at this point in the game, we can't buy organic components yet, so like those 20 Figgin hides, it's like our only source of, or our best source of organics.
Yep. So something I actually want to shout out now, that's one of the most important mechanics in the game, but we haven't actually mentioned it yet. We have been using it, but it's called the ATB refresh. And so basically what we do is we shift paradigms throughout fights, and every 12 seconds when you do an ATB a paradigm shift, you'll get a full ATB gauge on all of your party members. You can see the leader's party ATB gauge, but the allies also have it, and something that you have to be aware of as a speedrun, where the filling rate is for each party member. But what we actually do is, if we have a paradigm that we want to use throughout a fight quite a bit, we'll have 2 copies of it, and we shift between the 2 copies just because you'll get a full ATB charge on everyone. So Kai is entering the Odin fight, and we actually have 2 copies of Rav dual casting, because we're going to be shifting between it to get those ATB refreshes. So what you'll see is that after this first paradigm, the first paradigm shift always gives you an ATB refresh. So at the start here, Lightning and Hope both immediately have full gauges, and then every 12 seconds we'll be able to shift and get a full charge on both of them. And the fights are pretty much throughout the run are sculpted around getting these ATB refreshes at times to give us extra actions. It's really pretty much every boss fight will have this happening in the background, more or less.
This is also another fight where like positioning is a really important factor, and if you kind of don't know how to manipulate it, bad things happen. Because a lot of Odin's attacks are AoE based, so if you're standing next to Hope, then both of you will get attacked, and it's a very bad time.
This is something that we take advantage of a lot, but the AI has absolutely no awareness of. But for example, for the Ravagers especially, when they're using their spells, they tend to jump backwards. Or, Hope doesn't, he just stands still. but lightning will jump backwards when she uses her spells, and so you can use this to get further away from enemies. And so Odin has a spin attack that's an AoE, and if you just spam spells, you'll be able to back away and keep the party members separated so that they don't take damage. But then when you use a strike, you'll tend to run in, and so there's a fight later on where we're going to be trying to manipulate Lightning's AI to make her use only spells and not strikes, so that she stands away from the dangerous enemy. Now that we have completed the Odin fight, we get our tutorial where we get the Gestalt summoning here. We finished Shiva, but right after that fight we lost control of Snow. But now we have Odin for Lightning, and we're going to be using this summon quite a bit. It's a really interesting mechanic in this game because when you use your Eidolon, you lose access to your other party members, but you gain the Eidolon. And typically they're not as good as your other party members, but they allow you to do certain things which are really cool. So for this one in particular, the Gestalt Finisher is a big attack that will allow us to finish off both these enemies really quickly. And the amount of damage this one does actually is one of the worst ones in the game, and people actually underestimate how good Odin is because of how little damage the Finisher does. However, the Finisher has a special characteristic, which is that if they're below a certain HP threshold, it'll instantly kill them. So we're about to see the double instant kill. And there you go. The double instant kill is larger than the amount of damage that Zentetsuken would do by a factor of their chain. And so if they're at 800% chain, the instant kill will be 8 times as large as the damage that Odin does. But if you don't reach that instant kill, the damage is significantly lower, which is frustrating if you don't reach it. It can actually cause a retry.
It makes like most of the Eidolon fights with Lightning like some of the most volatile on the run, because like the other ones, like say you use Hecaton, which you'll get later, and you fail to kill, the monster or the enemy just has a little bit of HP left.
Yep.
With Odin, it's like if you fail to kill, they're gonna be nearly full still and completely chain reset, and you have to like restagger and kill again, losing you a pretty big chunk of time. Even potentially dying on Hope Cells 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I mentioned before that Chapter 4 has a number of dodges that can be really frustrating. One of the other enemies besides the bird enemies that are actually faster than your party member are the bombs, and so Kai is in the thick of it with some of these bomb dodges right now, and we just saw one of the bombs catch him. Again, like the bombs are very fast, but they tend to run in one direction, and so right now we can see the bomb's actually looking in the wrong direction, and it just turned around, but not fast enough to catch us. But it's faster than we are, but if it's looking in the wrong direction, we can get by it before it can catch up to us.
I got a really good pattern on that dodge. I think that pulse work plus bomb dodge is like one of the worst dodges in the whole like first 3 hours.
Yeah, I would totally agree. Just that bridge you have to get through is so narrow that you really can't get by the bomb if it sees you. So you have to understand where the bomb is, and then the bomb's AI is tied to the pulse work soldier. So it's just a whole. It's a whole.
There's a lot of instances. Okay, sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
I was just saying it's like even you have considered just decepting that one consistently just because of how crazy and random it is.
Yeah, at this point, if I have a rough section there, I just decept early on, so I don't have to deal with any of the bombs. But it's not just like the bridge beginning block. Sometimes the bomb's like past the bridge, and it doesn't see you in time until like you get close enough. It's like, and as soon as you get near it, it's like, oh, it's here, time to get him, you know? And it just goes no matter which way you go, it goes after you and gets you.
So Kai's doing a bit of menuing here, and this will be, I believe, the first place where we upgrade in the run. Or is it not quite yet?
No, it is.
It is. Okay, cool. So we can talk about this a little bit. So the way upgrading accessories and weapons works in this game is that there's 2 major kinds of components. There's organic components and inorganic components. And the game does a very bad job at kind of explaining and tutorializing this. But there's basically a weapon experience that you can kind of build up. Inorganic components give a lot of experience, but reduce the multiplier, and organic components give a low amount, but increase the multiplier. So generally what we do is put a bunch of organic components in, so the Wicked Fangs that and the Thickened Hides that we've picked up from chests along the way so far, to kind of boost up the multiplier, and then dump a bunch of inorganic components, which were, I think, polymer emulsions at this point, that were just bought from the shop. We use that to upgrade the Power Wristband and the Magician's Mark, which is kind of a plus magic and plus strength accessory, which we can then give to our allies to increase their stats for the next portion of the run.
Yeah, for me, I felt that the game not telling you how much experience you need to get to the end of upgrading something is one of the most frustrating mechanics of the entire game. Because you can overshoot it and you lose everything you overshoot by. So it's...
I might be in trouble here. On his favorite fight. Okay, he got it just in time. He messed up and ate his ATB for bravery, so he only got 2 attacks on 1 self-destructing bombs.
Yeah, these bombs are a very quick fight, but they can also, you can die very quickly, and so it's just a matter of trying to back away from them if they're going to self-destruct, or doing enough damage to them when they just self-destruct. One important thing about those bombs is that the amount of damage they do is related to the amount of HP they have left, so it's always a calculation on the spot in your head of, do I try and back away, do I try and do extra damage, what can I survive, where's my HP at, do I potion, etc. So we managed to get through there. It's actually, I think the fight is fastest if they both instantly self-destruct and you can just back away, but that's, you know, you run the risk of just dying, so...
Yeah.
It really depends on their positioning, because you need to be able to dodge one of the self-destructs in that situation, or you're gonna die.
Yeah, also at least historically, I mean, I don't know if it's the case anymore, but if they self-destruct, you don't get any CP from them as well. And I know at least it used to be kind of tight that you had to kill basically at least one, or you'd have problems later on.
It's not too bad.
You delay a menu, right?
Yeah, I think the worst one is if you get both self-destruct, you don't get Hope Water, and I get to do one more menu for it. But if you miss the bombs plus something else, you might be in trouble. Yeah, traditionally, like the pulse work from the Watchroom fight was a little bit more missable with the older strats. The Watchrooms can steal a kill. Now it's less of an issue, but it can still occasionally happen. And if you like lose that plus, like say a bomb, that's when you start running into real issues.
Yeah.
One important thing about this game is that all party members get all of the Christian points, even if they're not in the party or if they're not alive at the end of the fight. It's like, that's a little different from other Final Fantasy games, but it helps us out here, so we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, we have interdimensional CP and interdimensional pockets, which will become relevant in a minute.
One of the many Lassie powers we have access to.
Dimensional pockets, is that some kind of Lassie power?
It's also worth noting for these Pulsework soldiers that they resist both physical and magical damage before they're staggered, and in this game resistance is 1/10 of the base damage. So it's really rough to try and chip them down without staggering them, which is why kind of getting these preemptive strikes is so important. If
you might notice
like manually, it takes forever.
For people more familiar with like the older routes, you might notice that Kaya went left to right instead of right to left. That's quote-unquote newer idea. It's not so new anymore, but doing a bunch of like camera manipulations, we can set up the preempts really well from the left side, and it cuts down on waiting time and then improves consistency.
Yeah, I think during the time where I was running the game, I think conventional wisdom swapped a few times as to which way around was the better way to go there.
That's cool. I'm like, you're definitely way before my time, so I didn't know left side was like done before before I started messing with it again. But before like we knew about the camera manipulation stuff, I started trying it anyway because timing-wise, I think, assuming all the preempts are the same, it's about like almost 20 seconds faster. But before the manipulation, like we didn't have a good way to preempt the top left one. So I would just like go into it, and if I don't get a preempt, then well, oh well, it's still breaking even. Oh, Kaya got trolled here. He tried to play it safe for his final dodge and decept, and the bomb blocked the pathway.
Yeah, he did do the very important thing though, which was unequip both Saz and Vanille. So I made a passing joke about interdimensional pockets just now, but basically whenever you switch teams in this game, all of your accessories and equipment and everything kind of comes with you, except for anything that's left on the characters when you lose control of them. And so we upgraded the 2 accessories earlier, the Power Band and the Magician's Mark. But you want to make sure you take them off characters before you go to the next chapter, otherwise you kind of lose them for that entire chapter, and that can make a pretty significant dent in your stat growth.
Actually, one of the scariest things for us in the relay, because I don't think any of us have really practiced like coming chapters without the equipment, and you know, PB at the time we would just reset. But here we can, so let's either load save or try to do every fight with like completely suboptimal equipment, and we wouldn't know how to play it properly.
Yep. I've also just noticed that CO is getting into the final fight for FF8, so I'm not sure if our FF8 commentators want to say anything to wrap that up.
Yeah, we are definitely going into the final fight for Team Choco here.
Let's go CO, tag me in.
This is an interesting party to go into the final fight with.
It's I think we were like deliberating between like who's faster and who's slower. We were talking about Quizis not being the fastest, but I think Selfie is like probably like middle of the road.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, great.
But this is the party that Irvine wants when you first meet him, isn't it?
Yeah. This is Irvine's dream right now.
2 girls on his arms, ready to go.
Yeah, he's in the middle too. This is an advantageous position for Irvine, like physically and like in the fight.
All right, so hopefully he can get the quick Aura Stone and Heroes before Grief has a chance to do anything.
I was being a bad commentator, and I saw that he had his battle speed to, I want to say 50% or 25%.
Ooh, okay, good. We're set. Yep.
But now that we have the heroes on our party members, it doesn't matter what our percentage is. We're speeding towards the end for Choco.
Chose Quistis. All right, fine. I'm a selfie fan myself, but
Muskie wants to see the end. I personally do too, so I understand. But let's get this dub.
Yeah, the times are incredibly close. Sayo and Cordellium's runs are like within a minute of each other, so it's hard to say what's gonna.
I was being a real fanboy and looking at the times on the sheet that's posted in the chat.
Me too.
And we need Choco to beat an 8:25:38, I believe, and Choco can steal the deal for FF8. Sayo could be the anchor that this team needs.
We've on see you. And speaking of, I gotta get going because I'm about to be tagged in. So thank you for having me here for a bit.
Start streaming. Yeah, good lucks to Zero.
I've never watched a 13 run in the beginning. I've usually just caught kind of random bits in the middle.
Very technical run.
Yeah, I can't believe how many like little. I mean, of course, it's a Final Fantasy speedrun, so it's complicated. But like, I can't believe how many like little strategy things there are for like all of your fights and positioning, all that crazy.
I haven't been a part of the Final Fantasy community for many, many years, but I've been around for a couple of years, and I have heard many people talk about Final Fantasy 13 speedrun being the hardest to execute properly. And
I can imagine, even just casually playing the game is incredibly difficult towards the end, especially. Like you feel the power creep of the bosses.
Yeah.
And in a speedrun, you get no room for error.
A lot of people agree. 13 is, for a lot of different reasons, 13 is like one of the harder speedruns to master. Like not even just like complete, but also master. Like it's another level.
Yeah, for sure. Both 13 and 12 are definitely very up there in very different ways. I think 12 is much more reactive, and 13 is much more like, because the game is so predictable and so known.
Like obviously it's
driven to a much higher level of optimization.
Yeah, it's hard to be at the top level of any game. Obviously, it requires a certain level of skill to be at the top of any leaderboard, but specifically these games, it takes another caliber to be at the top.
I think when like the whole game is fast. It's not just, like, ooh, I have to make a quick adjustment here. It's like, again, even just casually doing some of the boss fights in 13 is really, really fast reactions to just survive. And then again, trying to do it optimally when you're low leveled and you haven't been grinding for equipment and all the other stuff you can do in a standard playthrough in a speedrun.
It almost reminds me
on point.
Of like the newer like Rebirth or remake runs of like execution and battle, but also you're dodging encounters. Like Rebirth and remake will just give you encounters that you need to defeat. 13 requires execution on multiple calibers.
Yeah, and something that kind of helps kind of propagate that a little bit that we didn't really talk about, which is that HP doesn't matter outside of fights. Like each fight is completely independent. You come in with full resources each time, like full health each time.
True.
So you don't have to kind of manage your HP across multiple different fights. Every single fight is independent, and it's like always the same setup. So you have to be kind of on it constantly because each fight you have to do well.
Yeah, it's not like 8 where you might have a 2.5 hour bout where you need to be careful because you're not getting a full heal. All right, we're getting our first Hell's Judgment. I believe we have our limit queued. We're getting some shots going in. We should be queuing our second phase of the fight, which will require 5 hits above 100 HP.
The question is, are we going to get a baby or not?
Hopefully the
Chero.
question is no Cheros. We do not want to see any babies. Zero's starting up the stream, ready to go. Hoping
It's
for
any
no
second
babies.
now. We'll find out.
Oh, 8:25:38. It's 8:24:13. This is team close race right now.
Yeah, these long casts. Oh my gosh, that's so stressful.
I think the question of the baby is the true, like, will we get a baby? That's the real question.
Oh no.
45 seconds.
No.
It's 45 seconds. Ah!
Oh, Zelda. Wait, how many hits is left? 2? Oh, it's 2 anyways, so the baby was completely pointless anyways. GG Sayo!
And time. 8:25:05. 8:25:06. Team Chocobo bringing it home for FF8.
GG.
That was amazing.
Wait, so what were the
Amazing.
final times between them then?
I want to say that Team Chocobo brought it home by like 30-ish seconds.
Oh man. Wow, they were so close the entire run. And if you look at it, like the split differences, it was so dang close.
Oof.
Okay, well we're gonna get out of here then, so 13 can take over.
Thank you
it
so
has
much,
been
everyone.
Amazing to commentate. This was lovely. Thank you guys so much for making this so fun. I hope to do this again. And yeah, good luck to all the remaining runners. I will catch you guys later. Thanks for having me. Bye everybody.
Good luck, everyone. See you next year. Bye.
Thank you, FF8 crew. And yeah, congrats to all the runners on their FF8 runs. That was really solid.